How are we all doing today? Thanks so much for joining us for the first ever Turbo 10 race here on Retro Gaming Live TV. This is going to be a 10-game, as the name would suggest, a 10-game race where we're pretty much doing any percent for all of them on here. And we're going to go through them as quickly as possible. Now, you see the list there on the screen, and I'm sure we'll be talking about this throughout the course of the run. But yeah, this is what we're looking at, a really nice blend of a lot of the different types of genres and whatnot that the TurboGrafx 16 has to offer. So hope you're going to enjoy it. We should probably introduce ourselves. My name is Vonivon, and along with me I have Bald Nate and Cheese Viking Games going to be doing commentary with me. Say hello, gentlemen.
Howdy, folks.
Hello.
Alrighty.
Turbo-tastic day.
Oh yes, it will be turbo-tastic indeed. So, alrighty. I see some hype getting going in chat here. This is what I love to see. We are just in the process of getting all of the racers in order, getting them ready to go, and then once that is the case, we will be getting started. So, just sit tight, folks. We will be getting going momentarily. So, yes, this will be fun. I tell you what, while we're waiting for that, let's talk a little bit about some of these games here. So, for those that might not be familiar, Alien Crush is it's actually a video pinball game, and you see there that's why they just wanted to do 5 million points, because that one's only being measured by score. Galaga, I think, is one that most people, excuse me, are familiar with. It is just kind of a space shooting game. And this one does have an any percent there. You see, there will be a determined ending for that, certainly. Power Golf, as the name would suggest, is a golfing game. JJ and Jeff is a platformer. It is a very bizarre one. We will have many interesting things to say about that game once it comes up. Ninja Ryukenden is going to be very familiar to a lot of you folks as far as how it looks, because essentially the same game was released on the NES, and it was called Ninja Gaiden. So that is essentially the same thing there. Valkyrie no Densetsu is a kind of a top-down action RPG kind of style of game. Kadash is it's kind of like an arcade RPG. That one's kind of tough to explain. It is a platformer, but it definitely has plenty of RPG elements to it. Bonk's Adventure is probably one of the more familiar or more well-known games for the TurboGrafx 16. It is a platformer where you control a very cute little caveman, and he uses his head as his main weapon throughout the course of the game. Lords of Thunder now the last two games here, I should note. The first 8 games are the Who card games, which are the standard cards that you would put into the TurboGrafx 16. Games 9 and 10 there, Lords of Thunder and Castlevania Rondo of Blood, are CD games. So these are probably going to be emulated by folks that don't have the like the Duo or anything like that attached to it. But Lords of Thunder is it's a side-scrolling shoot 'em up game. And as the name would suggest, the music is very awesome. Lords of Thunder sounds like a metal tribute band, and the music is definitely according to that. And then the last one, Castlevania Rondo of Blood. I think pretty much everybody is familiar with Castlevania and what that is all about. And Rondo of Blood is one of the more entertaining entries into the earlier Castlevanias, in my opinion. So that should be a lot of fun to watch. So sit back and enjoy. It's going to be really cool, especially for those of you that are maybe not familiar with the TurboGrafx 16 so much. It definitely has its own kind of style and its own aesthetic when it comes to games. So if you're not familiar, you're in for a treat, because I'm certainly hoping it's one that you will enjoy.
Also in for a real treat because our very own Bald Mate is world record on the first 3 games. So he'll have a lot of insightful things to mention.
Indeed. And it looks like, here we go. We have the feeds for the racers up and running. I am looking at the race channel, and I think we are going to be getting think we're going to be getting started pretty soon here, folks. Alrighty.
They're getting ready. Chat,
Yep.
are you ready? Are you ready to see this race start?
Oh, yes.
Ready to crush some aliens?
Ooh, crush.
Alrighty. All of the racers have indicated that they are indeed ready.
Okay, the countdown
Alrighty.
has begun. You
Yes,
will
it
see
has.
these folks starting momentarily.
Good luck to all the runners.
Indeed.
Party
And-
Pumper, the goal for Alien Crush is 5 million points, and then you'll move on to the next game.
Exactly.
So, Alien Crush. So, as it has said, 5 million points is the goal. It's because so this game does have an ending, but to get to the ending, you've got to roll over the score, which is, I believe, at 1 billion points. That takes a whole lot of time.
Speed run feasible.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. But 5 million is, it actually takes some work to get to 5 million. And what I expect to see people doing here is the fastest way to get to 5 million is to work the lower screen bonus system. And it's a 3-factor equation. And you can see it if you look at like Great John's screen. Right in the middle underneath the alien's mouth, you see a multiplier. That's right now at x2. You see 2,000 or 3,000 points. That is the base score. And then there are the eyes and the lamps under the eyes of the alien's head and the lamps underneath the alien's head. And that's another multiplier. And the goal there is every time you shoot it into the alien's mouth or every time you drain, it will trigger a payout on that bonus. So if you, with some savvy shooting and shooting into the alien's mouth to get a payout, you can get a whole lot of points very quickly. And if you're lucky, on about the 6th or 7th payout, you will just cross 5 million before some of those accumulators roll over.
Yeah, the bonuses will stack for a while. They won't reset every time you drain, but they will reset at one point. So you need to keep that in mind.
Yeah, the biggest rollover that you have to watch out for is so as the eyes open, and the thing that increases the eyes is sorry, it's been a couple of months since I played this, but I believe it's the side bumpers. The sort of, I call them the kidney bumpers. Little cocoons, they're alien eggs. But every time you hit that, it opens up an eye, and then when all 3 rows of eyes are fully open and you hit them again, all the eyes close and it lights more. All of the lamps are lit, and all of the eyes are open. And when you get a payout, it resets that, which, if you do the math there, that's 60. It takes a while to get it up to 60, and when it resets back to nothing, if it resets and you aren't ready for it, if you haven't crossed 5 million, it's a pretty big system.
We're seeing Oipo getting a 7 multiplier. Oipo's already at 2.2 million. Well on their way.
But it's possible that maybe she had some early unlucky drains and just opted to game over rather than risk trying to get the 5 million run.
Right.
And coming up short to one last drain. Well, I see Oipo has maxed out the eyes.
Yes, and is already at 4.2 million. So,
very impressive.
So
as soon as that mouth opens, he gets it in there, and he will certainly be ready to go. Oh, Great John! Oh, starting over. I didn't see if he came over there, but I see that his score is under 10,000. So that is a bad break.
That is really rough. But I believe at this point Oipo could actually drain to trigger to get over 5 million. But now the mouth is open.
Yeah, just an easy shot into the mouth, and Oipo will be on to Galaga.
There we go.
There it
6,
is.
7, 8, 9. There's the 5 million. Oipo clears the first objective in. Wow, 6 million. Oh my goodness.
6 million on the bonus.
Boy, talk about running up the score. Alrighty. Oipo is done with Alien Crush. We'll move on to Galaga 88. Now here you have a choice of doing either single or dual ships. The dual ships obviously are going to give you the capability to fire twice at a time. However, you have one less extra life if you choose this. So it is definitely a risk-reward choice that you can make there.
Yeah, so there is an element of safety, oddly enough, with the dual ships, because you can do a lot more clearing power with the dual ships than you can with a single ship. Oh, and
the extra firepower really comes in handy.
Oipo just reset. I'm not sure what's. Oh, okay, I know what happened. So there are two modes you can play this game on. One is default, and one is it's called hard mode, and it gives you access to more power-ups that can drop, including a 3-up power-up that can drop off. So I think that's what happened. I think they realized right at the end of the first stage that they did not launch in the mode that they wanted to launch in.
Ah, got it.
How did
And there it is. The warps. So the warps don't actually progress you faster into the game. They just what is it? In the game's wording, it pushes you into a higher dimension, which generally means slightly harder enemies, slightly harder patterns. But that's really it.
It doesn't progress you in the game? I did not know.
Nope.
That.
Nope, you only the warp pods only trigger when you've finished a whatever you call it, a set of boards. And at that point, if you didn't have them, it would progress you to the next set of boards in your current dimension. If you have the warp pods, it'll start you on the next set of boards for the next higher dimension.
So I would imagine for this race, we're not going to see too many warps.
It does take work to occasionally you may end up accidentally collecting warp pods. Because for example, you need to blow up one of the little geode asteroids just to get at the enemies up on the screen, and you're put in a position to where they've already dropped shots, so you just happen to pick both of them up. It's definitely better to take a warp that you weren't planning on than to take a hit.
Oh, okay, makes sense.
But in general, I would agree, in my experience, staying in the first dimension seems to be pretty fast and probably the lowest risk. But the game does get harder as you go. Enemies get more aggressive, and there's more what do I call them? Like bomber enemies as they file in. There'll be extra enemies in the column that will dive at you immediately, as opposed to.
Oh goodness, yeah, those are a pain.
Yep.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm seeing Kat here is at 4.2 million on Alien Crush and just gained an extra ball, so she should be in good shape to finish this out, hopefully rather soon.
Well,
and
unfortunately,
yeah.
what happened there? That extra ball is what you get when you roll over the eye accumulator. So the good news is, in terms of finishing, she's in good shape, but in terms of being fast, basically her bonus payouts just went really low. So.
Oh, here we go. She's at 4. Okay, now she's
4.4.
almost 4.5.
So if this were a PB attempt, that's what we call the heartbreaker.
Gotcha.
You get that final payout, and you're just a little bit short.
Alrighty. And she's at 5,000 with a 4 multiplier, so she is looking pretty good.
Yeah, no. Oh, and the drain.
Oh, okay. But the extra ball is fine.
Is that going to be enough with the multiplier?
I don't know.
Might get over.
Oh,
got across it.
Yeah, that's good. She just gets to 5 million.
Just barely.
So she is moving on.
Cat on to Gallagher. Great Sean sitting at 2.7.
Ooh, no, that is 269,000. I'm thinking Great John started over again.
Alien Crush, it's not. It might sound easy just from a casual look. Oh, get 5 million, but it is. Yeah, how hard could pinball be? But it's not. It is not a foregone conclusion to get across the 5 million boundary.
Alien Crush, you.
Yes, the Alien Crush. If you liked what you saw with Alien Crush, I've got good news for you. There's a whole series of Crush games by Naxat. And Alien Crush was the earliest in the series, so all the ones that came after usually benefited from more sophisticated programming. So
Alien Crush was a good foundation.
Oh yeah, no, I like all of them, to be honest.
Two deaths on this one stage for Oipo. I hope that is not something that proves problematic.
That is really rough. And also, if you look in the lower left-hand corner of Oipo's screen, you will see nothing, which means that they have no extra lives in reserve. So,
Cat has a super ship going on here.
Oipo. Okay, Oipo having to take a reset there on a game over.
So this is going to vault Cat into the lead for now.
Yes.
For those who are uninitiated, Glitch Witch is often referred to by her first name, which is Cat. So if you hear us mentioning Cat and you're like, hey, who is that? That's who we're talking about. So yeah, there was a question earlier in chat, and I wanted to address it real quick as far as what the goal is for this game. All of these runs are going to be any percent, which is just beat the game from beginning to end, with two exceptions, one of which was Alien Crush. That was the first game here, and then the other was going to be the next one after Galaga, which is Power Golf. You're just going to do 18 holes of that. So there's not like, I guess,
it's beating the game,
quote unquote ending, but other than that, with all of the other games are going to require them to be completed.
Great John is having a terrible time. He's streaming twice.
Yeah, he has.
So I haven't been checking. Alien Crush does allow you to nudge. It does have a tilt, so you can nudge too much and tilt, which would result in a forced drain, I believe, with no bonus. But I haven't seen him doing any nudging, so I'm wondering if that might be part of the equation here.
we're working through some frame drops here. Just be patient, folks.
Just like,
For those of you familiar with streaming, this is a thing that happens a lot.
and it looks like it's happening on the back end. Looks like Big John took another reset on Alien Crush.
Oh boy.
I've seen him play, PB attempts and multi-game races before. He is tenacious. He will persevere. I have faith.
He put in at least 6 or 7 game runs for this too, so he knows what he's doing. He could come back on a later game for sure.
And for those that haven't done these,
So significant advantage there.
that's true. Because Bonk, you can. I mean, I've done a few runs of Bonk. My times are not impressive at all. It is so easy to lose so much time on Bonk, even before you get to any sort of high level of optimization. But Great John has. He's got some optimization chops in Bonk. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Bonk should be a place where Great John will absolutely gain ground. I mean, but there's plenty of other opportunities for other competitors to be hung up, like Daikyu no Densetsu, Ninja Ryukenden.
Sure.
Yeah, and even the last game, even Rondo of Blood. I mean, that can be very unforgiving. So while this is a rough start for Great John, there's still plenty of race left. I would not count him out by any stretch.
And honestly, as we've already seen in Galaga, from my experience in Galaga, it all feels like you're doing fine until you take a single hit. Because you really want to keep your fully powered up ship through the entire game. The minute you lose it, especially if you lose it late in the game, you don't really have a lot of time to get it back. And that's where the hardest enemy patterns are. That's where you most want to just blaze through the entire squad of aliens without having to deal with them bombing you and everything else. So it's not a gimme. It's not your father's Galaga.
I give Eddie a lot of credit for organizing the game like he did, because after Galaga's tense, you're drained, you're emotionally fatigued, you get to play golf and relax for a bit.
Yeah, no, that's
recharge your batteries and go into JJ and
yeah. And that's a good observation, because in Power Golf, like, it's not fast to do it this way, but you could literally hold Turbo 1 and just hit the ball over and over again to go nowhere, and then give up every hole, and you will get to the end. Like, there is no way to game over in Power Golf. So, now I don't think we're going to see anybody do that, but that really takes the pressure off of, honestly, Galaga, to where the specter of death is always with you.
Yeah. Ooh, looks like Kat took a hit here, lost her powerful ship. Still has the double, though, so...
She's got a lot of lives, too.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
She seems to be doing okay so far. One other thing to note about Power Golf is typically, or about playing a golf game, is that typically the objective of playing golf is to get through it in as few strokes as possible. Now, in order to do this, it takes some time to size things up and calculate and all that stuff. You want to avoid, the rough, bunkers, things like that. Well, this is a speed run, so we don't care. If we're hitting every shot into the rough, that's fine, because as long as it's getting us closer to the hole and we're just blazing through it, you don't worry about, hitting it into traps. You just want to get through these 18 holes ASAP and move on to the next game.
Yeah.
Golf runs are fascinating to me, just for that very reason. You can take 30 seconds, line up your putt, line up your chip, or you can just 3-putt the hole in 10 seconds.
Yeah, I'll definitely have more to say once the runners get to Power Golf, but absolutely everything that was just said. It's a really interesting way to think about the game of golf. And also, Power Golf is relatively light on animations and fanfares and such. So it's a little bit more straightforward in that regard, in terms of like avoiding time losses. Honestly, for really good performance, other golf games have that as a significant part of the run. Power Golf, it eases up on that. You know,
I noticed Foot Switch was in the bonus stage, and she took some time to kill some enemies. Why would you think so?
oh, there is a reason. So,
Okay.
so
All
we just got word from our production, our head of production enemy. We're gonna restart the video feed. It's gonna go blank for a little bit. We're gonna try to get those frames back. So bear with us, please. But what was it? Oh, I think it was Cheese asked a question why he saw Cat shooting some of the bonus stage ships, but not all of them and not none of them. And that is so I can only speculate as to why she did it, but if you shoot all of the bonus stage ships, then you will get a bonus for 100%ing them. And that takes time. So you don't want to get the 100% bonus. But if you shoot none of the ships, you get a pacifist bonus. That also takes time.
Okay.
So
So
the way I always did it was I would shoot a single ship out of every bonus stage.
And you think in a race setting, getting points might be beneficial because you get extra lives at some point, right?
Maybe that is a good call. But that does require that you 100% the bonus stages.
Fair enough.
The early bonus stages, especially with the hyper-powered ship, are pretty straightforward. The later bonus stages, I'm not with the super-powered ship. They aren't super hard, but it's real easy to miss like a single ship, and then you've lost that 100% bonus. So. But beyond that, there's no, as far as I could tell, there was no lag or anything in the bonus stages, so there's no other way to save or lose time on the bonus stages. So
We briefly saw Great John is still struggling with Alien Crush.
yeah, you hate to see it. But the video, at least for me, the frames look back. I see a couple of people in chat commenting that the frames look good. So thank you, enemy, for getting the old Streamatron working nice and smooth again.
And thank you, chat, for understanding and taking it easy on us.
Thank you
For those of you that have ever done restreaming before, I think you will understand. For those of you that have not, it is a very, very delicate process. So expecting perfection is unreasonable, in my opinion. So, and especially, and that's when you're restreaming one person, like for a marathon. He's restreaming 3 people here. That is very brave. So again, thank you, enemy, for your help and for doing this. And again, thank you, chat, for working with us there.
Just a lot of moving pieces. Not all of them are under control, but it's looking good for right now. So let's enjoy it together.
Yeah. So as far as kind of an update of what's going on here, yes, Oipo did game over on Galaga. He did have to start over. Kat seems to be, I don't hope this isn't a commentary curse, but Kat seems to be cruising along here. She has not game overed yet, and everything looks good there. Meanwhile, Great John is still laboring through Alien Crush. I'm sure he will be very happy to not see a pinball again after this is finally over for him. Yo, GFX Ambassador, thank you very much for the 500 bits. Much appreciated.
Excellent. So if Great John could get that bonus stage right, it would rocket him up pretty close to 5 million, but you think trouble with everything so far. It's unfortunate.
So one thing we haven't talked about in Galaga, but that Chat almost are already seen here, is that there are two kinds of stages in Galaga. There's your more traditional from the original arcade release, to where, you know, you're just sort of in space, a whole stage worth of enemies file into an armada up top, you kill them all, and then it repeats. But the big new thing here are these scrolling stages. So, you know, you scroll for a bit, you've got some lone enemies, you got rocks, and such, and then every so often you will stop and you'll play a level of more traditional Galaga, except instead of all the enemies filing in, they all just warp in all at once and start attacking. So, and at the end of this, or at the top of this scroller, there's like a boss, and they're all just like extra big versions of the enemies, the Galaga enemies you know and love. So.
And even though she lost it near the end of that last formation, you see how she lost another ship. But you see how quickly that the triple ship just cuts through all those groups of enemies.
This is the final boss, correct?
I don't know if it's the final or not, but it is a boss. And you can see here with the single shooter, it is really, really dicey. Yeah.
It's just tough to get yourself centered under. Oh, but she did it. She has destroyed the boss. 100,000 points. That's a lot.
Oh, and I believe that's it, because her extra ships got counted up, which means it's the end of the game. Yep, and she is on. She is on to the links. Well-earned rest. It's a power golf. Oh,
yeah.
There are 3 golfers. But I'll tell you something. The lady golfer that cat picked immediately. That is currently the run selection, and that is because, and it's going to sound weird, the swing meter most consistently swings slow for her, so you can get good accuracy. But when I say slow, I don't mean like, oh, it's really slow, you can be really accurate. No, I mean like slow enough to have any feeling of control whatsoever. The other 2 golfers have swing meters that move so fast. So fast.
I have done some attempts on the 3rd golfer, the older man. He is impossible.
Yeah, so
He hits the ball so far, and you can clear some of the out-of-bounds shots we'll see later. But my goodness, he is impossible to control.
Yeah, it is. It's an experience, but you know, maybe somebody comes along and figures out how to harness the extra driving distance of one of the other golfers, shaves off a few strokes, which does save some time, and see where they go.
Okay.
If someone were to learn this game right now, you could pick any character you wanted to and learn their character.
Great John got over 4 million in Alien Crush, and unfortunately gamed over again.
Oh no!
Oh my goodness.
So towards the strats we're talking about, there is one thing in Power Golf that you do not want to do, because it is just a time miss, and that is you do not ever want to hit the ball out of bounds. Because when you hit it out of bounds, it takes, well, one, it plays a little ditty. It shames you for your poor marksmanship, and then it places the ball back where you shot it from. It does not advance the ball at all. So OB, not good. But water hazards are completely abusable, and I believe that's what you're going to see when we get to the more aquatic levels, is that the players are basically going, for the most part, they're going to ignore the fact that the water's there at all. They're just going to shoot as far as they can, so long as they have a line, a path of the ball that crosses over land at all, so that when it does hit the water, the ball is advanced significantly, and they just keep on going.
That was a good 6x bonus collection for
Just about to say that got him about 600,000 points.
didn't have quite the eyes open, but
Yeah, there's a delicate balance on the eyes. You don't want to cash in without a whole lot of eyes in, because you just don't get that many points. But too much, you'll get your cadence of redemption off, and you risk a eye reset before you cross 5 million. But
Yeah. I gotta say, Cadence of Redemption sounds like a Castlevania game.
yeah.
it's, oh no, I signed an NDA not to talk about the next Castlevania. I'm in trouble.
Yeah, you violated your NDA.
Oh, that was a bad dream.
Oh no.
So it was a drain, but my goodness, that launched him over 2 million points. But again, as we've seen with Great John here, having the extra balls are precious. So hopefully, that was a double-edged sword, certainly.
Got a lot of points, but did reset all the bonus meters as well.
It
Yeah,
does.
that is the minus. Grains and Alien Crush do reset all the accumulators. Not always the case on all video pinball. It's sort of interesting to see which ones chose which design concepts for scoring.
Cat's already on full 5. Nice relaxing time on the golf course.
Yeah. So here we've got this veritable sea of out of bounds, and you got to make it over. Oh,
Here is where
Oh no, it sticks in there. There is no bounce out of there. Uh-oh. Another drain for John. What does the bonus bring him? That's not really going to cut it. He's got to essentially get the other half of his score here on this ball, lest he do another reset on this.
yeah, I think I worked it out at one point that the maximum possible bonus redemption you can get without a colored ball from coming out of a bonus stage, I think it was like 2.6 million or 2.4 million. But that's with everything maxed out,
Yeah, you have to really set that up.
which of course guarantees the eye counter reset. So, but you know he's sticking with it.
he was doing a pretty good job of clearing out the bonus stage, too.
Yeah, the crush bonus stages are sort of notorious for if you finish them, they give a decent point payout. But if you don't finish them and just collect, some points in them, the points you get sort of on the by and by are not. Yeah, it's not a lot.
Meanwhile, I just happened to be looking up at Oipo's screen, and I saw a boss for a couple seconds, and then I didn't. He made extremely quick work of it. And again, that is the power of that triple ship.
Yeah, you can also, if you can, there's a little bit of manipulation you can do. It's more like a stun lock on the boss. If you can get them over to the side and be hitting them on one side, and they'll just sort of get wedged against the side. And then in the face of this turbo graphics, turbo fire, they don't last long.
Yeah. Oh, and that's something we should mention, especially for those folks that might not be familiar with the TurboGrafx 16 console itself. The stock controllers that came with the console had turbo switches. In fact, it was a variable setting turbo switch for what are the 2 and 1 buttons, which for those of you who are familiar with an NES controller are essentially equivalent to the B and A buttons. Now, there was a slower turbo and a faster turbo. Like I said, there were 2 settings there. So that was available to anybody that played these games. Now, when it comes to speed running, for all of the TurboGrafx 16 speedrunning communities that I am aware of, using turbo in speedruns is allowed because it is something that was intended by by the developer of the system as a default. Oh, wait a minute. I see a big bonus coming up here for Big John. Yes, there it is. 5 million. He is done.
Oh,
Alrighty.
well
So
done.
Finally move on now to Galaga88. GG, Great John.
Sticking with it. That's the name of the game.
Sticking with it. So
You've
anyway,
got to stick with it.
so to finish that thought, because it was intended by the developer of the system to have Turbo available to everyone, we make it available to speedrunners in kind. So, whereas on just about every other console, that typically is not the case. Now, I know there are some games, and this is something that's come up a lot in, especially like RPGs that last, several hours and require, many of those, much of that time is spent mashing through text boxes. Doing that can be extremely fatiguing over the course of one run. So, so there are separate categories that are made for Turbo, but there is no such separation on leaderboards for TurboGrafx 16 games.
It makes sense because Turbo is native to the console, like you said.
You can also see it, especially in the later games. You'll see games to where actually, like, you can't. It's not that it's forbidden to play with Turbo. It's just like it's unwise to play with Turbo because you need to be able to hold an input for one move and tap the input for other moves. So.
Turbo, just turbo press the button for you.
Right. So I believe a Magical Chase is probably the best example of that. That you double tap the button to use your items. You hold the button to fire. So Turbo's just right out.
Yeah.
Cat doing a good example of 2 or 3 putting a hole rather than lining up a good shot and taking some time. Just power through, putt the ball, and keep going.
Yep.
He's on hole 11.
The grain on the greens can be pretty challenging at times. Specifically, and unfortunately, there are times to where the resolution of how finely you can aim, the position of your ball, and the grain between you and the hole, as far as I can tell, there are some shots that actually end up being impossible to one putt. You just have to do one and then do the other one, and that's partly because, and don't know if it's really coming through on Cat's run so far, is the hitbox on the hole is pretty small. It is not a forgiving. It's not a forgiving golf game hole in that regard. You gotta hit it sort of right in the center.
Things I found interesting about Power Golf is the shot selection. It does not auto-caddy for you. Many golf games will kind of set you up on your next shot with the club they think is best. Like it'll auto put you on the 9-iron, it'll auto put you on the 3 wood. With Power Golf, you have to manually select all your shots. So that's a thing to keep in mind.
Yeah, not only is there no auto caddy, it also does not have any on-screen reference for the 5-iron. That I'd expect that to go about 150 yards. Nope, all you know is name of the club and how far you are from the pin, and you're a smart person. You can figure it out.
I didn't realize it doesn't give you the club distance.
Nope, just.
That's crazy. As someone who enjoys most golf games, that's crazy to me.
In my experience, it just meant that as a result, I just sort of internalized the 3 or 4 clubs. I only used 3 or 4 clubs, and I just sort of memorized what ranges they worked in. Right, as opposed to, other golf games to where, like, since you have that reference on screen and can quickly do your internal calculations, you'll just use whatever club fits the equation without having to actually think typically about, this was an 8-iron shot. It's just the club that had the right yardage.
Now to kind of come away from what's going on with the golf on Cat's screen, Great John, who is undoubtedly happy to see anything but a pinball table right now, is making pretty quick work of going through Galaga. Meanwhile, Oppo unfortunately has taken another game over in Galaga. So, despite Great John's, let's call a spade, mighty struggles in Alien Crush, he is now in second place.
Our Korean Galaga run will even increase the distance more.
Indeed.
He's got the power chip. He's got one extra life.
Yeah, and he is. He seems to be in fairly good shape now. Again, and we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. There's still plenty of Galaga left, certainly, but so far so good. Again, I think it's just the excitement of, oh hey, spaceships and not pinballs. the adrenaline is carrying him through here.
And that's
right over the green into the water.
So one thing you won't see in Power Golf, that you do see in some other console golfs, is exploiting giving up, which may sound weird. In some golf games, you can finish a hole faster if you just repeatedly take penalty shots until the game just says, you know what, just go to the next hole.
You got it.
Right, but
holes have a 3 or 4 over par limit. You hit that limit when you go on the next hole.
But for Power Golf, it has the concept of giving up, but it as far as I can tell with all the holes, it is always slower than just playing the hole well. So it's an option for finishing, but it's not a fast option.
If you shoot your first, shot 2 shots out of bounds, would you recommend just finishing the rest of your shots out of bounds, or actually try to finish?
It's a trade-off. I mean, I put it this way, especially in a race situation, I'd probably say if I got to like maybe 8 strokes in, and I'm not putting, at that point I'd say fine, just hold turbo. But I don't know. That's a good question. I've never raced Power Golf. But the counterpoint is you should, and maybe that's the real strategy there, is to know which holes give you trouble enough to know on any given run when you should consider just
make one mistake, just keep going.
Right, just like fine, OB. And that is the fastest way to give up on a hole, is to get, and it's challenging. It takes a totally different skill. Is get your ball very close to out of bounds, and then rapidly hit it out of bounds over and over again to get the fastest accumulation of penalty strokes, so you can give up quickly.
Cat is on the 18th hole. She's hit 2 out of bounds shots already. looks like turbo out of bounds Cat is.
Oh, she's doing it.
Just keep whacking it into the trees. It's
You
holding.
know that
This is
we
when
did.
the power golfer would be beneficial.
Yes.
Yeah.
Clear that out of the bounce patch.
I want to say maybe once, with the strongest possible tailwind, have I been able to get it over the out of bounds with the female golfer, and it was not on a run. It was just like practicing. So you have to lay up. But honestly, here, this seems like a fine strategy to wrap this up, is to say, you know what, I'm going to take a mental break.
Yeah.
Also, you'll notice here,
Glorious
shot
way to
15.
But
Shot 15.
give up,
And I think
move on.
I think that's why give up strats don't work in Power Golf, because it forces you to go to shot 16 before you give up.
Yeah, that's a lot. In
Yeah,
other golf games, you only have to hit 3 or 4 over par. This is like
Right.
triple par. So.
Alrighty.
Oh boy.
So now we have AJ and Jeff.
What can you say about this game?
Oh.
It's a platformer.
It's agreed. It's a
It's called the
game.
TurboGrafx 16.
So
You
I'm
have a
sure
choice of characters. One of them is named JJ. The other one is named Jeff.
They are functionally identical, I believe.
they are. So to back up a little bit, so this is made by Hudson Soft. And if you're looking at this game and ignore the stylish the spectacled protagonist, you're probably noticing there's fruit. There's an energy bar that is decrementing slowly but steadily. And you might say, wait, Hudson, fruit, energy bar, platforming. Is this Adventure Island? And the answer is like it's definitely got some Adventure Island vibes. The entirety of the game feels like it's played on ice. It's as if they just forgot to turn off ice physics for everything. And I don't think there's an ice level either.
It had several bizarre mechanics we'll get into.
Yeah. There is a high jump and a regular jump. There's kicking. You can attack at any moment. There are 2 attacks. One is a kick that hardly goes anywhere at all. And there is a spray can.
Yeah. Now the kick is necessary to advance in certain areas where you will need to kick. Sometimes it is a invisible and not readily apparent area of the screen in order to make a platform appear or to obtain a key that you need to get to a future section. So like there, she had to kick that sign in order to make that platform appear. So that is a thing in this video game.
I wanted to like this game, but it is just so frustrating.
It is intensely frustrating. See, so far we've mostly focused on what I would call like the superficial elements of difficulty, and that's not to say that they aren't actually difficult. They are very difficult by themselves. What you haven't seen and what you will see in the later levels is Kaizo levels of contempt for the player. Yeah.
Yes. Meanwhile, over here on Great John's screen, he's still motoring along, but now he is down to his single ship. So,
looks like he allowed himself to get captured. He's gonna try to arm back up. So, and I gotta be honest, that is from the place in the game he is. This is the right move, even though he is quote sacrificing extra lives.
That is certainly a risk-reward play as well.
Also, to take a moment to appreciate the backgrounds on Galaga.
Yeah.
Galaga 88. They took some time, and also almost all of the backgrounds are references to other Namco games.
Oh, really?
The hexagonal sort of Tinker Toy looking space station. That's a reference to Bosconian. I'm not sure where the sort of spindly space station reference comes from. It may have just been a spindly space station, but nice to see them referring to other games and not just Galaga. And as I see here, Slab has mentioned, yes, JJ and Jeff did not start life as JJ and Jeff. It started life as Kato-chan and Ken-chan, who are two Japanese comedic celebrities. And they had a video game made about them. And this was the video game.
Meanwhile, we see Kat here finding Warp Zone, going from 1-4 to 3-1. Very, very crafty of her.
So,
and I applaud her, because the less of JJ and Jeff that you have to play, the better. So I do not fault her for this at all.
But did you know? See, there are forward warp zones. There are also backward warp zones.
Yeah.
There are forward warp zones that warp you past the key that you need to beat a level. So you will have to warp backwards or game over and continue.
This game has so many questionable design choices.
Yes, it's contemptuous. It is audacious.
I believe in practice, Great John found a warp from 6-1 to 1-1.
Yes. The game over warp.
Incredible.
Yes, that is. It's. So I know what you're all thinking, chat. You're saying, you've sold me. I want to play this game. It. I'll be honest. Yes, for everything we've said is accurate, but you know, I at least find it still has. It has a charm. I enjoy playing it in small doses, but.
I wanted to like it so badly.
Yeah, but go in with open eyes. Don't this isn't a game to pick up when you're already frustrated. Don't kick back. Don't kick back and relax with this game. You know, be in mind for, you know, I want a game that is disrespectful.
Meanwhile, I think Great John is on the final boss here, and boy,
Oh, not long.
Very
Triple
short work of
makes
it.
extremely quick work of it. We're counting up lives, and he is done. I believe that was a 1cc of Galaga for him. So, despite his troubles on Alien Crush, he made very quick work of Galaga and is going to be giving Kat a run for her money, certainly,
On to golf.
because he just goes through Power Golf, and then he will be on to JJ and Jeff in just a few minutes.
And he's
putting in a lot of work this whole month on the Turbo 10, so it's good to see that pay off.
Yeah, these are not. These games are not easy, and you know, even though we, you know, sort of joke about Power Golf being, you know, hey, you know, you can't game over, you could do anything, but if you don't want to lose time on Power Golf, it requires a good amount of learning to get a feel for the mechanics to execute all of the holes in a speedy manner.
Even with a relaxed swing meter on the female golfer, the game is still hard to control.
Yes, it is.
Slice the hook a lot when you shoot.
Yeah, you can at
John
any lapse of attention, you will shank the ball. But
the cat just definitely avoided a spring there. I believe that was a wrong warp to
yes. Yeah, the warps in general, from my recollection, I'll admit, I have not played the entirety of this game, despite a mighty attempt. Yeah, there are warps. There are warps that look like springs. There are also warps that look like pits, and honestly, like both of them are equally painful and trolly because one time I was doing relatively well. I lost my footing and fell into a pit, but instead of dying, I was rewarded with a warp that was not good in any way. So.
I'll say it again. I want to like that game so much. But there's so many questionable design choices in it. It's infuriating.
I believe Oipo might just be kind of taking a breather here. Galaga has proved to be quite the challenge, so maybe just trying to collect himself before, because he got pretty far in that last attempt. So I don't blame him for wanting to kind of Cat almost making it through that Kaizo section.
Almost.
Because fire is instant death.
You may have noticed so far in JJ and Jeff, there are like doors and things that look like shops and restrooms, the like. So some of those, there are stores, and the money you're collecting is not just for show. You can purchase things, but generally speaking, like the thing that you're purchasing is, or at least one of the things you can purchase is an extended life meter, which does absolutely nothing for the many insta-kill opportunities you have. So I just took it as a...
This is the last level, right?
6-4? I can't remember. Was this 6 or 8 levels, worlds total? Okay, a bird came and whispered into our ears that 6 is indeed the last world, and this is the last level.
She made very short work of this game. I'm impressed.
Yeah, no, Cat has put in a pretty sizable amount of time on JJ and Jeff. She knows the trolley parts. It doesn't make it free, but I'm quite confident that she will grind her way through this level. This, honestly, out of all the games, I would say this would be the most difficult to play completely blind.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay. And we see. Yeah, I do notice I do not see the key icon on Kat's screen. So at some point she needs to get the key. Don't know if that's going to be needing to go backwards or.
I believe
maybe
most of the keys are in the third area of the world of each world.
Right, but she's not. See, it's hard to tell. It may be that she's merely trying to progress far enough in this stage to be able to warp back. I know there are since there are forward warps that will warp you past the key. Every stage 4 has a backward warp to get you back far enough to get the key. But you got to get there. Get there. Nothing is free in JJ and Jeff.
Yeah, the Kinsey brings up a good point in chat. Cat knows the trolley parts like the entire game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Meanwhile, we have confirmation that Oipo is just about ready to get back to this. He will continue to give it a go.
Oipo took a short break on Galaga, just, kind of recentered.
And it's it's going to take a while to get through all these games anyway. Honestly, a smart move. If you know you need the break, you need to recenter your focus, just like shake it out a little bit. Do it. It'll pay off. It'll pay off on these later games, and especially knowing that. I mean, Oipo's got to know that JJ and Jeff is waiting just a couple of games later. You can't.
It looms large.
Yes.
And I mean, and we're seeing it here with Kat. I mean, yeah, some of this stuff is Kaizo territory, and then you just try to jump out to get a power up, and then all of a sudden your momentum just throws you way further than you ever intended.
Yeah, generally speaking, taking damage in JJ and Jeff is not advantageous. I know there may be just a couple of places to where it works, but generally speaking, if you're in the middle of a big jump and get hit, it's not going to help you make that big jump.
Yeah, it's bad.
So,
it's bad.
Lore-wise, in JJ and Jeff, you're detectives. You work for a detective agency. So I was always curious to see your partner in the level trying to, throw cans and detriment your progress. It doesn't make any sense.
I think it really. I think it plays to the tone of the Kato and Ken television series, which was really like a variety show. They would dress up as different characters and generally do sort of like dumb stuff. It wasn't necessarily highbrow comedy. They often were, not necessarily trying to work with each other, working against each other as characters. So. I think that's
transfers over into the game.
Right, that's why, sure, they're detectives trying to solve a case together, but they can't help themselves. They're going to try to set each other up for practical jokes.
Yeah.
And in this game, yeah, it's not, I'll put it this way. If you remember, Three Stooges sketches where, the Three Stooges were charged with a very important task, but they were nothing about them was setting themselves up for a good result. So that's my best comparison here.
Yeah. To your point about the highbrow humor that is kind of a theme for these folks, it is worth noting that one of the things from which you can take damage in this game is poop.
Very true. Very true.
And I'll tell you one thing. The spray cans you see them employing in the U.S. version, there are still vapors in the Japanese version, but they do not emanate from a can.
No.
And you must turn around to use them. So there you go. It's the full Kato-chan and Ken-chan experience right there.
Cat found the warp back to 6-3.
There we go.
Okay.
The key she needs and do 6-4 all over again.
She's back on track for completion.
Those jump
Oh, the dino. So those dino heads are... they're a good example of you gotta memorize where they are. Because you can just be running full bore. And if you do that, and you just go headlong into one of those, and they make a good sound when they come up to, it's gonna hit you. It's an instant death.
Nice. Ooh, one up there. Also, shout outs to Lat Mackey. Thank you very much for 7 months of support. If we could get some retro wins in chat for him, I'd appreciate that.
Lat Mackey, a stalwart of the TurboGrafx speedrunning community. So thank you for the support. Yeah.
I hope you're doing well, Lat.
Yeah, Lat. And Lat also no stranger to Power Golf. He's been known to hit the power links.
Powerful.
The most powerful golf.
Great John's trucking through. He's on hole 12.
Yeah, just
Cat takes the game over, but she's still on 6-3, so no big loss there.
And just a note, if it isn't already painfully obvious, JJ and Jeff does have infinite continues, and thank goodness.
Yeah.
But you do have to enter. I believe you have to hold 1 and 2 when you hit the run button from the title screen. If you don't, if you accidentally just hit run, congratulations, you're starting over. So don't do that.
Be careful with your inputs.
Yeah, just when you take the game over, just pause, recenter yourself, and then resolutely hold both 1 and 2 before you hit run. Just take the extra quarter second to make sure you're holding all those buttons real nice.
Alrighty. Oipo has made it through that first boss there in Galaga. He's moving on to stage 11.
With the double shift. Always nice.
With the double shift, yes. And 2 extra lives to boot, so not doing too bad here. Hopefully this is the run.
We're all rooting for you, Oipo.
There's still plenty of race left.
Oh, absolutely.
Is. And this is it's a great example. I've seen it in previous races. Well, one, it's not all about the order. You gotta go for the completion. But 2, you never know what's gonna happen, both for your future games, but also the other competitors' future races. Stick with it.
Look at this race. Great John spent 40 minutes on pinball. Now he's on golf.
Absolutely true.
Almost on JJ and Jeff.
So you gotta have the mental fortitude to just at some point you shake it off, say it's fine. Got plenty of games out in front of me.
Nice.
Let's get back in the saddle.
Cutting back to Great John on a beautiful putt attempt to get close to the hole.
I can see now on Kat's screen, now that she has rejoined us, you do see that key icon in the upper right-hand corner of the screen. This means she can complete the final stage of this world. So she is... Oh no! She warped back to 6-2! Oh no!
But she still has the key.
But she does have the key. This is true. This is true.
So we need to hold on to that key.
Oh, this game is so brutal.
Oh no, Oipo just. Oh.
Oh,
Oh,
Oh yeah. Oh no, Oh, and
there is roughness going on
yeah,
all
no.
around here.
Oipo had one more life, but and I understand completely at that point. Just say no, I'm not. The prospects for this run completing are now very, very low. Just
save the time.
start back over.
He said, yeah.
Yeah, this game is very much about momentum. Where if you lose it, it's a very oh no, oh no.
Can't reset.
Oh no, did she not? Oh, she might not have done the continue code.
That's huge.
Oh no.
Oh, folks, this is the kind of thing that can happen. And with that, it is worth pointing out, Great John is on the green on hole 17. He is one hole away from starting over.
Oh, and Kat chimed in chat to explain. She says she has never played 6-2 in her life.
And she opted to start over.
But and we already saw it. World 6 was the trolliest of the worlds, and faced with the prospect of learning a new level live versus going back through the path that you already know, even though it is difficult. And also, I'm sure, fully knowing that even if she restarted, she would still have a slim lead over Great John.
Yeah.
Well, got to do that.
Meanwhile, Great John made a beautiful layup just on the inner edge of that out of bounds area on hole 18. And he looks like he is going to try to finish this the honorable way. And I tell you, if he gets into the next 2 or 3 chokes, he's doing this way faster than Cat did.
That was a very well played hole.
Oh, and just like that, he's still green.
Cheese,
right.
cheese.
Curse is strong today.
Cheese, please. Curse.
Curse is always strong.
So close.
CSXM is asking the platformer. The platformer is named JJ and Jeff. And, well, I think you've probably seen everything that you need to know about this game.
Yeah. And with that, JJ and Jeff is beginning over here on Great John's side. He is only one stage behind. Well, now I guess 2 stages now. She's completed 1 too, but 2 stages behind Cat now. So he has come roaring back here and is very much in contention in this race, even with still plenty of it to go.
Right. I am really curious. Based on Great John's, the other games I've seen, I've never seen Great John play JJ and Jeff, but I've seen him play a lot of other games. I'll be really curious to see, like, his performance here, because this game it benefits from a lot of practice, and I know Glitchwitch has also done a lot of practice on this. But what I would say is, from what you've already seen, Cat's performance so far, excluding the reset, it's still easy to die. A lot. So I would honestly say it could absolutely go either way right now. But
yeah, I watched Great John a lot this month during practice rounds. I believe he's beaten at least the first 6 games, and he knows Bonk like the back of his hand. So he's in great shape for this race.
Okay, so wow, I'll be honest, it was already exciting, but now
here we go.
It's basically neck and neck. It's on. And Oipo has made it to I believe that's either the first or second scroller. I think it's the second scroller. We've got the little balloon popcorn enemies. So.
Oh no, losing the power up there.
And lost the mega. You can get it back, and this early in the game, it's not unreasonable. Oh well. It's not unreasonable to try to get more, but then went down to a single, so that
it did go down to a single, and looking here in the race channel, it appears that Oipo has indeed forfeit.
Good effort.
Yeah, so
Galaga's a tough game.
Salute the effort. not easy games. But thank you for sticking with us up to this point. Yep, I see salutes in chat. Definitely a hearty salute to that effort. But Galaga being a gatekeeper there.
Yeah.
Claims another one. They gave me a lot of trouble on the blind reveal, even though I kind of knew what to do in Galaga. I mean, it's not a hard mechanical game, but man, it's tough.
Well, and the big one is like there are no continues, so like you're just never. There's never a good feeling of safety until it's in the can.
And while Oipo has indeed forfeit, I would say he's technically a winner because he is not forced to play JJ and Jeff today. So
honestly,
there is some merit to that.
Who truly?
Yeah. We're all winners in that regard.
Oh, but
we get to watch JJ and Jeff play.
Yeah, and and what an experience it is.
Yeah, and being quite gracious here in the race channel, wishing Glitch Witch and Great John best of luck with this list. So thank you, Oipo, for participating. We always appreciate having folks come on out here for these races. But this is a tough list, so there certainly is. I want to make it clear there is no shame in forfeiting. This is pretty tough here. So we don't blame.
And again, great sportsmanship here. So just hearty applause on that effort.
Hearty applause indeed, and it is worth noting that even if it was for a split second, both Great John and Kat were on 3-1 at the same time. So he is demonstrating that he knows what he's doing here. So I believe that this indeed will be, like I said before, he will be giving Kat a run for her money here.
Very exciting.
And despite the persistently icy physics, I will say, like from the time I spent playing it, it's always there. But you do eventually sort of get used to it. You can manage it. So yeah, that really tense here, and I imagine for Great John, he just got here, but I got to, I wonder. Does Kat now feel the pressure of knowing that Great John is just a few steps behind? They are both in 3-1 right now.
NeoCAD, this game has both warps that benefit you by flinging you forward and warps that will fling you backwards. Very challenging.
And the warps are not all. Most of the warps are not your friendly Super Mario Bros. 1 warp zone where you conveniently see where you're going and choose. No, there are warps at the bottom of pits, warps on springs. They just look like pits and springs. So it's quite the game.
It is quite the game. Is just a nice PC statement to make about JJ and Jeff.
I've used up all my other expensive adjectives. I've said it's disrespectful.
Starting on 1-1 again. I did not see the circumstances that led to this, but
what happened?
It is now official. Great John has taken the lead.
All the way back from that 40-minute pinball.
Wow. And we're only on game number 4, folks. There's 6 full games after this that need to be played.
Plenty of time for another dramatic change, or several
Absolutely.
dramatic changes. Ooh, very strange jump there by Glitch Witch.
Oh, I will say, I don't know that any of the other games. That I won't say. There are certainly other games past this that are difficult, but I don't think any of the games after this are nearly as trolly.
I would agree. I think the rest of the games on this list, maybe minus Kadash, control well. Like you're not gonna accidentally fall in a pit or something like you will with JJ and Jeff. I found Kadash to be a little confusing.
No, Kadash. I would say, yeah, playing Kadash blind is pretty rough because there is it's got like an RPG element sort of going on. There is some very light non-linearity. You need to know where to go, what items. There's a little bit of light puzzle solving, just in the form of you need this item before you go here. But once you know that, it becomes much more about the execution, much less about the what do I do next. And also just in general, like, you're not going to fall into a pit and then suddenly be faced with a level that you've never played before in Kadash. Which, if we hadn't been watching JJ and Jeff for the last, half hour, you would say, Bald Nate, why would you even say that? That's just obvious about video games. But here we are.
But here we are.
Why?
Why would that be a thing?
What do you mean being surprised by a level you've never played?
Yes, for the continue on JJ and Jeff, you need to hit select and run together or something like that, right?
Oh, is it selected? I forget.
I've already forgotten. It is a
No, I think
combination press before you continue.
Yeah, I think it's just 1 and 2
1 and 2 together.
plus run.
Yeah, so
And,
start with the console, so
Yeah, don't do that. Though also, and this is a place to where Turbo can do you dirty. Make sure you don't have Turbo turned on while you're holding that 1 and 2 and hitting run, because you might hit run on the frame to where they're off. So just, it's one of those things. Why do I even talk of video games? They're not going to change. Cooler.
So many turbo straps I never would have thought of.
It's and honestly, I think Turbo being a thing in TurboGrafx speedrunning is interesting, because you really get to see it peels away some of the layers of, oh, Turbo, in some games, and rightfully so, it says, oh, you can't use Turbo, it trivializes the game, and that's true. But in a circumstance to where it doesn't trivialize games, you start to see the cost of Turbo, having to, where to use it wisely, places to where you absolutely should not use it, and I don't know, I find it to be an interesting little wrinkle in the TurboGrafx speedrunning scene. Understanding Turbo.
Yeah, and this is probably something we will see employed by Great John once he gets to Bonk's Adventure, is that optimal speedrunning of that game requires switching back and forth between turbo and non-turbo, as you're going through these levels. So it is indeed a viable speedrun strategy when used properly, and I'm looking forward to seeing him get to Bonk's Adventure, because I'm sure that will be something that will be on display.
Oh yeah, no, Bonk's so much technical execution in Bonk, and it'll be interesting to see.
He's having some trouble on 6.4, but he doesn't have the key, so he will have to work back to 6.3 for that.
Yeah.
So, question in chat: what is after JJ and Jeff? As if we are going to be seeing this for the rest of the stream. If they, once they are able to get through JJ and Jeff, we will have Ninja Ryukenden coming up after this, which, as I said in the introduction, will probably look much familiar to most of you as Ninja Gaiden for the NES. Alright, so here we go. Great John has found his warp back to 6.3. He will get his key, and then hopefully complete this level without going back to 6.2, like Kat did. Complete this level, get through 6.4, and then I believe that is GG for him, and we'll watch him go from a suited detective to a ninja.
Quite the change.
Quite.
That's the beauty of this 10-game race. You get to see a lot of different genres, a lot of different things that TurboGrafx can do.
And I think that's one of the great things about this race, is that it really is going to be a showcase of a lot of the really cool stuff that most people aren't aware of on the TurboGrafx 16. So shout outs to the maker of the list for this race. Ah, there's the key. All he needs to do is just get through this level, and then if he can just stay on 6-4 and then eventually complete it, then Great John will be in great shape.
That was a very tricky jump. I'm gonna pause for a second to get his timing right. On that angel in the water, I'm not sure what that enemy is, but you jump on it and progress. A lot of strange enemies in JJ and Jeff. Look like a cherub of some sort.
There's definitely a while we've talked about the localization changes that were performed on this game, I would say like they're relatively light. A lot of the material is just sort of still there, and part of the reason it may not make sense is cultural, but honestly I think some of it it's that kind of zany humor. Like there isn't necessarily a good explanation for why it is the way it is.
Very cheeky jump by Great John over there to use the springboard to get just over that dinosaur.
Watch out for this fire now.
Yeah, that fire does not look friendly. Oh, and he's made it through 6-3 with the key.
That was tense.
That certainly was.
You're in business.
And Cat trucking along in 3-2 in the dungeon.
Cat knows the route. She won't
Yep.
be behind too long.
And honestly, watching her play through this level, definitely seasoned hand at working through everything.
This 10 list for the full run is very difficult for sure.
We saw Great John intentionally take a game over there. Very smart, because now this will give him 2 lives. There are checkpoints in these levels, so if he does happen to die after reaching a checkpoint, he won't have to do the first part of the level again. So, smart play by him.
That fire section looks very clean when you do it correctly.
Very nice execution on the B fire hop.
Oh, and then
Oh, and then the eagle thrown.
Birds are jerks, confirmed. Doesn't
But he
matter
has
what
hit
game.
that checkpoint here. You see he's right here into this Kaizo fire avoiding section, and then hits that boing over the dinosaur. Perfect. Did it again.
No trouble with the birds this time.
Okay, hit the elevator. That's definitely a checkpoint. Hey, Oipo, our other competitor in this race, 2-month subscription. Thank you very much for that. Some retro wins in chat for that, please. You know, I'm holding my breath watching Great John over here, knowing that, I mean, he is on the precipice of getting through this game. But
close.
Sometimes these backward warps that just jump out without warning could really level this playing field. As we see Kat here on 6-4 as well. Now, it should be noted, she does not have the key yet, so she'll need to go back to 6-3 and get it, and then complete that level. So, it's not as close as it may appear. But it, I mean, obviously, this does not mean that this race is out of hand by any stretch.
With the warp route, you will warp to 6-4, but the key is in 6-3, so you have to go through almost all of 6-4 and then warp back to 6-3, beat 6-3, and then go through all of 6-4 again. It's brutal.
And we see how unforgiving 6-4 is, as it has caused Great John to game over and start now from the beginning of this particular level.
He does keep the key, which is huge. Ooh.
Oh, ah.
Slips through those bees for a second and lands on the fire.
Well, he takes damage, but he gets over that dinosaur. Well done.
Cat is just found the warp to 6-3. She'll go
There
pick
we
up
go.
her key. Believe she may take an intentional game over here. Yep. Oh no, maybe not. Looks like she was trying to jump into the birds to kill herself, but she's progressing. Ooh, Arborelia says there's a key skip in this game. And Cat knows how to do it.
Oh man, jumping into the pit there. But yeah, the way that trying to control your momentum, especially mid-air in this game, the way that works is it doesn't work actually. It's
Well said.
It's extremely difficult.
John with another game over. Back to the start of 6-4.
So while these are
Cat has the key.
while this isn't really setting him back all that far, it is buying more time for Kat to get caught up here, though. Now we see she does have the key, so all she needs to do is just get through 6-3, and as soon as she does that, then she will essentially be right. Her and Great John will be neck and neck.
The drama. These jumps are so nervous. They get me every time.
I know. Like I said, I hold my breath when I see him doing this. Alrighty, on. He is on to the second part of 6-4, and he has 3 lives to boot. Taking a few seconds just to gather himself, it would appear. Alright, let's
That
go.
dog picked up a chunk of time.
Let's do this. Yeah, dog takes out half his life off the jump,
and
and the
Ness,
dinosaur finishes the deal.
and Ness Jr. finishes him off.
Ness Jr., that's right, thank you. Ooh, let's...
He's back at this double nest section where he's had trouble the past couple runs. See if he can progress.
There you go, probability distribution. I know that the formatting there is not the greatest, but there is your list of games. We are currently on game number 4 of JJ and Jeff. Next will be Ninja Ryukenden, and then another 5 games after that.
Stick around. It'll be an exciting afternoon. Or evening or morning, wherever you are. Because every jump is scary, lad. Every jump is scary. Great John progressing pretty far, though. He's past that section that's been giving him trouble. Past these secret agents.
Oh,
Gets a health
Okay.
refill. I
the
believe
health
he's at the
refill.
boss.
okay,
He's at the boss.
here we go. Boss. Taking a
Yo-yo
face
scratch.
punch.
Go into
Come on,
the...
Great John.
He's got it.
He's got it. There it
He
is.
got it. Kick to the face. Great John, first to progress to Ninja Raikuden.
Alrighty. So for those of you that have seen enough of JJ and Jeff, great news.
Another Hudson Soft game. That was a very clean, very excellent final boss fight.
Indeed.
With the warps, you don't see any of the other fights, but all the bosses kind of look like that. It's a great sprite work. I always like that sprite. That giant bald guy.
Alrighty, so on to On to Ninja Ryukenden, which, like we have said before, is more familiar to a lot of people as Ninja Gaiden for the NES. You're going to see some funky scrolling there in the background, kind of that parallax deal. So that will take an adjustment to the eyeballs for that. So fair warning there. But we see Great John getting through the first level with relative ease. Just throwing that pinwheel shuriken at the boss, and he is done. Oh, speaking of boss, Cat on the boss here, up 6-4. Come on, Cat, get through. Oh no, taking a rock to the face. Come on, kick him, kick him a bunch more.
Couple more hits. Couple more hits.
Oh, Cat, do it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Woohoo!
Ooh, Cat right behind on Ninja
yeah.
Ryukenden.
Phew.
What a race.
Yeah, we don't need to see the ending for Jay. We've seen enough JJ and Jeff. Yeah. We'll YouTube the ending if we really want to see it.
Spoiler alert: they found the person they were hired to find.
Ah, very good. Okay.
I don't know who that person was or how significant she was, but she was missing and she was found.
JJ and or Jeff have done their job. And now we have ninjas.
I believe one of the key differences you'll see in the TurboGrafx 16 version versus the NES version is you're not going to see a lot of the spin slash attack. That usually one hit KO bosses or enemies. You're not going to see that too much in the TurboGrafx run.
Yeah,
it's just a difference.
There is no bzzzt for those who might be familiar with
exactly.
Ninja Gaiden Speedrunner Extraordinaire Arcus. There will be no bzzzt going on here.
I believe the level designs are very similar, if not the same. I am not a Ninja Gaiden player. But I do watch Arcus play a lot, so...
Yes, Kinsey, hence the warning that we gave earlier. It is
it's rough. It's a little jarring.
It's questionable. Oh no! Even
Great
with
John.
the fire shield, takes the bounce off that enemy and into the pit.
I have been a victim to that one. The fire shield, for whatever reason, just doesn't get that enemy for that jump.
What is it with fire shields and ninja games?
Fire shields and ninja games on the TurboGrafx.
It's always a lie.
Yep.
Alrighty, well, made it through that time very wisely, just hesitating oh so slightly to give that enemy some time to move to the left and get through. Meanwhile, you've got this sickle throwing witch here who looks rather trolly in its own right.
This level caused me to give up on the blind race. This is as far as I got.
It's
I remember this. I remember this one giving me hits as well. So there we go.
Yeah, it certainly brings all of the trolley difficulty of the NES version. So pretty authentic.
Good use of the napalm there. Cat just one stage behind, starting off this section with the trolley sickle throwing ninjas.
So I was out there for a second. Have y'all talked about the incredible parallax backgrounds?
Oh yes, we have.
Yes.
Okay.
Not only have we talked about it, we have warned folks about it.
Yeah, it's
Great, John.
It's something. Making short work of that boss.
Yeah, making that boss look pretty easy. So, Kat hesitating there as well. She knew what to expect. Very smart of her. And she is on to this next part of the stage.
The backwards D-boost into the pit. Great John just kind of taking his time in this water section. Does not want to fall into the water. Got to make those precise jumps. And he's cleared. Cat also making good use of that fire throwing weapon, clearing out those ninjas pretty easily. And making short work of the boss. Oh, almost. Does not seem too challenging.
Cat sneaking 3 hits there per cycle. And just going to tank some damage here, and should be one more hit. There it is. Alright. Cat done with stage 2 in its entirety.
Oh, great John.
Oh!
Great John flirting with disaster there.
Yeah, but you could tell
Makes it
Great
into the
John
boss.
knew what to expect there and mitigated it pretty well. I remember doing the blind race there and dying there many times. Meanwhile, Pinwheel Shuriken putting in work here against the boss.
Very good boss pattern for Great John. He knows what to do there.
Absolutely.
The boss screen backgrounds are just excellent. Love the attention to detail in there and the little animations, lava flowing in.
Yeah.
Almost makes up for the unfortunate main stage backgrounds.
The parallax.
Yeah, the parallax is just...
It's showing off what the TG16 can do. What a technical marvel.
But it's interesting because out of all, I mean, I've played a fair number of TurboGrafx 16 games. This is the only game I've seen that has like this.
Maybe they
So,
realized their mistake.
I can't tell if it was like an audacious choice they were trying to push it, or if it was just the result of a rushed schedule. But everything else about it seems to be like very, really thoughtful. The sprites are delightful. Music's not bad.
It's kind of an abrupt transition from
that was
4-1 to
strange.
4-2.
Oh, it looks like a warp or something.
Yeah, I thought maybe his game like locked up for a second.
Well, you missed the, of course, as speedrunners are wont to do, skip the cinematic, but that's one of the classic Ninja Gaiden cinematics. Scope out the big old castle built into the mountain.
Meanwhile, Cat clutching out that boss by the skin of her teeth, getting through. Excellent work by her. So she will be done with stage 3 and on to stage 4.
Speed
John,
slivers
great
of
Great
health.
John is very low
Yeah,
on health
well,
here.
Great John, in pretty rough shape here, making use of that ninja starter. Ooh, just avoided that last enemy, and now is on to 4-3. That is good news for him.
Hit here and he'll just restart 4-3.
Yeah.
Yep,
I couldn't tell if that was accidental or not, but
yeah.
in either case, sound.
Looks like one of those second grade dioramas, Mickey. You kind of make a shoebox diorama and have the crank for the background. I can definitely see that.
Though on 4-3, the background, like the little moving bubbles, those seem fine.
There's not a lot of them on screen.
So
Maybe
it brings
that's-
up a whole new line of questioning, like, why are there these, like, rolling bubbles in the background?
I mean, to be fair, the world of Ninja Gaiden is it's already pretty weird, so I feel like that just sort of is like,
Oh, the knockback.
demons and statues and shadow worlds.
So we are down to a 2-player race, and it is pretty close to neck and neck. Anybody's game still. Plenty of race to go.
Yeah, these two racers have definitely been hanging with each other pretty well throughout this Ninja Ryukenden. So nobody has seemed to
Been no
show any
colossal
separation
yeah.
from the other.
no colossal mistakes and no missed execution. Really, it's been very clean on both players.
And it's really stands out that of all games, Ninja Ryukenden, not typically known as an easy, straightforward, non-trolly game, feels positively straightforward and forgiving compared to JJ and Jeff. So,
Yeah. Meanwhile, we see Great John doing a pretty good job of taking out that boss. You saw waited until the two of those kind of goblin things came together and used that pinwheel shuriken. He's been using that extensively on these boss fights to great effect, and being able to kind of double up the damage that he was doing there. So he is now on to stage 5 and is certainly in the lead here.
Oh.
just for reference, apologies if this has been mentioned already. This game does not have the spin slash bug that the NES version has, so
Yes.
the boss fights are not. There's
You're not
no
gonna
trivial way to
fucking
get through the boss fights.
Yes.
No bzzzt.
There will be no buzz.
Yeah, no biz allowed.
Ooh, man, those
John,
damage
those
boosts
jumps,
are just.
yeah.
I mean,
The knockback.
we thought we were through that in JJ and Jeff, but
The range on the shuriken is very strong against the boss fights. You can kind of do some dodging while the shuriken is being fired and get out of the way. Still get some hits in.
oh
Great
god,
jump.
every time you damage boost in the air, you just you just hold your breath.
Flirting with the pit multiple
Oh
times,
my
but
goodness, yes.
Clench.
made it.
And pits are not things with which you should flirt.
Yes, no,
Yeah,
do
no
not.
pit warps in this game.
Yeah, oh, at least, yeah. Thank goodness for that. Alrighty. On to 5-2. Meanwhile, Kat's still working her way through stage 4.
I've always loved the
Gonna be
feeling
much for it.
of stage 5-2. Like it's cliffs, it's ledges, like you're climbing up something that should not be climbed up anymore.
Forbidden path to the castle.
Yeah. Yet it is heavily fortified.
Oh. And Ninja takes death on the ground there, as opposed to falling
And
instantly to its doom.
I believe that's a
Meanwhile-
TurboGrafx exclusive. They have animation of the ninja lying down.
They do, yes.
That's
Meanwhile, Kat has made her way through the boss of stage 4 and will be on to stage 5, just like Great John. These two are keeping pace pretty well.
very good twin statues fight.
Yeah, I noticed Kat did not have the pinwheel there. She had that the flame, the throwing flame there, but she also did not have any info. So she did that pretty much just with sword only, and made it look pretty easy. So well done by her.
Indeed.
Oh, we've got the drop.
Ooh.
John, oh no. John very
Oh,
carefully
man.
trying to navigate it, but
Couldn't quite save it.
oh, that's okay. He makes
There
it
we
through.
go.
What a
Holding
section.
my breath.
I mean, yeah.
Watch out for this bird. Okay. Oh no, birds are jerks. Especially in Ninja. Or you can then.
And look, oh man, there is so much stuff going on in the background of 5-3. There's chains, there's, I don't know, scrubbing bubbles.
Purple blobs. Nerds. It's a nerd factory, guys.
Yeah, it's this is where they're produced. Oh. Oh,
Yeah, I gotta increase the blueberry production stat.
While the chains are going down, the chains are lowering something. What are they?
Maybe the chains are operating the clear containers you can see through in the background with all the purple goop in it.
Oh, maybe that's it. Like we just don't see the return path on the chains. It's
one way.
Oh no! Oh, John, why did you do that?
What happened?
He just ran off the edge. I don't know. See, I'm not going to accuse him of doing this, but I know I've occasionally gotten confused as to where I was supposed to go next.
There was a ladder, right? Interesting.
There was a ladder.
Yeah.
It's possible. I did know it did look like he was low on health. Maybe he. Oh, you know what it is? I know that. I don't know if it's the case in this version, but there are places to where the weapon you want is only early in the stage before a checkpoint, and therefore you have to make a choice whether you want to proceed in the level
Strategic.
with a bad situation or to die before you get to that checkpoint to try again. So
Cat found
I
a
guess that's what
very
he was doing.
cheeky way to get through there, climbing all the way up to the top of the wall, and then just bouncing off to the right and landing on the edge of that platform. That took way less effort than what Great John did to get to the same place. The hot
with
drop.
that, they are in the same level now.
Indeed. Oh no, and
Both.
John taken to death. That's gonna get Cat even closer. Oh my goodness, yeah. In fact, is Cat now ahead? I think she may be.
She might be, but yeah, honestly, until one of them gets into 5-4, I would just as soon say that it's a dead heat.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Oh, actually, you know what? No, they are basically a screen apart right now, I think. Oh, maybe not. No, he's Great John, I think, still has a little to go there.
Great John has reached the summoning circle.
Ah, okay, so Great John is indeed in the lead. Bloody Master. And just like we've seen him do throughout, he's going to use that pinwheel as much as he can and sort his way through the rest. And Great John has finished stage 5 now. But with Cat hot on his heels.
It was some great usage, just, real solid usage of taking the hit, immediately coming over, getting the sword strikes in, and just out-racing Bloody Moth.
Alrighty, so here we go. Cat about to engage the Bloody Master as well. I don't know how to say Bloody Master in Japanese, but that's what was on her screen. But she is basically just going to tank damage, slice him up with the sword, and she is through stage 5 now officially. Man, this is good. This is really good. I mean, it's worth noting that for all the struggles that all the other racers have had on the other games, both of them have been doing very well getting through this game.
So yeah, much like the NES version, this game definitely favors just like a knowledge of the levels where the enemies spawn.
Yeah.
Not to say it's easy, but go in knowing that, having your game plan in front of you, you can make some good steady progress.
Yeah. John taking the boost into the pit there. But he was already on
the same
6-2,
stage.
so And Cat just entering 6-2. I mean, they are a handful of seconds apart at this point.
And
Ooh, but
John doing some fancy
getting
footwork
caught in
avoiding
it.
these dogs.
Yeah, getting caught in a wash of damage there. Oh my goodness. They're in sync. They are synced. Folks. Look at this. This is outstanding.
Sync hype.
Oh my goodness. Oh boy. Alrighty, Great John making a great climb. Cat, oh no, taking a death, unfortunately. So that sync no more. Great John is going to be
The dancing imp got her.
Does it feel hot in here to you guys? It maybe it's just the level. It's feeling pretty hot.
A little spicy, maybe. This race is a little spicy.
Ooh, Great John taking a death there too.
I mean, I guess the cult leader got a great deal on this lair. It was built in an old blast furnace.
Oh, Cat taking a game over as well. Boy, they are just trading a rather small lead just back and forth on this game.
And this is I would say this is the classic very end of the game Ninja Gaiden experience.
Yes.
Death comes easy, and you may have to play the last level through a few times.
That was a beautiful pinwheel throw there by Cat, just clearing through everything that was in her way.
Can't believe how close this is.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Yeah, the sync that we had there for, I want to say maybe about like 15 or so seconds was outstanding. Oh, Great John, very smart there, waiting for that enemy to cycle through so that he didn't get boosted into the pit. Make it safely onto this next part of 6-2.
Some very tense slashing from some very small platforms to where if you mistime your slash, you're getting hit and you're getting knocked into the pit. So
I see a door here. On to 6-3 for Great John. First one to reach that. So he now has a checkpoint advantage, which, as we can see in this 6-2, is probably pretty significant because this has both of our runners have game overed in here, so it is clearly a challenge.
And we'll see that John has 2 lives in the tank, but almost no health left. And there it is.
This background is jarring.
It's something else. Maybe we're at the precipice of the demon dimension. There's some sort of optical phasing going on.
You know what? You might not be wrong there.
This wasn't a defect. It was done on purpose.
No. Meanwhile, Kat has made her way to 6-3. John, very good. Oh, foregoing the pinwheel, which has done him so well against the bosses. Oh, but getting another one right there. Getting it? No?
Nope. Still
Pete.
In this
case,
maybe
you want the fire wheel.
I think
he wants the fire wheel for... Oh, but he gets it anyway. Okay, well...
He just couldn't get around it.
Make the most of it.
Didn't have the jukes.
Yeah, for the
A
bosses...
game over there. So Cat game over there, but fortunately had already reached 6-3, so that doesn't set her back too much. Meanwhile, it looks like Great John has his fire wheel back, so...
There's a fire
so all's
pickup
well that ends
moments
well, I
later.
guess.
Moments later, another fire pickup.
And I respect his attempt to try to get around the pinwheel that he did not want to pick up. Also, I really like this black and white effect while the hourglass is going on. It's very artistic.
Just run straight.
Here we are.
Clear the stage.
The final miniature boss rush has begun.
Gotta shoot the orb.
We see why he wanted that fire wheel. He can just stand right there and just wail away at that green orb in the middle of the screen, which is what is taking the damage here.
Yep, the caped spiky dude is just it's just a distraction.
Alrighty, and there it is.
Well done.
Oh, that's not it.
Well
Orb
done on that first
destruction.
boss.
This is done.
Two more phases, I believe. Yep.
Father.
Fortunately, he gets a health refill. That's kind of nice.
That's very forgiving for this sort of game.
Yes. But he has
But
no
no
ninpo,
ninpo.
so this is going to have to be sword only.
Yep. But so far, doing a laudable job of manipulating the flames.
Yeah, he's got an excellent pattern and manipulation going here.
Yeah, nice, steady strategy here.
2 hits
Gotta
every,
respect that.
every jump. Slow and steady. It'll
then,
whittle it down.
RTA is, often about higher risk, high reward, but on race day, you can go for that if you want to, but good,
Sometimes
steady execution pays off a lot.
Sometimes the
There it
marathon
is. Second
racetracks
phase down.
are the right ones.
Okay, let's see some shrimp in chat. Y'all ready for shrimp cocktail?
Get your shrimps out.
Oh,
Wow, that is
Quite the shrimp.
quite
well,
the
this
shrimp.
doesn't have shrimp. This has oyster crackers.
Yeah. Alrighty. That is clearly the spot.
Yeah, Great John's found a pixel to stand on.
And he
he
has,
wraps it
and
up.
there it is.
Excellent fight.
GG to Great John on finishing Ninja Ryukenden.
Big Mike says this is more of a shrump. Yeah, it's pretty weird in its own way terrifying.
Meanwhile, we rejoin Kat. She has just finished stage 2 of the boss again.
Right behind John.
On his heels.
Okay, let's see some oyster crackers in chat.
Yeah, so everyone with your abundant oyster cracker emotes from your favorite streamers.
Curious to see
This
if
is-
Pat goes for that same pixel. She seems like she's got one she likes on this side.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like there's just a little bit of half manipulation, half just playing the hand that you're dealt.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, looking good.
It's gonna be close.
Ooh.
Ooh. Ooh. Okay, she's taking the lead
Oh.
on. Oh, and there it is. She's done it as
Got it.
well.
Clutches it out.
Oh wow, this is good stuff. Alrighty, so in the
Valkyrie.
meanwhile, Great John is, and Kat soon will be, playing game number 6 of the 10, which is Valkyrie no Densetsu. And it is about a Valkyrie that shoots a bunch of crap out of her sword and hops around.
The hopping is key.
And yeah,
I was actually introduced to this game by Glitch Wish, so
aha.
know she's familiar with it, but there's a good number of people on this leaderboard now, so it's not doesn't seem quite like the secret that it once felt to be.
It looks excellent. I don't know too much about it, but it looks excellent.
It's delightful. It's got wonderful animations and graphic design. It's got pretty good mechanics. Now it does have these aerial jumps. So
Oof.
on any of these platform jumps, you can miss it, you will fall off, and you'll be taken to taken back to completely terra firma. So those little moving platforms, those don't count as checkpoints for falling off.
We have legally not tri-hex.
Yeah.
Not quite. Only two heads there.
Binex.
Yeah, bi-hex.
Yeah, leave the inspiration. Talk to me, enemy. Alrighty, so it appears that Great John and Glitch Witch have taken rather divergent paths here.
This will be very interesting.
Yeah, so this might make it a challenge, saved from, if the game over, to determine who is in the quote-unquote lead. But perhaps they will reconverge at one point, and that will make it a little easier for us.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of divergence here. I believe all of the forks, so to speak, reconvene within the stage. So.
Got it.
But there's certainly a concept of items and upgrades you can get. That'll change the dynamics a little bit, but just in terms of knowing who is farther into the game, it should be relatively straightforward. But
if I may interject for everyone, not just for you guys, so what Kat did was actually go out of her way and get a couple extra weapons as part of her movement through this first stage here. And the weapons that you get beyond your pea shooter have limited ammo. Now, that doesn't tell you this anywhere in the game. You have to look at the booklet that comes with your ROM. Which, that wouldn't be the case in most cases. But yeah, there's a finite number of weapon energy that you have for each weapon. And she also got that twin magic that you see her put into use here on the boss.
Oh yeah, sure do.
That's a nice weapon, but it's actually a little bit slower than if you just go all in on shooting with your turbo. But I mean, if that's how Glitch Witch is familiar with the game, then obviously you don't want to mess around with that on race day. But yeah, it looks like Great John here is trying to minimize his weapon swaps, which becomes advantageous towards the end of the game, so you can maximize your high damage weaponry on the final boss rush. So we'll see how it all shakes out. But that's kind of what we're seeing in the early goings here. And you see, them go into the item shop here at the start of stage 2. You saw John do that, and Glitch Witch is doing that as well, picking up an item, which again, she'll be able to use. You don't get to select your weapons either. She has a cache of weapons right now, but she's still on that first one that she picked up. So it's real wacky how that works. It's not clear at all from a casual standpoint. Our racer should know how it is. She actually just picked up a homing shot, so that'll be her third weapon in her queue. Meanwhile, Great John is taking care of the tree boss, so he'll be on to stage 3.
How do you switch weapons?
It worked.
Yeah. You switch weapons actually just by running out of the previous weapon.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's impractical.
I mean, you can go to your pause menu and see which weapons you have on your list, but you can't switch between them. You can switch between your magic, so that's nice. You don't have to pick one magic throughout the game, although only one of them is really the one you want to use. Oh, and it looks like that might actually be a death for Glitch Witch. I think at this point she'll have an extra life, so she'll be able to respawn right there after having a little conversation with God. I guess. Yeah,
Par for the course.
So get your RG lavas out in chat, as what I'm seeing here on Great John's side. He's contending with the hot stuff.
Magma-chan lives again.
Yeah, Magma-chan, Lava-chan. Yeah.
Lava-chan.
Oh, and I should point out as well, this game was never officially released on the TurboGrafx. This is actually a Japanese exclusive game, but there is a wonderful translated ROM for this, which I felt was beneficial to the runners, especially if anyone was playing this game blind, which we obviously did for our blind reveal race a little while back. So there are questions that have to be answered at different points in the game, and if you don't know Japanese, you can get sent back to the start of the stage. which obviously is disadvantageous in a race setting. So we wanted to do right by the racers and give them a little bit of an easier run with the US, the English version.
There's a little JJ and Jeff in all of this.
Just a smidge. If you're playing the TurboGrafx, you want the TurboGrafx experience, don't you? So you got to get a little JJ and Jeff in there, and you gotta mix in some of those other trolley bits. But fun fact, just so everyone knows, the TurboGrafx Mini recently was finally widespread released in the U.S. Due to all the COVID-19 stuff, they had shut down production in China of the consoles. So the hardware was delayed for quite a while. And as luck would have it, they kicked into production right before this race started a couple weeks back here in May. And I know our European friends are still not seeing them. I apologize, Mo and others. But meanwhile, as John is taking on the lava monster here, boss. Just have to avoid these little lava shots so he doesn't lose time. But this is actually a surprisingly easy boss for as gigantic as it looks. But all of these games on today's list actually come from the TurboGrafx/PC Engine mini console. So if you like these games, if you want to see what JJ and Jeff's all about for yourself, say, oh, that game didn't look so hard, and you want to be proven wrong, then you can go get the TurboGrafx Mini or the PC Engine Mini and see just how terrible that game is for different players, because that game is brutal.
And this game is on the PCE Engine.
All of the games are on all of the 3 versions of the mini console, which is really cool. Yeah. So whatever form factor you like, you can get. I personally got the TurboGrafx Mini because I have a PC Engine Duo myself, so I wanted the alternate format for myself. But yeah, any way you want to go, you get all of the games that are on the console, which I think is something like 53 games. And it's a pretty good cross-section of games from the PC Engine and the TurboGrafx. There's a couple notable exceptions, but I'm really happy with the games that are on there in general. So there's one of the questions that John had to answer right there, I believe. That's one of the questions that can change, and that doesn't send you back to the start of the stage if you get it incorrect. That one just will take away a full heart of damage. That's the only enemy in the game that can take away a full heart of damage when it does damage to you. The rest of every other time you take damage will only do 1/2 heart of damage. But if you get the question wrong, that's a full heart. You got to pay attention.
Knowledge is power.
That's right, yeah. Fun fact, you actually have to walk over this hole right here. It's not just a cutscene and then you move on to the stage that Kat's starting right now. So if you're ever playing the game casually and the Japanese version and you're just jumping around waiting to see what the heck's happening, that's why nothing's happening. You have to actually walk to the hole.
I love that catapult animation.
Yeah, that fake mode 7, right?
To the section. Yeah, that's fantastic.
Ooh. 16.
Nothing quite like catapult travel.
John is hanging on by a thread here. He's got some health restore coming up, but he's got to get past these totally not dark nuts. This game has a lot of Zelda influence to it. First, I mean, obviously you're playing as Zelda instead of you're just wondering what if Zelda was a girl. So that's quite kind of cool. You play as a female protagonist, but you also have, she holds up the sword when she gets a big treasure item, and you got the top-down perspective, but then you also see some enemy designs that take some cues from the Legend of Zelda series. The gameplay is quite a bit different. It's a lot more action-oriented, and you can jump, but there is a little bit of that Zelda flavor to it, which I think is neat.
It looks like you move slightly faster when you're jumping.
You do, yeah. You want to be doing your turbo. This is one of the rare games where turbo jump is advantageous because, as you pointed out, the jumping it does move you faster. So you just want to be alternating turbo jumps for normal travel, and then for when you need to do a big jump, you want to switch it off. And I can't tell you how many times playing this game I've put it on level 2 turbo instead of level 1, which is non-turbo, and tried to do a jump, and then nope, it's a little baby tiny jump, and then you fall into a pit and have to go all the way back. So that stinks when that happens.
I think that would get me in any TurboGrafx game.
Yeah, it's definitely a learning curve with this game in particular, and all of our racers as well are I believe using the turbo feature for their shots. It looks like actually Cat may not be right now. It looks like it's on, but that's a helpful thing too, because your fire rate's a little bit higher than it otherwise would be.
Save some of the mashing.
That's right. So what John's done here is he's actually taken a very specific route to set his weaponry up in an advantageous way. Again, he's very cognizant of that as he gets later on in the game. He collected the wide beam, which is what you see him using here. Then he purchased a drill beam, which is the end game weapon that we want to use. And then he went and also picked up an additional drill beam. So he set them up in such a way where he's going to go through his wide beam, go through another wide beam, and then hopefully, if everything works out with his weapon usage, going to switch over to those drill beams during the final boss rush. So he'll be doing maximum damage. Now the drill beams, because they do more damage, do have less ammo. They have 120 shots per item rather than 160. And as you see, here's the jumps being nasty. And once you get off on your timing on these jumps, it's very easy to try to be rushing and making up, and then, oh no, the platform just moved slightly out of range, and then you're in bad shape. But he manages to sort it out and get on to the next antlion here, I guess it would be. What you think, Vonnie? I mean, you're the expert on antlions here. Would you call this an antlion?
I think it's safe to say, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I always like to call them sandworms, because I'm a big Beetlejuice fan, but they're not really wormy as much.
Wormy part is underneath the sand.
Yeah, there you go.
It's like a Sarlacc pit.
Now you got to be careful with these flames. They will come and attack you. Oh, I guarantee he's going to. Oh, he did not. I was wrong. So yeah, you can very easily still take damage after you hit that door checkpoint because the flames will still come up and nail you while you're transitioning to the next screen. Load of junk. Little bit of BS in this game like that.
Glitch attacking from the lava?
Yeah, it looks like she just went into the lava. She may have actually gone around and collected the purple powder. If you mix the blue powder and the red powder, it gives you purple, which allows you to stay in the lava without taking damage. I know she was taking a little bit of alternate routing, so I think that might have been her strategy for that stage.
I'm very intrigued by this game.
Yeah, this is a cool game. I really like this game. Oh, and a game over for John. That's interesting. I would have thought he would have had some extra lives here, but it looks like not. So that really stinks because now, in fact, and I will switch this over, Glitchwitch is taking the lead, ladies and gentlemen. Just barely. Oh, nope. There we go. Let's switch to that audio. And switch so we get both racers back on. Uh-oh, we have audio duplication. Hang on, that... Uh-oh.
Oh.
Let's just try to deactivate this audio. I don't know. Okay.
If one wanted to learn this game,
Now we're at a
any
point
other
where
game
there's a
on
lot of
the
paths
Turbo
in this
10
level,
list,
and
what
I
would be a
do
good
not.
starting point.
I guess,
Where would one go?
That's a good question. I mean, it's a pretty straightforward run. The only thing I think would be confusing would be... I don't know why we don't have audio on John now. I apologize, everyone. We'll try to get it sorted. It's a pretty straightforward game with the exception of not knowing how the weapon swapping works. So if you were to just follow a run of the game, I think you would more or less make it out okay. It can be a little bit daunting at first to, especially in the later part of the game, to make it through some of the nastiness that you see from the final bosses and the stretch leading up to the final boss rush because they throw a ton of enemies at you. Fortunately, they throw so many that you can despawn a few of them, but but you might not realize that as you go. So if you're stopping and killing stuff, that could get you in trouble there.
I want to point out again that we virtually have them synced up again. I want to say Cat is...
That's right.
No more than 2 seconds behind.
Very, very close behind, Vanya. That's exactly right.
Excellent.
Again, we're efforting to sort this audio out here. Okay, let's check out Glitchwitch's screen here for a moment, and we'll try to sort John. Oh, did that fix it somehow? Well, sort of. Ay. Now everyone's in second place. Here, I'm going to try to fix this, but I apologize in advance if this breaks the stream, because this what I'm going to do does not work great on my computer. Hold your breath, everyone.
Here, while that's happening, Jesus was also asking, is like, yeah, how can you learn about the runs for all of these games? And I would say, for a lot of these games, I don't believe there are tutorials, but all of these games do have leaderboards on speedrun.com, so definitely worth going over there, checking the runs out, maybe ask questions on the forums, and see what it's about.
I mean, I'm happy to answer any questions about this particular game. This is one of the two that I really know quite well. So if anyone has any questions about this, please just, DM me, ping me in RGL Discord or whatever, whatever makes it easiest for you. I'll see that more likely than the forum. So there's that.
Speaking of Discord, we do have a TurboGrafx 16 speedrunning Discord that's dedicated to that. What's also really cool about that is because a lot of the hardware for the TurboGrafx 16/PC engine is not in the greatest supply, purchasing the right things that you need can be somewhat tricky. We have a channel in there that's specifically called Buying Guide, and for those that might not be as knowledgeable about what they should buy, what are good deals, so on and so forth, there are plenty of people who are in there that do know what is good and what is not so good. So asking questions in there is very much worth your while to make sure that you're, not getting ripped off, so on and so forth. So that's another recommendation I would make there.
Excellent information on that Discord.
Yeah, looks like we are going through some frame issues again, but this too shall pass, so please be patient, folks. We will hopefully get you a nice, smooth race stream here momentarily. There we go, and it appears we have done just that. Appears that Great John is in a little bit of a lead here. We just saw him finish up this boss that the cat is currently engaging.
We are working.
It appears
we're working to restore the frame issues, so if we lose video for a little bit, please bear with us. Oh, and Glitchwitch answers the question wrong from the quiz master.
All right, there we go. Here we have the Frozen Thunderbird. This boss is obnoxious because not only do you have to use this magic in order to do damage to it, but you have to be up on those little risers, those little ice platforms in order to hit them. Otherwise, you'll be too low. You'll be on the ground, and you won't be able to do damage at all. Which, again, in the Japanese version, not very obvious. I mean, it's not really obvious in the US version. I guess maybe there's some enemy or some NPC that tells you that, but yeah, that's what you see going on here. This is the one magic that we typically use in the speedrun, the tornado magic, and Great John has picked up a flame adapter for that, and it only works for this boss. It only applies here, but as you can see, pretty effective and gets the job done.
And the animation of the Valkyrie spinning around in the tornado is just delightful.
Yeah, ain't it great? It looked like Glitchwitch was just a little bit off of the crack there that she needed to hit. You have to hit one of the 3 cracks to do damage to that wall. All right. Yes, the nice ice flows. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Ice. It's been a theme throughout the race today. Ice physics. And no exception here. So John taking that very slowly the second time around. Fortunately, he fell off of the first platform. You can very easily fall off the last platform and have to do that whole section again, which just takes a big chunk out of your time there. So he's been cursed by that first little moblin fella. He has no magic right now. And he's got to wait for these worms to finish spawning before he can leave this area. So all he's going to do, he's just going to take a damage boost to go past the little the trolls here and jump into this restorative lake right here. And as you see, his magic energy is back. He's good to go.
Just like in real life.
That's what I do, yes. So now he's going to actually kill these worms, otherwise the area will not progress because he's got to rescue this little girl. I don't know if that's the same girl from the beginning of the game. Who knows? The Japanese version is not as clear on that. So you gotta be careful about these blue flames. They will charge, and sometimes, so they're supposed to do a little brief charge, and then stop. Sometimes, however, they're out for absolute blood. They will not be satiated until they murder you. And they will just go across the entire screen and keep following you until the ends of the earth. So that's he's trying to avoid that. And that looked like one of them right there where he stopped and again cut back to get John. And now he's just swarmed by him. So it looks like he's actually going a little bit of a slower route here, going down and to the right. And boy, he is in the middle of a scrum right here. Holy cow. And as you see, not only are you taking damage there, but then you also have the delay in that really long on-fire animation, which is no good. You want to avoid that as well. All right. The time of decision for Great John. So is he going to choose strength, knowledge, or neither? If you choose neither, you have to start the stage over again. If you choose knowledge, you have to do a series of sliding block puzzles, which take a long time. If you do what he chose, which was strength, just watch. Their Galaga skills are paying off here, folks. Oh no, he missed some. Whatever will he do? John taking the bold strategy of standing in one spot on the first platform, and as you can see, it pays off dividends. It works just fine. It's a little bit slower than if you go after the spawn points, but whatever. Like, a little bit slower, that's it. And he's fine, and he's through it. They do not ask very much of you on the strength path, which is great. So, John is ready to go over to our final stage now. You see Glitchwitch having a little bit of struggle to get out of this pit. That does occur sometimes. Sometimes the jumping just does not get up and out the way you want it to of those pits. So this is interesting. He's going in here, and I don't know if he's going to... It looks like he maybe... Excuse me, goodness. Got an extra wide beam there, which will be added on to the end of his item lineup hopefully that will not come into play. As versatile as this weapon is that he's currently using, which is the wide beam, it's not a great weapon for the boss fight or the final boss rush because it does not have piercing, and as you can see, it only goes a little bit in front of the player. So you really want a long distance shot, which you're going to get from the drill bit that he's going to be switching over to probably later on in the stage if all goes according to plan. So what John's trying to do right now, this is kind of a reprise of the very first mini boss that we saw in the game, where he had to defeat the lead character, the lead bad guy, in order to get rid of all of them. And it looked like it took him a little bit of time to find that one, so he took a bit of damage there. I don't know if he's acquired another extra life here. That is all score-based, and you will hear a chime when you get an extra life, but sometimes it gets eaten by other sound effects that are in the game, so we may have just missed that one. And it looks like John's following a very specific path, which is what you want to do through this section. You see he's not trying to engage too many enemies. He's going to hit the flames if they give chase because, again, the animation, when they hit you, it takes so long. So if he could do this antlion fight without taking damage, he's going to get a health refill. It won't refill him all the way, but it'll get him up to a pretty good spot. And he does manage to take no damage, so that's good. He's in much better shape now. And you see he did a little mini jump there at first, had to cut the jump off and then switch over to no turbo for that jump to make it across that gap on those islands there. Yeah, sometimes pacifist strats are the fastest strats. That's certainly true in this game at times, but now he's coming up to a glut of enemies, which he's going to really see throughout the rest of the way. And it looks like he's actually taking... oh, no, he's just going to the north here and then going around. I thought he might go up those moving platforms above him there, but he did not, which is good. Oh, no! Oh, see, now, look at that little tiny spacing there. But he does manage to spawn right back on the log that he was on, since that was a stationary platform. Now, he's not going over to get the other health refill, which is very interesting to me, because his health is in a very precarious situation. Oh, and that's going to cost him right there. We'll see if he has the extra life. And he does. Okay, so that's very good news, because now he does not have to start this final stage over again. And there you see he just switched over to the drill bit. Now he has 2 of those, which means he'll have a total of 240 shots. But he does want to be somewhat judicious with those shots, just in case, you know, any of them start going astray. He does have 3 bosses he has to defeat here, so, you know, that's a little bit of work he has to put in.
Good old-fashioned boss rush.
Oh, yeah.
And a shadow fight.
Yes.
Excellent.
You want... Okay, she's actually given an excellent pattern right now where she's not shooting her fire at John. She's just kind of meandering slowly toward Valkyrie there. And there you see the drill bits make quick work of her. And now we have Camus version 1. And there you go. John's just firing at a distance here. You got to avoid the extendo arms. And then you want to be able to have your shots hit not only the enemy, but also there you see the fire, because there you see him take a damage. He might be on his last life here, so that's certainly a consideration, but also, you know, you lose time, again, with that really slow fire animation. So John's just now, you know, keeping his distance, you know, playing it safe, and just getting those shots off as many as he can. And that's form 1 of Camus down. So boss 2 done with. This is our final boss here, folks. This is Camus' final form. Yeah, you're the first to see me like this, and the last!
Good line.
Yeah, it's great. So the hitbox is somewhat more tricky here, and you cannot clear out the projectiles that this ball shoots. You just have to avoid them. So he can shoot either fire or lightning. Either way, you get the burning animation, so you want to avoid them both. The lightning is sometimes a little easier to avoid than the fire. Sometimes the fire gives you a great pattern, and it just goes away from you.
Fell into the chocolate milk there.
That's right, yeah. And he's got 4 hits left, basically. Whether he falls into the water, gets hit by the extendo arms, gets hit by the lightning. Oh, that lightning disappeared there. That was very advantageous for John. Okay, 3 hits. He's coming down to it. Oh, 2 hits left. Oh, no, 1 hit left. Oh, we're coming down the wire. He's so close. No! Come on, extra life. Oh. Yes, he's got an extra life. He's in good shape. Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
Let's go into zoom in here for John. See if we can catch the end of this. And as you see there, you get the full health and magic refill on a death. So that, in some ways, that's beneficial. Obviously, that slows him down, but he is in a lead position here, so it's not too bad to take that death. Taking a game over there would have been catastrophic. But he's avoided that to this point. Oh, and there you see the 240 shots are out, and now he's in a really disadvantageous position where he has to use that wide beam, and you see it just does not travel the same distance as a drill shot. Fortunately, he's done the glut of his damage already, but now he's got to get real up close and personal with Camus here. And he got the kill right as he was taking a hit from the lightning. He gets the final blow in, and then the corn cob comes down and cures all the water. I never really quite understood what the story was. Basically, they're healing the world, which is a really nice metaphor, especially at this time in our lives, I think. So, we can all enjoy. Yeah, let's hope for the corn cob of justice before too long here, as we move on to this wonderful Kadash. And I will bid you all adieu for the time being. Thank you for letting me interject. I do love this game very much. So, and I do love Kadash, but I'll leave you guys to it. So, best of luck, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Enemy, for dropping all of that Valkyrie Disensu knowledge. I'm sure you could all tell, Enemy has spent some quality time with this game, but now we see Kadash, and this is a good game. And you've already seen you've perhaps seen the most important speed tech choice in the game, maybe even before we switched over, and that is John picked the ninja. And the ninja is very fast, and as the ninja levels up, he gets even faster, and that's so important for the game.
I've been told this run is impossible if you don't play the ninja.
I don't know that I'd call it impossible, but ill-advised, certainly. There's also really good character designs in this game, in my opinion. There are these large humanoid pigs with clubs and these amalgamations of blobby bubbles that assault you. And
good sprite work all the way in this game.
And right on cue, we see the next piece of speed tech. You'll see John is doing a little dance with the edge of the screen, clearing out a whole bunch of these pigmen, and that is on purpose. This is useful experience grinding, and you can do this real fast. You see there, he just got a level raised. It just doesn't pause the action, just shows up in his status bar. He is going to grind himself up some levels to get stronger, but also to get faster. So,
meanwhile, Cat is on the final boss here.
Oh yes. Well, the penultimate form.
Yes, one of the finals.
And can we all take a moment to appreciate this? The final boss's bowl cut.
It's marvelous.
It's a strong stylistic choice. Complements the slinky arms.
Has exhausted her beam weapon, and now she has the drill, so she'll really start applying that damage here.
Yeah, just in time for the third phase too.
Really interesting design choice on this game. Oh, she's going into the final form. I just find it really interesting that they give a decent amount of screen real estate over to the life bar and the magic bar, but they don't show you the ammo counter for your weapon on the main screen. But yeah.
Ooh, drill has already been exhausted, so she will have to use this beam weapon from here on out. And I mean, what really makes that problematic is the range of the weapon. She's going to be right there in the range of this enemy's hands, and that can be rather dangerous, as we saw with Great John's fight.
Yeah, the lack of range and also the lack of piercing just It's not a great combination for this boss, but she's laying down some pretty good damage.
Yeah. She's finding some good opportunities here. Oh, takes a hit
I
there.
like I like that shock animation a lot. That's
Yeah,
cool. That is a quality hit animation.
this game is full of delightful animations. Also, she's doing a pretty good job of avoiding the rich chocolate Ovaltine. So
Take a drink. Not really.
yeah, don't it's a great taste, but it's not a good dunk. So
You heard it here first. Do not save an Ovaltine.
no two bones about it.
No two bones about it.
Oh, good Glitch Witch is a trooper, is hanging tough here. Oh, got to the three-way spread.
Third weapon.
Okay.
This
Seems
looks
more powerful than-
slightly better.
Yeah, this looks like a better situation.
Okay, yeah, we hear it. It's got better reach, and it also looks like it has a better angle, but it does do less damage than the wide beam. So a trade-off to be sure, but remember, you don't get to choose what weapon you're using directly. So you
Yeah.
just use you use what's on deck.
And at this point, anything that helps you survive and keep your distance, brilliant. And that's what you want.
And it seems like Kat has found the best strategy for the situation she's been given, which is
Oh.
bait the enemy to move towards the bottom of the screen and then come above it and apply damage from the sides and above to the head. So I believe that is going to be her best bet. But she's now down to only a heart and a half, so she has 2 hits to give before we know because we know she's already died here, so she will game over with the death. So this is pretty tense.
Ooh,
God,
some risky strats.
She took a lot of damage very quickly.
She is just flirting with danger.
But like for a boss like this, you don't want to play it too conservatively because you can still take damage trying to keep your range. Oh, and she closes it out.
There it is.
Oh, there she goes.
There it is.
Nicely.
Kadash.
And the corn cob of justice. Oh, never mind. We've reset. You know what happens.
But wait, it didn't touch the water. We're doomed. Too soon.
And great John doing a little shopping.
At level
There's
4. Some
there's
decent
items
items.
you can buy. Item and armor upgrades. But let's see what he does.
So what he's picked up there is the kunai, which is going to increase his damage output by a pretty noticeable amount.
Well, these are good enemies.
Maybe he didn't.
These rocks.
Rock avocados.
Oh no, I'm sorry. He did the triple shuriken.
Yeah. Ooh, medicinal herb was used.
The knockback from those spiders.
Oh wow.
Yeah, the knockback in this game is
Unreal.
Oh,
ridiculous. Oh, gotcha.
so yeah, dude. Great John was going for a skip. Didn't get it.
I didn't
Right,
realize that.
well, I suppose that means that just like that, Kat has now taken the lead.
We're going to see Kat do some level grinding real quick, probably up to level 3, and then move on to the shop. I think you take out the Great Worm as well before you get to the shop, or the blob fight before you get to the shop.
The Great Blob.
The Great Blob.
Great
Jello.
And I don't want to disappoint y'all, but I don't believe there are any antlions in this game. So
Time to riot.
but plenty of very charming fantasy creatures.
Yeah, and you can. I think that kind of speaks to something that I mentioned before, that this kind of feels like an arcade RPG. And actually it was. This was a game that you could play in the arcade, but it certainly has that, it very much has that arcade feel to it. Not
Yes.
only just in the play style, but just kind of in the enemy design and so on and so forth. So
Yeah. It's a really weird hybrid. N- it's a little bit unusual on a home console. It felt incredibly unusual as an arcade cabinet because, like, leveling up in an arcade game, making decisions, buying equipment, this pretty untraditional. But the arcade gameplay really does show through with the platforming and the movement, I would say. Oh, these spiders are giving Glitch Witch the business.
and as is traditional on RGLtv, there is lava to deal with as well. So
So much lava. Oh, here's the
Here's
big old blob.
big old blob.
It's more like a very large
collection of
very
small-
large assemblage of tiny blobs.
A large collection of small blobs. How well you came.
And there's another suspicious old man just conveniently waiting for you after the boss. How did he get there?
Well, I mean, maybe he got there and then the boss showed up and he was trapped.
That's just the sort of story he would tell. Oh no, I was trapped by the big blob moving so slowly. No, that old wizard was reading an ancient tome he should not have been. He summoned that big blob.
You know what? You might be onto something there.
I just love the lava effects and the shaking screen, the rocks falling everywhere. This game just positively choose the flavor.
Yeah, there's a lot of ambience. It's very nice. Very thematic.
Yeah.
Sets the tone.
Alrighty, great. John through the black pudding boss now, as well. Talking to the suspicious old man in here. And we'll enter the same town that Kat is just leaving, so
Very close.
almost had a high five of sorts, but Kat's still maintaining a lead here. Now you notice that Kat is just taking a bunch of damage all over the place. That's because she is underwater, and apparently just being underwater is enough to have you just take damage, apparently.
But she was loaded up on medicinal herb. Just plow through it.
Indeed.
Yeah, there is a top route you can take there, and there's an item later that you can get to let you go into the water without being damaged. But when you have all the health recovery, you can just sort of tank that and go take that shortcut.
I believe in classic video game fantasy tradition, you receive an item from a mermaid that allows you to navigate the underwater section damageless.
As mermaids are wont to do.
I mean, who else would you get it from? Would you get it from a suspicious-looking old man hiding behind a blob? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Alrighty, Kat making sure that she is completely full on medicinal herbs from these gnomes in this little cave here.
Great John in the water as well now. Going through this little skip. Having some trouble getting to there's a nice boost. You kind of want to. Oh, he's having some trouble with these D boosts in the water. Kind of going back and forth, ricocheting around. Almost as though he were a pinball.
Okay, so yeah, look. Looks like Cat is setting up, and I believe from previous discussions with Cat, don't think she's going for the spider boost. She's going to be playing this without that tactic. But she's taking this opportunity to do a little farming on these
This is a good
these rock dudes.
a good area to farm the rock avocados.
Yeah, rock quality rock avocados. Just, creamy and delicious on the outside, but that rind,
It'll get you.
it's no joke.
So what the spider skip does, I believe, is it puts you on a ledge that you're not supposed to get on. It's like a sequence break. It bounces you up to a ledge you're not supposed to be on yet. You bypass probably a boss fight.
Yeah, this game has some very light, revisiting going on. You get an item, lets you return to an area, go somewhere, or navigate something you weren't able to navigate before. But they found a way to skip some stuff.
Or just tank the water section. I would imagine playing casually, you're supposed to get the mermaid scale. Or mermaid fin, whatever they call it in this game.
Yeah, that is the recommended way, but it's faster just to
Power through.
skillfully traverse the water.
More entertaining that way.
Just make sure to visit a medicinal herbs store and buy his namesake product, medicinal herb.
So now we certainly do have a high five here from Kat and John. And they're both on level 7, so...
Yeah, that's very interesting. Both on level 7.
Yeah, so let's see who gets to level 8 first. I suppose they're continuing until at least that point.
Oh, Cat gets the level up first, and she's on her way. Let's see how many seconds it takes for John to hit the level. And he's still working on it. There it is. I think that's a good 30 to 45 second separation, but
11 rock avocados behind.
yeah. And he's still grinding, so
He certainly is.
I mean, in this game, it's always safe to level grind.
I think. What's Cat doing?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, Cat was gearing up. Yeah, it looked like she was going for the skip. Missed it. Heading back to tank up at Medicinal Herb Emporium. Okay, yeah, John is just passing it up. That's why he farmed some more. So now you'll see John is on level 9, and there's an acceleration effect. You get that new level, you start doing more damage, so the farm gets faster. But obviously, at some point, you hit diminishing returns because you're just not getting enough experience anymore for the higher levels.
And the turbo movement of the avocados when they're behind you is very interesting.
Yeah, it's a
Sneak up on you. When you're turned around, they fly.
yeah, and it looks like they only have that turbo speed if you are facing away from them and you're on the ground. It looked like if you're in the air, they're walking normally. It's very, very interesting movement. I love those sort of details that can give you a little bit more manipulation control of the enemy movement.
Learn how people and enemies move, and you can learn the game better.
Yeah. And as the game announced, a giant worm has appeared.
A giant worm has appeared.
And they're both fighting, but John's at level 9. So even though they're on the same... Well, but now Cat's on level 9 from after killing the boss, so... Let's see what the distance is now, because I suspect it is no longer 30 to 45 seconds worth of gap. Yep, there it is.
Wow.
Big John gets the kill.
Thread of the monster tail. So this will allow John to attach that to the ceiling and climb up and get to the ledge that they were trying to skip with the spider boost, I believe.
These hovering heads are just amazing. Floating almost a mammalian head in one big eye.
Looks like Cat's making another pit stop to stock up on items, which I think is smart.
Yep, and Big John's on level 10, and oh, they're... Okay, now Big John, you see here, you got to the place to where the skip would be, but Big John just had the item, so just you deployed the item and is moving forward, and Glitch will be doing that right now.
That skip seems like it skips the Great Worm fight, so that is a nice chunk of time.
Okay, yeah, we've gotten word. Yes, we noticed the frames are on mandated break. We're gonna restart the old stream, get that sorted out. Yeah, look, we're back. It's looking real nice.
Glitch is only seconds behind John right now. They are virtually neck and neck again.
Keeping it exciting.
John is on level 10 though, so that increased damage might give him a slight lead later.
Oh, but gotta watch out for these vomiting plants.
A staple in any fantasy game.
Yeah, just
We all know.
you're required to have one. It's just the rules.
Cat is behind him by maybe 5 seconds.
Okay, body size has been reduced. So this village, they are they don't like the big folks. So you gotta drink the potion of shrinking to even have the time of day with them.
Yeah, to even interact with them. Kind of snobbish if you ask me.
Yeah, but no worries. Goes in, gets suited up. I do like that the minute you enter the house, you're suddenly big again, but they don't seem to care.
You're just a bigger version of a small person.
That's dynamic zoom. Possible only on the TurboGrafx 60.
Showing off that technology again.
Yeah, the mode 16. It's very highly advanced.
For being
Great John took a few seconds to clear out the text box after getting done with the inn, and that was long enough for Cat to take the lead.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they were real close.
We're about
As slim as it may be, it is a
halfway through
lead.
the dash, and we're this close through 7 games.
So you notice Glitch paused there to check out the name on that tombstone. They will be returning to that grave. The weather is frightful. It does not seem like a good time to be out and about, but here we are.
Horrible night to have a curse, as some might say.
Some might say that.
Also, can we appreciate these zombies that continue shambling toward you despite having their ribcage exposed? That's
Right.
perseverance.
That NPC just tore through that level. Get out of my way. See it on Great John's coming up. Looks like he's doing some level grinding here.
Yeah, that's interesting. But I will note that Glitch Witch is proceeding at level 9, but it is taking her a while to chew through these manticores and dragons and such. So it'd be interesting to see what the time economics work out to be here.
This game is Kadash. It may be hard, but it is the fastest way to play the game.
Ooh, nice speedy jumps
Wow.
Very.
Ooh, and
there. A little
making
hidden
it
area.
secret area.
Powerful infiltration technique of going through walls.
Very large fire bars.
Very
Yes,
ninja
big,
of her.
big. Oh, we got some. So unusual. See, any old game can have lava falls, but not many games have lava geysers.
Lava ups.
Anti-gravity lava.
More Magma Chan hype.
Seriously.
Lava Chan.
Okay, Big John still looks like he's farming.
I wonder how high Great John's gonna go. Level 11 maybe? Maybe just
Yeah,
one
well,
more
yeah.
level up.
At this point, as we can see in the progress disparity,
He's been
he's been at this for a while. So like, I can't
Sure
imagine
has.
that going. I can't imagine that going to level 12 could possibly be worth it. But I don't know. Maybe he has some secret tech.
seems like a very awkward grind spot too, because the second hit on these zombies doesn't seem like it always hits the zombie. So you're taking some extra time just trying to kill the enemies.
Yeah, you definitely have to duck to get good contact on him. So yeah, it's well, we'll see what happens.
I'm curious to see how this goes.
Meanwhile, Kat on the other side upgraded both her weapon and her armor at the weapon shop that you saw there. Now she's firing these. Now she has the kunai.
Just powers through that climb, takes the damage, no biggie. No time to
So-
stop and wait for the spikes.
Now, Great John,
Power-
despite still being at level 10, is now moving on. So I don't know if he's just going to get to
Interesting.
level 11 along the way, and he's, laid the foundation for that. Meanwhile, you see
imagine he's
the
got
strength
a
of,
calculator.
we watched Great John at level 10, how laborious it was for him to get through those zombies. Kat at level 9 with these kunai is just tearing right through them. And now she is doing her grind, so this actually seems like the smart play to do the grind here, but do it much, much faster.
But with the kunai, yeah.
And I will say, from watching John's attacks on the dragons, it's not seeming in like a much faster fight on them. So
There did not seem
Yeah.
to be a big difference there. No, you're right.
Cat tanking up on medicinal herb.
Oh, Grey John was waiting for that floating ghost and still got hit by it. Cat's
Cat
playing it.
has reached level 10.
She's playing it safe with these lightning bolts, so I know you can deboost with them, get a bit of a head start into the next section. But she took it very safe there and just avoided the damage. Back into the cave of manticores.
Alright, you can talk to the dog apparently.
A very important power. Did you just obliterate that NPC? Ah. Very quick fire elemental so far for Cat. I like to call him Chuckles.
Alrighty, it appears that
Elemental.
Tyrant Elemental boss has been defeated on Cat's side. She now has the magic flute. She's playing the magic flute. And it creates
build a
bridge.
bridge. Like you do.
Okay. Fair enough.
Great John's still on level 10, even after that grind. And going through the cave.
You can already see the kunai just shredding these zombies.
Yeah.
Gotta pick up the pendant there. So the pendant lets you talk to animals that you just grave robbed. So Glitch Witch is back in Smallville. Sleeping in small beds.
Cat fully stocked on healing items again.
Great John is starting on his beefy fire elemental fight.
Taking down Chuckles. And gets to level 11 with that kill.
Aha, maybe that was the plan.
Well, maybe there's some level timing that Great John likes. Getting to level 11 at this point is advantageous to him.
Maybe I will. And also, like I'm made up some of the difference at least. I'm not keeping strict time on it, but it seemed like he has closed the gap some. Right now, Glitch Witch is navigating. I believe this is the final level, but the final level is really big. It's a lot of doorways and
Yeah, it's a little
back and
maze.
forth in it.
A nice big beefy chain twirler there. We have a red blob.
Makes quick work of the red blob.
Very short work of the red
Yeah.
blob.
It'll be interesting to see with these these enemies that take so much damage here to get through in this final dungeon, how much quicker these fights will be for Great John, having the extra level.
So Glitchwitch has rescued a princess, which I believe was the goal of this game. Story-wise, you were saving a princess.
Yep, but still some more
Still gotta go.
gameplay going down.
Still have to rid the world of all evil. Lest the princess get kidnapped again.
You can see from Glitchwitch's screen that these tree cyclops tentacle monsters, they take a lot of damage.
They sure do.
My
Holy
goodness.
smokes.
So,
I wonder if this is where level 11 will really come into play.
well, let's see. Big John has made it into the final castle zone. He will soon be at one of the dragon or three creatures. See how quickly he takes them down. He has ground. He definitely has ground to make up, but I don't know if it. I believe you have to kill these free creatures. They occupy platforms that you need to navigate on.
I do not think you can deboost through them. You have to,
Oh wow, that was an extremely fast Jelly Giant fight on Great John's side.
yes.
I think we might be seeing the advantage of that extra level here.
Very interested in this payoff.
Yeah, Great John has rescued the princess, so let's say maybe two and a half minutes of separation right now.
Does this count as a beat 'em up? I would not classify it as one, but I'm not one to
Great
judge.
John is going for something that I don't think Glitchwitch went for. There are invisible ropes in this room, and if you know how to navigate them, there is a chest up there you can get, and he clearly wants it. He's just working it out. Got an elixir,
Oh, an elixir, nice.
and I think
Excellent.
that's Great John's bid towards race day safety.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to game over this far into the game and start this whole castle stage over.
Oh yeah, this level is substantial.
Oh,
Oh,
Great John
he
just powered through.
Yeah.
he deboosted there. And let's see how this dragon stands up. Just a little bit faster,
Yeah,
but
not terribly noticeable.
but if he has deboost, if he knows how to deboost through all these, that is a huge
goodness.
advantage.
It sure is.
So I think the next reference point we have for where the runners are is I think it's going to be the next boss coming up.
Ducks out of the way of the giant eyeball,
Hmm.
as you are wont to do.
It's a wise move.
So it looks like we have a boss rush of sorts. We've already taken down the upgraded jelly monster. This looks like it's the upgraded great worm.
And oh man, it
Take-
likes to roll.
Taking some damage here. There is some RNG with the boss pattern. I do know that. So
Well, and also this
I have
room,
markers in it. This is a very long room with not a lot of areas to jump.
and it also has a choke point in the middle that's just tall enough for the worm. So you've got to sort of pick what side you're going to be at. You don't want to get stuck in the middle.
All right, but now it is down on Cat's side. She can proceed.
Okay, no, Great John. I think Great John, he's at the eye.
Yeah, he's caught up a lot of ground.
Yeah, he certainly
Yeah,
has.
so I want to say it's maybe closer to 60 seconds of separation now. So Great John is just humming along.
If he gets a better Great Worm pattern, who knows?
Yep, and Glitch Witch has
And being level
challenged
11.
the big baddie. Yeah, she got level 11 on the Great Worm kill.
Oh, excellent.
Ooh, Great John laying down some good damage on the Great Worm, but the Great Worm's also, rolling around a lot.
I think Great John has the right system. Just stay on that left side of the screen.
Do the quick jump.
Over it, jump over it again,
then-
and just let it come back and unroll so that he can apply damage.
Doesn't look like he's
Wow,
getting
Cat.
as many hits as Cat did with Cat traversing the whole room, but that was definitely a safer strat.
Okay, Cat moving in to what I believe is the final phase of the final
Yeah.
boss.
I believe so.
Just as Great John is starting the first phase of the final boss. Oh, look! It's a big old dragon.
What else would it be?
And that dragon is definitely not the background layer being scrolled around.
Yeah. What you asked? What else it would be? It would be an antlion.
Yeah. And
Alrighty, so I
Glitch
believe
Witch,
that is GG for Cat. She is done with Kadash.
Moving
yep, I
on.
think technically you have to go through
You have
the
to
final
finish.
bit of menuing.
You have to finish the dialogue, I believe.
Right. Okay.
But yes, game is over.
I will
No more fights.
never forget your courage.
Okay, bye.
Later. And Great John just about to head into the final phase, so but keep in mind we are heading into let me consult the list.
Which letting the credits roll.
This should be Bonk's Adventure next, I believe.
Yeah, we're heading into Bonk's Adventure, and you might think, a minute, 1 or 2 minutes of lead feels awfully generous, but Great John is a Bonk fanatic.
Knows a thing or two about Bonk.
He'll be using his noggin to be sure. Also, I think Glitch Witch may be taking a mid-race break, which honestly, after more than 3 hours of continuous racing, gotta take a break sometime.
Gotta do what you
This
gotta
could be
do.
just a quick bio, and here we
Yep,
go.
We're on
She's
there.
back
and
at
we're
it.
on to Bonk.
Has launched Bonk.
Another Hudson Soft game on the TG16.
Yep, Hudson and NEC had a relationship.
Get your Bonk emotes out if you have them.
Oh yeah.
So,
Looks-
for those unfamiliar with Bonk, there you saw what Kat was. You see her doing it right now, where she is just spinning and almost kind of gliding through the air. That is absolutely a function of the turbo switch on the controller, because what you do is, so when you jump in the air, if you press the attack button once, you flip 180 degrees and now your head is pointing towards the ground. But if you press it again, then you flip another 180 degrees and your head is pointing up now. Now, just like whenever you do that, you kind of pause in the air for a little bit. So it's essentially just continually pausing in the air over and over and over again in very rapid fashion, and allowing you to move through the air like that.
But there is a cost here, and you just saw it on Glitch Witch's screen. If you land on your head, you do a little bonk into the ground, and if you're not powered up, you just see a short little animation, and you stop moving of Bonk landing on his head. If you're powered up, then it does like this earthquake move. But both of those take time. Versus if you land on your feet, well, you just start walking again.
Yeah. Do a second
So
jump and
it's-
twirling.
So you want that turbo spinning hover especially if you can get like really fast speed, because the hover preserves whatever speed, horizontal speed you already had. But ideally, you want to pretty much always land on your feet, unless there's an enemy underneath you, in which case you want to hit the enemy with your head down, and you'll get a nice pop back up into the air and just keep on trucking. So, and easy to say, it's like, oh yeah, well, just make sure your head's facing the way you want it to, but you're using turbo. So there's a trade-off here, and it rewards some a little bit of luck, but a little bit of like real precision usage of the controls. And I'm curious to see all the techniques that Big John will be using here.
Bonk is a great franchise. I love how, with Mario you jump on the enemies and you kill all the Goombas. And Bonk you just smash them with your giant noggin.
Yeah.
So meanwhile we see Cat has clipped into the ceiling and has skipped some of the sections there, and now has come on through. That is saving us some time. Shout out to my boy Uber Disco who is here in chat. I believe this is something that he discovered and hence named after himself.
The Uber skip. Yep, Great John gets it as well. Great John, seconds behind Cat now. Just some optimized bonk movement in the first stage by Great John really went a long way in catching up.
Yeah, in fact, is this a high five? Are they?
That was a high five.
Yeah.
Oh wow! And in
Great
fact,
John is in
Great
lead
John,
now.
has scooted into the lead. Boy, that only took, what is this, 1-3 that they're in? That did not take very long for him to make up the gap that he created for himself with all that grinding that he did in Kadash.
But they are both heading into the first boss.
Just really want to turbo bounce on this guy's head.
Well, this isn't turbo. This is just very thoughtful, because when your head is down and you hit the enemy, the game flips you back over. So you just need to time your attack presses. There you go, and they are really close.
I have a tendency to say turbo when I don't actually mean the turbo button, just as an adjective. So I need to be careful when we're actually talking about turbo games to not say turbo.
Yeah, rapid intentional pressing.
Yes. Mashing, if you will. I like the dinos with the sunglasses are nice.
And the kind of the overbite or the buck teeth as well.
So Big John it just happened. You may have missed it, but okay, he does this. He bounces into one of those little spring veggie thingamabobs. It pushes them back rapidly. If while that's happening, you jump and start spin hovering, you have this incredible amount of horizontal speed, and it's what you want to do.
There is a lot of fascinating movement in Bonk.
Yeah, very, very interesting movement. If you want to be fast. Also, I think it came through there is when you do that, it looks like you have a brief window of iframes, so you can actually just phase through an enemy that's next to you when you do that technique. So Big John making short work of that stage by using that technique several times.
Yeah, this is another technique that Cat is using to her advantage is when you have that second stage of meat and you are invincible, your walking speed is pretty fast, and then when you jump, that momentum is carried with you. Even after the invincibility is gone, as long as you are still spinning through the air, you will keep that level of momentum as you go through.
Oh, thank you, Cheese, for showing up in chat to report the Bonk's adventure for TurboGrafx world record. Yeah, the speedrun robot, it's pulling its information from speedrun.com, but you know, sometimes it may be difficult to figure out, like, oh, what it's giving me the Game Boy version. What do I need to type in to figure out how to get it to say the other version I want? And you know, sometimes you just got to go to the website, figure out what the official speedrun.com name for the game is. But thanks for that help, Cheese.
So stage 2-3
Mike, please.
So stage 2-3 that Great John just completed is there certainly are a few different ways that you can get through it, but Great John demonstrated certainly the fastest way, weaving in and through some of those platforms to make rather short work of that level that Cat is about to get to now. So he is so this lead is widening, as we expected it to. You see Great John is the world record holder for this game, but there are still two very challenging and somewhat lengthy games left here. So Great John will want to pad this lead because it might come in extremely handy for the home stretch of this Turbo 10.
Lords of Thunder is a challenging shmup. There's not much you can do to speed up a shmup, but there are ways. And then, you know, Rondo is Rondo. I believe we're playing Victor. I don't think we're allowing Maria.
I think it was.
Yeah.
At one point, it was discussed Victor only, but I think we have allowed them to pick the character they want. So you're going to see Maria because her run is much faster.
Yeah, and this was from. Yeah, the runners did discuss it amongst themselves, so this isn't a singular runner just going rogue. It'll be an even playing field amongst the runners at least. So, but you know, we'll see what they choose to do at the moment of truth. But all that's quite true. Lords of Thunder. Lords. I think you have to buy extra lives or credits in Lords of Thunder. Otherwise, it's just you die. It's a game over. And you know, Rondo is every bit a Castlevania. Okay, yeah. Enemy piped in on the internal channel saying you can buy lives or credits, but you have to buy them. You don't start out with them. Well, actually, anyhow.
Interesting mechanic.
Yeah, it's not.
Not
so
sure.
Yeah, you gotta. Okay, you start out with a couple of credits, but.
Great John making pretty fast work of this tree maze section. You got to be on the right side of the tree trunks to climb and switch over correctly, so you're on the right path.
Also for turbo strats, you can see as he's doing these this teeth-based climbing, the way you do those little climbs is by pressing the jump button. So this is a place to where everywhere else in the game you don't want turbo on for jump, but for those little climbs, just pull your thumb over there, push that slider up, and get some quick climbs there. But then when you jump off, you need to turn off the turbo. So some tricky finger work there. But if once you get used to it, well practiced on it, it can save you quite a bit of time.
Yeah, you get that muscle memory going, and you'll remember to turn on and off turbo. Ooh,
excellent job there by Great John,
yeah.
Weaving through those clouds to get that meat.
Bonk is a fan of the barbecue.
You really want to take meat into boss fights because that extra damage you deal is crucial. Very, very fast strat there.
Oh no, but he loses it on the second cycle here, unfortunately.
And just having he needs to recenter. Okay, there he gets back on the horse.
Okay.
Played this casually, and I could not tell a difference when this boss splits into two, which one was correct. to hit. They looked identical. I couldn't find a marker or anything to tell me which one was right. I don't know if
I never worked out if there even was a difference. I just usually, set yourself up to get a really quick hit on one of them, and hope
it's correct.
If it's the one, great. If not, Sari Carey reports, when it splits, the real one is the top layer sprite. So, so keen eyes, you can notice which one shows up on top as it splits and aim for that one. So that sounds like it would be just enough time to make your movement decision. So
good to know. I did not realize that.
So Great John all the way through level 2. Now we're going on to level 3 here. We see this gap widening. The only question is just how much time will he gain? How much time will he give himself heading into the final 2 races? The final 2 games, that is.
Because keep in mind, these games generally, there was an attempt to order them sort of from short to long, not exactly, and there was definitely a bid towards a console swapping. The disc games are at the end. But yeah, the farther you go on, being twice as fast at an early game is not necessarily half a game ahead. So we'll plenty more game time to go. So, but yeah, John definitely banking his gains here, as as one would expect.
John already on 3-5. Very close to finishing this boss here. And there it is. Kat will very soon be done with stage 2 herself. Meanwhile, speaking of bosses, we have Great John here about to engage the boss of the 3rd level.
He took meat in with him.
Goodness!
He took the meat in with him, and look how it pays off.
Apparently that was a boss. Holy smokes, that was really fast. So John is ostensibly 1 full level ahead of Kat here. So John now on to level 4, and as you can see in the background, and stop me if you've heard this before, folks, we have lava.
RG lava.
RG lava indeed.
Great John using these enemies here to kind of preserve some of his flight momentum, allowing him to twirl some more, a little longer than usual. Just really good movement. Trying to time these jumps where he lands on the little vegetable bouncers, but hasn't quite got all of them down. Picks up an extra heart container there, and that's going to be good. You can afford to take a little extra damage. Glitch Witch is on 3-3, obligatory water level in any platformer. You really don't want to get eaten by those. I'm not sure what to call them. Dinosaur water things.
Yeah.
It will not only take up help, but the animation is very time.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
It is
Monk
funny,
with his-
but
Kicking his feet, struggling to get out.
yeah, it does take up a big chunk of time when you get eaten, though. Not
All right,
ideal.
already on the boss of level 4 here with full. Oh my goodness,
another
that
meat
was
one.
fast as well.
Another meat kill.
Yeah.
You gotta bring meat into the fights. It's so worth it if you can save the meat.
Alrighty, and with that, Great John will be on his way to level 5, whereas Kat is still making her way through level 3. The gap is widening even more.
She's got to navigate this little section of harpooning turtles, which is a great enemy. Not having too much trouble. A nice upward swim. There is an extra life in this corner, I believe. She's going to grab that. Well, extra safety when it's available. Never hurts to grab. And Great John's got a big meat power up. He's going to fly through this stage. Okay. Take some damage there, but allows him to get a higher trajectory so he can spin more. Glitch Witch is right in some ice. Oh, birds. Birds are jerks. And just like that, Great John is on 5-3, I believe. He is flying through stage 5.
Now, that was interesting. It looked like he was supposed to drop down on the left side there.
Yeah.
It kind of drifted over
that's
to the right and went straight to this elevator.
Yep, that's a skip. Conveniently placed.
Yeah, that was
Circumvent the little miniature underwater maze.
not very hard to execute. Let's see if Cat can do that.
Yeah, I was gonna say it. If Cat does not do that, then that's just even more time that Great John has put between himself and Glitch Witch.
Great John trucking along in the tower climb.
We get to see the boss that Great John obliterated on Glitch Witch's screen, so you actually see what the boss looks like and what the boss does. He hurls some boulders at you. Oh,
Okay, Cat coming in here letting us know. Oh boy, she doesn't know any of the skips. Beating the game once.
fall to the right when you get to the water. How about that?
There you go. But Cat has made it through level 3, so
Yes, good boss kill.
yeah, that indeed.
I'm also curious on that skip if you need to be doing spin hovers to clear it or not, but whatever it is, yeah, seems like a real good skip to know.
Just goes to show you don't need to know every game backwards and forwards to participate in these races. It's all about having fun and maybe learning a new game you really like and picking that one up out of the bunch. It's all about learning new things. Ooh.
Big John having trouble getting the
He was trying to do
the
a
noggin boost going on, but
didn't really work.
But he's got what looks to be a decent tank of extra lives. So
doing the climb in 5-4 now, making his way up to the top of the stage. Gotta watch out for these blocks that open up after you land on them. So you have a very short window to jump after you land.
That
on
was
the block.
cheeky, using those enemies there to bonk his way up to that floating platform. That's gonna save some time, certainly. Uses a damage boost to get onto that one early as
nice
well.
Nice boost there.
Oh, got him. Intercepted, but he recovers. You might get the impression that he is well practiced at this climb.
Yeah, he's done it a few times.
Probably nothing's going to surprise him.
Now I believe we have a boss rush here.
Yep.
Yes.
Well, not yet.
Not quite.
This is called foreshadowing. Oh, look at all these boss rooms.
These nice statues of bosses I've already defeated.
Yeah, weird.
Bonk's Museum.
This is my trophy collection.
Just going along. There's Handsome Harold.
Handsome Harold. I like how he just lays in the elevator.
Bonk is
oh no!
man
Oh, there's the
pleasure.
animation. Oh, let me go.
Yeah, there's the animation.
Meanwhile,
Glitch
Cat has disposed of the boss of level 4.
Handsome Harold, as we've
Handsome Harold
been told. Glitch, which is on to round 5.
I believe we are seeing some turbo jump waterfall swimming going on here.
Certainly.
Four eggs. I wonder where they're going.
Well, Big John stops in to tank up on some power-ups.
Tried to bring that meat into the boss fights.
Oh, what's this?
What?
Infused with the power of egg.
Life-giving egg.
Okay.
3-hit boss. There are power-ups in the ceiling there, but Great John doesn't need them, so he's not going to bother. Much cleaner fight this time around.
Rather quick work with that boss.
Oh, he stops for the
Gets the
top
heart.
off his health.
Might as well.
Just
no
takes a
reason-
second.
No reason not to.
And also you'll note, the meat power is worn off, so
So we'll see a real fight here.
yeah. And in my playthrough, this boss just gives me the business. You know, if you can time your attacks and be in the right place, it can look real fast, but you get off a little bit. You can take a lot of incidental damage.
He does the double pumps, and that's what gets me when I play. Like he'll punch up with both hands, and I have a hard time dodging that.
Yeah, but Big John makes it through with not much health left, but tanks back up. And
got
we're going into Handsome Harold.
He's powered up with the meat. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yep,
8
real
hits
clean
and
fight there.
No issues whatsoever.
Look, it's Princess Za, the person you're trying to save in this game. We did it, chat. But wait, what is this?
And honestly, probably my favorite boss design in the game.
The remote control dino car?
Remote control dino hot rod with broken sparking antenna at the front.
Pretty good.
Very nice fight there from Great John.
Glitch did not give up. We're just zooming in on Great John because he's getting near the end of the game.
We have a little lore break.
Yep.
Grayscale Za.
We learn that
speaks.
King Drool has brainwashed the people of Moonland in an attempt to win Princess Za's heart, I believe. Which is probably not the best way to go about that.
Yeah, it seems like an unusual strategy, but you know. Oh, and we're ready. An
Alrighty.
elevator? Not an elevator.
Upgrade.
And photosensitivity
Rocket
warning.
ship.
There's some flashing.
Yeah. Taking to the stars. Let's appreciate these stars.
Those are some good stars.
And here it is.
Yep, the very famous palm tree on the moon.
Bam.
Uh-oh.
Here it is. 5-6, the final stage. Heading
Okay.
into the King Drool fight.
Throwdown versus King Drool.
So let's focus in on this now.
And Big John has his, of course, has his movement dialed in on this, getting some good chained hits on King Drool.
Yep. That's
There you
what
go.
That's
Really
what you want to see.
maximizing that damage.
Yep. Use the damage to bounce higher into the air and get some more attacks in.
And
Ooh,
it
very
is.
flashy. Doing a little dance. Yeah.
Yep.
Some celebration.
And that's
That's it for Bonk.
well done.
Great John is first to move off Bonk.
And
Firing
that-
up Lord of Thunder.
And for him, yeah, that concludes the Hookard block. He's going into Lords of Thunder, whose soundtrack is simply out of control.
Outstanding. Yeah.
It's something else, folks.
It's pretty badass.
Yeah, it's one of those deals to where like the game doesn't even wait to let you know what it's about. The minute the music comes in over the intro, you know you're in for a rockin' time.
So yeah, so Lords of Thunder here is going to be a side-scrolling shoot 'em up, as you can see. Between each level, you're going to be able to do some shopping, which is why we see all of these crystals being collected. You're going to get some very necessary power-ups to get you through a lot of these stages. You also have a choice of when you start the level, you have a choice of 4 different armors. I believe it's fire, earth, air, and water, and they all have different potencies, ways of shooting, damage that they can take, so on and so forth. So I don't think there's a really wrong one to take. It's just a matter of preference. Some might be more optimal than others given the stage, but it really just depends on maybe which one you prefer.
As mentioned a little bit earlier, there are 2 things you can buy in the shop that are of particular interest for a race scenario, and that is extra lives and extra credits. So it'll be interesting to see if either of the runners chooses to spend some of their hard-earned jewel-based currency to buy a little bit of extra race safety.
Another thing I appreciate about just the way that this game works is your armor obviously is firing its weapon at all these enemies that's coming by, but if you approach them close up, then you bust out what appears to be a sword of some sort and do melee combat, which does more damage from what I understand.
Yep.
Sometimes, got it. Okay.
And it's a different kind of damage.
Well, I mean, in the early going here, Great John seems to be in really good shape. He's got great weapon power. He's got a lot of health. He is looking good here for this first stage.
But in the grand tradition of shmups, a lot of it is knowing, understanding the patterns, and knowing where you need to be at one time to manipulate shots, to not take avoidable damage, and that's good. It's one of those places to where a little preparation goes a whole long way.
Meanwhile, over here on Glitch Witch's side, she has just taken another death. She has no more lives left, so
Oh
she
no!
will want to be careful here.
And this then still has some of the climb left, but that also means that she still has the entirety of the boss rush left. So that
She did a good job of freezing those pterodactyls there to make a clean path upward with the meat power.
Yes. Oh, what is she? Oh, wait a minute.
gonna duck into a secret
Hello.
cache. That's
That's helpful.
don't know if
That
she
is-
already knew if that was there or if she just had sharp eyes. You could actually see there hiding behind the stone sprite just a few pixels of that door. So that's just smart race day play.
Give that extra life for
Alright.
sure.
Well, you love to see it because, especially with this race being as close as it is, something that would be a huge setback at this point would really be a shame because we want to see this come down to the wire, certainly. This race has been extremely close at several points between these two, and we want to continue to have that hype here of a very competitive and fun race to watch. So
Yeah, Cat.
We all shall be rooting for Cat to do well going forward.
Cat took an early lead when Great John struggled on Alien Crush, but Great John clawed back and with a pretty good Galaga and a pretty good Power Golf, and they were pretty even on JJ and Jeff, and they've been even pretty much since up to Bonk. So it's been great.
And I'll be honest, this sort of back and forth movement, not uncommon for multi-game races at RGLtv. So, and it's part, you know, in some circumstances, it's part of the benefit of playing longer full game categories of the game. You get to see a little bit more back and forth, and you get to see a little bit more race game mentality, some fortitude, some altered strats, but also, you know, some savvy risk taking.
Kat is about to start her boss rush. Let's see if maybe she finds that that bevy of goodies that Great John got it on that left waterfall. And looks like the answer is no. So
Yeah, I think this one, you have to know about that one. I don't think there's any visual indication that you can go into one of those waterfalls. So
yeah,
but hey, she's got 2/3 of her health going on. She's definitely looking for the health pickups.
yeah.
And you know, from what I recall, like she was able to dispatch all the bosses, you know, without too much trouble. So.
Correct.
Does she know there are power-ups in between the bosses?
Oh no, she does. Yeah, I could tell
does.
she was checking some of the areas that didn't have them because she knew that they were around. So that's.
Meanwhile, Great John has made his way through his second level in Lords of Thunder and is chugging along quite nicely.
You can see he's benefiting from some power-ups he's invested in. So good power output.
So one of the main points of contention when shmups are involved with speedrunning is a lot of people think, oh, it's an auto-scroller. You can't really do much to speed up this game. What's the point in running it? What are some ways you could shave off time in a game like Lords of Thunder?
Oh, well, I can't. So I will admit, I have not run this game, but I have run multiple other shmups, and generally speaking, the way you save time in shmups breaks down into two broad categories. One is killing the bosses quickly, because in almost every shmup, even if there is auto-scrolling for the level, the boss usually ends as soon as you kill it. So sure, kill the bosses as quickly as possible. Sometimes that means knowing where to line up for a quick kill. Other times it means, you know, incredibly risky strats. The other way is lag reduction, which I already see mentioned in chat. Lag reduction. I don't know how much lag this game has. So far I haven't noticed much, but in some shmups the lag is incredibly significant, and I'll say that probably the standard bearer for that is Gradius 3 for the Super Nintendo. Incredible amounts of lag, and honestly the run is built on knowing how to keep that lag at a minimum.
And I would imagine a power-up, keeping your power-ups is also key.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the other one though. I mean, it bears to say. Some people might feel it's like, oh yeah, don't die, don't take hits. But you know, depending upon the shmup you're playing, going hitless sometimes is a great benefit. But in some, actually, taking some strategic deaths could either be time neutral or could save some time. I know some shmups, especially the ones with a much stronger arcade heritage, have a concept of rank. That is, the longer you go without dying, the harder the game becomes. And if that translates to longer boss fights or just harder fights, well, strategically take those deaths, reset rank, and
That's very
keep on going. Yeah, no, rank is real. And also, Ariel mentions death warps. Yes, for shmups that have checkpoints, you can sometimes exploit those checkpoints with warps. Also, I mentioned Gradius 3. Gradius 3 has bonus stages. Some of those bonus stages save time versus taking the non-bonus route. So just in short, honestly, and I'm glad you asked Cheese about this. Running shmups is most definitely a thing. Yes, there's a lot of auto-scrolling, but there's a lot of technical execution, and there is definitely a concept of a route and making good time-saving choices. So, if you like playing shmups and you like speedrunning, I would definitely encourage you to give it a spin.
Yeah. So.
Well, that's true.
Meanwhile,
Also,
Cat over here on the Bonk's Adventure side has gotten through the penultimate boss and will be engaging with King Drool very shortly, and so hopefully that fight will go well, and she will be able to get onto Lords of Thunder along with Great John, and we'll see how much she can close the gap here in that game.
Yeah, she's got plenty of lives. She found 2 or 3 hidden lives in that boss fight section. So in good shape for Jewel.
Yeah, well set up for working through Drool, and like she mentioned in chat, she has beat this game before. But the final King Drool boss fight, it's Great John made it look easy, but he puts up a good fight, and you'll notice he flies all around. He has a big old sprite. It's not free.
Doing a good job of dodging those fireballs.
I really like the movement of the fireballs. It's not your typical spewing out fireballs. They move on this interesting timing. They only move orthogonally. Oh, laser trident's coming out.
Laser trident.
Oh,
that's okay. The death there is fine.
Yeah, thankfully, Bonk. If you've got the lives, a death is just a momentary nap on the ground before you come back up.
The boss doesn't reset hit points or anything like that, so she's in good shape.
And she's already rolled Drool over into his colorized stage, so just needs to just need to stick with it.
Yep, just finish him off.
She's trading damage here, though. I hope this doesn't.
Oof.
Yeah. Now she gets down to only having 2 lives left. I hope she's able to have enough to get through here.
I got to imagine Drool is pretty close to gone at this point.
We are certainly hoping so.
I hope so, yeah. This would be a very rough game over.
Yeah, this would be very unfortunate. Oh.
I think she's starting to get a little bit more accustomed to his timing.
Oh, good. That was some good damage there.
The laser trident giving Cat the business.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh, Cat!
Oh, bless RNG in chat. Oh no!
Oh boy! She's done one more hit. She did it!
Makes it! Wow!
Oh goodness!
That was clutch.
That was going to be really,
folks.
really mad if I commentator's cursed that whole fight.
Folks, you can't get closer than that. She had
Oh.
the tiniest dot of a heart left.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
no, the GGs are warranted here, clutching it out on the final boss.
That was an intense fight.
That was
Oh.
stupendous.
That's the drama. The
Stupendous.
drama of the race.
Okay, so
Back to Lords of Thunder.
we'll let Kat load up Lords of Thunder. Meanwhile, we're going to focus on what Great John is doing here. And you know, I know we stepped away from his screen for a few minutes, but it doesn't really look like he has skipped a beat in this game. And this is going a long way towards helping him secure a victory. There's still, I mean, this game is not over, and Rondo of Blood is still looming, but he is starting to solidify his bid for winning this race.
So I don't know, and an enemy might pipe in to let me know if I'm wrong. But I believe in this game, sure, you have lives and you have continues, but I believe the cost of death can be loss of your power-ups. So okay, so yeah,
That's handy.
you get that story visit at least. Okay, yeah. So yeah, and they let us know through our through the information channel only. Yeah, if you die at a boss and you have extra lives, you respawn at the boss. You get to visit the store again, but you know, the store's not free. You're gonna have to spend more currency, and at some point, you know, you're gonna run out of currency. So none of this is meant to curse Great John or Glitchwitch. It's just to say, you know, you've got lives, you've got credits, and they're useful. But like a lot of shmups, you know, death will take its toll. So, you know, that as is often the case, whether you're speedrunning a shmup or just playing for a good 1cc victory, you know, death will take its toll, and the no miss makes it look easy, but it's anything but.
Great John. Oh no!
Ooh.
And he took a decent amount of damage. Oh, that is a. Oh, he has to continue. Okay. Phew.
Oh, no worries. Okay, as a correction, yeah, there are only you can only buy continues, but still, when all you've got is continues, you'll want to buy some.
Oh no.
Yeah, just missed that boss checkpoint, but you know, but he's still in a well positioned pace wise. He's in this winter wonderland. Cat is in the desert realm. But you know, just goes to show you, anything can happen.
And you can, now that we have them side by side in the same game here, we can see the difference in the armor. It looks like Great John is using the earth armor, whereas Cat, I believe, is using the water armor for character selection. So each have their advantages, and again, this could just be a matter of preference, but we'll see if it gives one an advantage over the other as far as getting through here.
And also for this sort of setup to where you know, you have limited prep time, personal preference of gameplay comes into effect. So you know, I see, you know, Great John with the earth armor, and it's got this like this up down spread with this flame burst. Seems really useful, but you notice the forward facing shot's sort of a little bit of a pea shooter versus the water armor's got this sort of ripple spread. It has really great coverage. It doesn't have to trigger off of anything. But you know, at some point, adopting a gameplay style of shmup, you know, taking skills you have from other games and picking the armor to match, that can count for a lot.
Especially in a multi-game setting, you really want to not learn multiple things in a game. You want to find one you're comfortable with, stick with it, and you know, learn that really well.
You've got a learning budget.
Yep.
You've got to devote it to the games. I mean, honestly, at least, you know, in my experience with these sort of races, the first step is just getting to where you can beat
For sure.
every game.
Yeah. Actually complete all the games in the race is a good start.
Right. Yeah, because you want to avoid getting stuck on one, but at that point you can start to plan out your overall prep strategy. You beat them all. Which one takes the longest? Which one has the most potential saves? Which one do you have the most difficulty with? And there's just so many factors, and a lot of those can turn into... They can turn in on a race day just as a spectator. You might be saying, why are they doing this strategy that isn't the best strategy? And there's a lot of different reasons for it. It might be a safer strategy. It might have just been the strategy they landed on and it was really consistent.
They might not have time to learn the speed strats. Glitch doesn't know all the skips in Bonk, for instance.
Yeah, so now we see the boss that Great John just narrowly missed with the death that he took previously. And he's throwing a whole bunch of fireballs at it. That was gnarly.
The bosses in this game are excellent.
Oh. Yeah, it's just such great design. Oh, and great
ton of damage there.
Just as Cat completes a stage, John takes another death. He is going to be buying some stuff to get himself nice and geared back up for his rematch.
He made it to
here
the boss
with
checkpoint. But he made it to the boss checkpoint.
That's
indeed
huge.
Very helpful.
But what it does mean though is, so he just spent money in the shop, but he's not going through the level to get more money. So you can only
limited funds for sure.
Right, but he dispatches the boss, very very quickly there, gets a good payday off of that, and he's back to the races. Also, as mentioned, as we talk about the money in the shop, and the menuing within the shop, it's another element of the speed tech.
Sure.
Really good execution on that menuing in the shop, but also understanding the trade-offs at sort of a route level. Like, where do you want to be spending your money?
That's a good point.
And obviously on a race day, no one's going to begrudge somebody of spending money on continues and generally things to increase survivability. But all the money you spend the money on there, that's money that could have been spent on just more damage output or more health to tank more damage, perhaps in the pursuit of faster kills. So it's just another angle on what goes into a speedrun of a shmup.
Great John's down to 0 continues, I think. I didn't see him buy another one there.
I don't think he was able to afford it.
Could not afford the continue. That could be very, very troublesome.
Let's keep our fingers crossed for Great John and Glitch Witch as they play, but taking a game over in this game, that would definitely be a change of the guard.
Yeah.
Oh, look at these homing fireballs. This is...
My goodness.
This level is no joke.
This does not look fun.
But I'll give this game credit. When it knocks you back to a more baseline level of power, the base weapons don't necessarily feel as puny as they do in other shmups, to where like in your Gradius, for example, you die and then suddenly you don't have options. You don't have your laser or your double. It's just a mess the minute you die once. At least in this game, you've got something. He's still got these fireballs. He's still, he's got good speed. But the game is tuned around it.
On the edge of my seat with these no continues left.
That's the drama. It's the same exact game he was playing before, but now the stakes are just that much higher.
Now it's for keeps, as they say.
these fireballs are tenacious. Okay, they do eventually just give up on seeking and fly off the screen, but man,
But still,
We deal with them quite a bit.
yeah, that's some intense homing. They have a pretty good turning radius.
Wow, Cat dispatches another boss there. Receives 550 bonus crystal.
And she's heading into Yamarada.
I was gonna say, looks like she's doing the lambada there.
That's a good goal. That's a great stage name, Yamarada.
Very judicious with what she's buying here.
It's important. Like even if you're not speedrunning it, you have limited resources. You can't just buy it all.
Yeah.
yep. You gotta pick
Holy
and
smokes!
choose.
Look at all that. Those waves of water that Cat's
I'm-
armor are putting out.
I'm
There is
digging this water armor for sure.
that is some excellent coverage there. Meanwhile, looks like we got a boss fight over here on Great John's side.
Oh, look at this winged, armored. Oh, this is amazing. Let's all just appreciate this general enemy design in this game.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Oh, and he gets through it. Excellent.
Very good fight. He's got enough. He's got some extra crystals. He should have enough for a continue now.
So I'm not
We
sure.
could
Maybe
buy
we can check it out. But I know some games, some shmups with shops have a progressive pricing system. So your first continue is so much, but then the second continue is more, and at some point is just too expensive to buy anymore. I don't know if this is one of those games, but that could be a factor. Yeah, but he did not buy, regardless of the reason, he did not buy a continue
Look like he bought
in that shop. So
And so but I mean, it could have been a choice for him where he says, okay, do I buy a continue, but I proceed with kind of a weaker armor set and not as much life, but yeah, I get to continue, or do I just forego the continue, stock up, get myself nice and beefy again, and just hope that the continue is not necessary because I'm in such good shape.
also, I mean, he could be, you know, he's played this game a few times. He may just be making the call that, like, no, this next stage, I feel really comfortable with it. I'm not going to buy the continue right now.
Right.
I'm going to save it for, you know, some... Because honestly, it's not just picking between buying one thing and another. You could choose to save the crystals for a later shop visit, so... Yeah, and this is the last main stage. There is a boss rush coming up afterwards, and honestly, you know, from...
It looked like Great John's stocked up on bombs, so that might be the strategy he's going for. Bomb the boss rush and not worry about the continue.
Yeah,
Makes me nervous, though.
There goes one of them. Wow. Dispatch that enemy with a great quickness.
But yeah, boss rushes in shmups, no joke. And if you have the option to, you know, boost yourself up, or perhaps even have some extra money in the bank, should you take a death during the boss rush, it's all part of the strategy. But you know, that only works to the extent that he has at least a continue. So,
Right. It's
but, you know,
it's tense.
He's you know, he's. I don't want to curse him, but his movement is looking pretty sharp. He's got full
Oh
health.
man, that is close.
There was some tense movement there, but
This game is not blind. He has it a month to learn it, so
yeah, no,
I
he's
assume he's got his practice in
Oh.
that he likes. It just makes me nervous, that's all.
Glitch Witch takes a death, continuing.
Fortunately, she
is.
got to the boss, and it looks like she has a decent amount of money, so getting herself reinvigorated and in a shape where she can dispatch this boss should not be too difficult with any luck.
Oh, I did notice she paused just enough on the continue item. It was 1,500 crystals, so
Okay.
pretty spendy.
It's a high price.
But you know, worth every crystal the moment that you need it.
It's expensive until you don't have it.
Ah, there we go. She makes a much better fight there. Gets through that level.
There's so much going on Great John's screen right now.
Yeah.
Oh, there's multiple turrets. Oh, but he makes it through, and now it looks like a throne room. Oh, you know it's serious when the boss is semi-transparent.
Shoot the core.
Oh, I'm getting some treasure vibes. We've got balls moving around in formation. Boss that's an outline. But this looks.
Oh,
Ooh.
oh no.
You
Is
got to
that?
go.
Oh,
That was
oh,
it.
Oh no!
Great John. Oh,
Just like that.
ouch.
No.
Oh,
Glitch, which
no.
now has a multi-stage lead. That is so unfortunate, and I gotta be honest. I'm wondering maybe Great John thought he had to continue, but
It looked
in
like
any
he had
case,
a tanking strat, and maybe he just didn't quite get the damage in that he needed to. Because he really went for it at the end when the boss was reforming. He stuck around and he tried to get some extra damage in. And I wonder if he was just 1 or 2 hits away from taking it down.
yeah, just so close to finishing it off. But well, that's. But whatever the reason,
That's a heartbreaker.
yeah. But kind of point as we've seen, has a pretty good familiarity with the whole game, so we can see how long it takes him to work back through it. It looks like he's starting on a different first level, so, and it's with different armor. He's using the water armor, so.
No, that's.
Oh no, that's Cat over on the first side.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're back to fire. Great John is warped game.
Yeah, I'm sorry, everybody.
We did the switcheroo.
The old switcheroo.
Meanwhile, we see Cat is at full power here, and she is just slicing through everything in her way. That coverage from that weaponry makes sure that no enemy goes undamaged.
It's almost a shield before one
Yeah,
shot.
yeah, the way it is. Alrighty, so while we lamented the game over of Great John, it means nothing if Cat doesn't get through this, because just as, it's easy come, easy go. Just as quickly as Glitchwitch takes a commanding lead here, she could give it right back to Great John if she game overs herself. So we will have to see how this pans out for her.
It's not over till it's over.
Taking some damage there, losing some power. Ooh, again. Ah, there we go. Now she's figured out how to get past those water orbs. But it reverses the pattern. Sneaky boss. Uh-oh.
Oh,
Dang it.
sniped.
But again, she gets to continue on the boss, and she also gets to restock her power. Yo, J Machine, thank you very much for that raid.
Though, again with the menuing, sometimes the menuing's fast to tell, but I don't know that she was able. I don't know if she bought another continue or skipped it strategically or just simply did not have the credits. Okay, yeah, we're gonna say that she did, and it just was like the first thing she bought, so I missed it. But keep in mind now, it's like during the boss fight, you know, that this one really needs to count because she's only got 1,200 crystals now. That is not enough for a continue.
Another one.
You know, and I think I see why she did that. Perfect. She really figured out that boss pattern the first time around and said, you know what? I'm going to go ahead, bank that continue, kill it because I know I can, buys another continue here, that's what I saw, and okay, good. She's given herself plenty of safety here.
She's playing very
This
safe.
is a strategy that given the fact that she has the lead, as opposed to trailing and needing to catch up, but given the fact that she's leading, this I think is probably a smarter play to make sure that she holds on to that lead.
Yeah,
Agreed.
that's an excellent point.
Especially against an opponent that, you know, despite the reset on the game, was executing on much more aggressive, fast tactics. So you don't want to put yourself in a position to where you're trying to come from behind on this game. Just maintain the sizable lead, even if it means eroding little bits of it. But don't gamble it away. This isn't the time for risk taking.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Cat over here trying to make it through. Oh, I couldn't even finish the sentence. Was getting close to death, and there it is. But she still has 2 continues left after this. So now I would imagine we are going to see her beefing herself up so that she can.
I think she'll be
so she
more,
can have a
more
better time
attack
with.
power.
Yeah, there you go. All right, wow, spending as much as she can, but she is in. She is very strong right now, and will certainly hope to carry that strength through at least the boss of this stage, if not beyond.
I think some of that may have been just, you know, wanting to get back to that 5-way shot.
Yeah.
Which, you know, those backward shots may not seem like they're doing a lot, but if I recall correctly, one of the enemies that got her on that last death had come from behind, and, you know, that could have been a factor. She just wants that rear-facing shot to be able to deal with those sorts of enemies.
Some very
We
good
see how it
chat
helps her
on
right
this
there. You
arm.
see that as that enemy moves from right to left, she's able to counter by going from left to right and still doing damage to it when it's behind her.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying, really liking this backward shot. Seems very strong.
Alrighty, Great John is just going absolute face on this enemy. Taking a little damage in the process, but... And there it goes. Alrighty, so Great John has finished another stage.
I think he knows
550
with
bonus
that game
crystal.
over, he needs to really catch up quickly.
Yeah.
Glitch witches. You know, the life bar does not tell the tale of this, you know, this board right here. Lots of she'll pull back on the screen, and then have to make some very sudden dodges as enemies spawn from the left side of the screen. So
It appears she used all the bombs that she did. I don't want to say in a panic move, but I think she just kind of needed to give herself some breathing room here.
well, you know, it's another form of strategy. You know, that the most expensive bomb is the one that you buy and don't use as you game over.
Yeah,
So
that's very true. And this boss seems has a pretty straightforward shot to it. You know, the bomb's not
this
except for extra damage, but you have a very clear shot. You don't really need to use a bomb on the tree.
And she did well to farm all those power-ups and even get some life from that kill. So she is pretty much right back where she was strength-wise at the beginning of this level. So that is a good thing for her.
and important. She just crossed the 1,500 crystals line, which is what you need to buy another credit. So at this point, you know, you'd hate to see it, but you know, if she did die again, she could at least rebuy the credit and be back. Oh, don't get pinned in there.
Don't
Don't get
doing?
pinned.
That was close.
Don't get stuck up there.
Yeah, that's don't want to see that. And Big John, you know, look, I'm not spending a lot of time looking at his screen, but it looks like he's making some solid progress. He's sticking with the Earth armor.
He's
and
definitely
just-
plowing through, doing a ton of damage, doing some pretty good defense and getting out of the way of shots, maneuvers. He's got ground to make up for sure. He's going to have to play aggressively.
But you know,
Ooh.
have-
And
Nice
Cat
boss
disposes of that boss, taking very minimal damage. Now, oh, she is in fantastic shape now. Because she doesn't really need to spend much to get back up to full strength, and she can absolutely afford another continue, and you see her buy it right away. So she's looking great.
and she is looking. Yeah, looks like she is, considering it all, willing to spend every bit that she thinks she'll have. Yeah, she goes all the way to 10 crystals,
wow.
so pretty much goes for broke at the store.
Empties the purse.
But that's, hey, you know, get all the juice while you can get it.
Yeah.
And as a
So-
counterexample, I see Great John. He's got more than he's got just over $2,000 in the bank. So
Yeah.
you know, I'd like to say it's pretty safe to say that as he finishes this stage, he'll buy a continue. But
Especially with
we'll
him
see.
being at full strength. If he can stay even close to that after this boss fight, then I don't see why he would do anything different. But still, Cat is in a pretty commanding position here, not only with the lead, but with being in good shape like we just described. I think it's going to take something pretty dramatic to cause this to change. And there we go. John gets through that boss. He still appears to be in pretty good shape. He is loaded with cash. So he will... Let's see what he does here. Okay. Stocking up. Strength. Okay. Does not buy a
Does not-
continue.
yeah, well, to be fair, like he definitely wanted to buy some other stuff, and it did not leave him with the 1,500. So
He's
and
got
this is still one of the, you know, this might be a stage he feels comfortable with. It's the sort of jungly stage.
He's got a lot of shield, a lot of damage going on. Looks like if he can power through this stage, no problem. He can buy a continue on the next one.
Cat still appears to be in pretty good shape getting through here.
I'm just sort of talking along. I did notice, yeah, she was using bombs earlier on.
She has
And
none
she-
left.
She has 0 bombs left, so you know, we'll see what's up ahead. I can't imagine how it would feel like to be one of these, the pilots of these mecha-like armors. They descend from the sky. They barely finish bouncing on the ground before they blow up. Like that can't be a good feeling.
Never got a chance.
It's like, hey, boss, can you drop me just a little bit earlier so I can get
Yeah.
set up on the ground?
Or maybe drop me behind one. See, that guy had an opportunity to do some things. But,
drop me right
but
on top
still.
of him.
Cat just mowing through everything. It appears she has gotten to the boss here.
It's the old eagle-winged mecha with a good eagle head too. Such great,
A classic,
such great
really.
design.
Oh, the dive kick gets her. Ooh, so does returning on the way back. She gets clipped by the wing.
Yikes.
Oh, the dive kick again.
One health.
Oh,
Yeah.
2 health left.
Get out of there.
Oh, cat. Oh my goodness.
He's red. Oh, and
Oh,
clutches
and
it
she
out.
clutches it out.
And that's really
Wow.
another example of how quickly your fortunes can turn in this game. Because before it was like, oh, she's full power, got a lot of health.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, oh no, she can only take one more hit.
Yeah. She wastes no time buying another continue. Again, empties the purse, only 40 crystals left. She's got full life, but her power is rather low, so she's really going to be depending on those pickups that you get throughout the level, which are those kind of they're the blue kind of orbs with the spikes around them that are going to give you a segment of power up. Now we see here she's already taken a hit. She's down to only 1 power and has already used the bomb that she's purchased. So,
Great John's taking a
might be
ton of
rough.
damage on
Very
that
well
ball.
one of those continues that she's been banking used here. So, meanwhile,
John.
John has gotten through that boss.
He took a ton of damage, but he got through it. And
Yeah,
that's
he
all
got-
that
yeah,
matters. That's all that matters.
Oh, and Cat is okay. Cat takes an early death. That's fine.
She got winged. She just got winged a few times by the spike platforms, but it was enough to. It was enough.
Alrighty.
Great Jen and Great Toddler in the chats showing some support for Great John. Always nice.
Oh man, Cat taking more damage from those moving platforms there, and again. Oh
Spike.
boy, this could be tough. Oh my god, and another death. Okay, well,
She's
It's
been
that homing plasma.
she's been
That
Yeah.
stocking
homing
up on those-
plasma.
She's been stocking up.
Oh, that is rough. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
just, and I think as we can see now, with the coffers emptied, starting over, now there's nothing left to spend. So
yeah.
you're gonna have to. So yeah, I think that this to me this is the most Gradius like this game has felt so far, because now it really is okay. You've got to
Start from scratch, really.
yeah.
How do you do that with no money?
Yeah.
But you know it. I feel like this is also a situation to where make it through, get to a shop with some amount of money and some amount of power-ups that you were able to hold on to. Maybe make it out of this bleak spot.
Yeah.
Rooting for Glitch Witch, rooting for Great John. Just
Great John.
we want to see people have fun and compete. We want to see a good well played run by everybody. So
Great
Yeah,
John
we would
just
love
took
to see them
those
both get
trees.
to Rondo of Blood
yes.
close to one another.
And again, we know they've both beaten Rondo of Blood multiple times, but anything could happen there, because Rondo of Blood is every bit a Castlevania game. It is.
Yeah, it could
Well
be the
said.
great
No walk in the
equalizer here.
Well said.
I think it was a great play to put that as the final game of this
I mean,
race.
certainly for the
Oh,
spectators
Cat,
at least.
Cat, trying to make those collections there of all those crystals and power-ups that came out, and got hit twice in the process.
And if I recall correctly, I remember Great John having some great jukes in this
Yeah,
section.
you gotta
There's a
do
lot
some-
going on.
You gotta
Oh,
do some
Cat!
fancy dancing here, and unfortunately, Cat gets caught there. Oh, gets hit again. Oh boy.
Oh.
Oh, but I think she's through that part. Now, how close is she to the boss is the question.
Well, this is just a mini boss, but you know, okay. She's going out there to get some power ups.
Yeah,
that
she
health back.
desperately needs. Oh, she's down to 1 health.
Goodness.
Oh lordy.
Got
Oh
poked
lordy.
from the bottom of the screen by the crab.
That crab hit came out of nowhere, it looks like.
Okay,
Oh.
will she get the? Oh, I think there are health pickups here, but it may have been those enemies that she's not on the right side to
Such a tight
shoot.
squeeze.
She got stuck on that side of the screen.
Oh. Okay, she's through that section. Wow. Oh my God, that dragon! Oh. Okay, power ups. Those
Oh,
are
no.
nice.
And it's this
Not
fight.
what we need.
This is the
Oh,
homing laser
no.
immediately. Just it just
Ripped Cat apart.
what do you? Oh. But I believe that was the boss. So
Yes, that
you
was.
know,
We saw
she-
Great John take that one down.
no, that was okay. An enemy reports on the back channel. That was the pre-boss, so did not get to the checkpoint. That is a heartbreaker.
Yeah, and meanwhile, I mean, we've been focusing so much on Cat, but Great John seems to be just plugging along here. So that is more gap that he is closing. So this is starting to get,
It's not over.
yeah, not over, not over
this-
by a long shot. This is starting to get interesting. And one thing I do want to point out here, and you can see that timer there, we have passed 4.5 hours that these racers have been going, and aside from, you know, breaks that you can measure in seconds, they have been going strong this entire way. So, is there a fatigue factor? Do they start to kind of mentally wear down? Is that going to come into play with this race here?
Absolutely, and you know that, and you know, as we've already seen, you know, these games, you know, Lords of Thunder, unforgiving of mistakes, and Rondo of Blood certainly favors the attentive mind. Both these runners have gone for more than 4.5 hours, and the longest break I think either of them took was maybe 90 seconds.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
no,
wow.
they're both at super low health.
Okay.
Great John about to
John.
head into a boss fight. Oh my god.
John
Oh,
doesn't
no.
make it.
Kiaz continues.
Oh. I
No
missed. How many
provision
does he have left after
continues.
the one he just used?
He has
Two?
two left.
Okay.
Two. Couldn't tell if he
No.
bought one. I don't think he did. But oh no.
Glitch switch.
And
Oh.
Glitch Switch down to 0 continues.
Yeah.
And she does
and only
not
has
have
400.
she does not have the cash to
Oh.
buy another one.
This could be another huge turning point.
Folks, Quattro, totally, this is an emotional roller coaster.
This whole race has been an emotional roller coaster.
Oh, no kidding.
It's, you got, this is really where the tenacity comes to play.
Yeah.
You know, it's not, the race is not measured by how well you press your advantage necessarily, it's how well you spring back from setbacks, and we're gonna have to see it.
Yeah. I mean, and here's the thing. Way back, over 4 hours ago, we saw Great John just have such a hard time with Alien Crush. That seemed like a distant memory. I mean, he could have gone on full tilt after that.
Well, yeah, and back then, like, at that point, you know, for someone less familiar with this sort of multi-race, the feel of the marathon race, you could say, whoa, wait, he was behind 2 games at one point. How do you come back from that? How do you? But you see it now, and it's like it barely even mattered. I mean, it felt like it mattered a whole bunch then, but it's all, you know, it's about who finishes first, not about who's in the lead.
No, that is true. Alrighty. Now, this is where Kat kind of got herself into trouble. After she killed this enemy, there's going to be a ton of drops that come out, but there's also going to be some enemies that come right there and can do some damage. Okay, so she leaves a lot of crystals there on the table, but then again, if she dies, that doesn't matter. She has no more continues, so probably was wise to just let all of those crystals go, just to give herself a much better chance of surviving the onslaught that she still has to face here for the rest of this level. But taking some damage there, that doesn't help.
Ooh.
Oh boy.
She did pick up the power-ups though out of that that mini boss kill, but no, she's got no health left.
No, it doesn't.
Oh wait, no, okay, I guess she had. There's the 2 bars, but you know it's not great right now. Oh, don't get clawed. Don't. She got clawed.
Oh, 1 HP. Oh, she is literally 1 hit of any sort away from game over.
Will she try to get over onto the other side? I don't think she's going to, and honestly, I don't blame her trying to weave in between these spiky smashers.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. She's through that section.
Don't the worm!
Oh, the dragon.
Okay, but now she's heading up into the guardian to the boss, not the boss. She's got to make it past, and the homing laser again. And to be fair, how do you get practice on that if your only experience is it killing you immediately? Oh, that is, and that's it. That was her last credit. I think she might be taking a short break here. Oh, let's check in.
I can't say I'm looking at the race channel. I do not see a forfeit.
Okay,
so,
she's I think she's considering her options here, and you know.
She's right back at it.
5 hours in. Okay,
Unless this is the demo we're looking at.
Well, I can't.
This might just be a demo.
I can't tell. You know, okay, it's just the demo, but you know, she's taking a break right now. We'll see what happens. But meanwhile, Great John sticking with it.
He is on the level here that was confounding Cat. So let's see how he is able to handle this with the arsenal that he has. Ooh, taking damage there, that's not the greatest. But he gets through that boss pretty well. You can see how much work that fire that he's dropping does. That seems to be his real main damage source.
Yeah, those flame bursts just they do a number on the enemies, and you know you get used to how they arc through the air. Just I can't tell if that was a bomb that I just missed the animation on, or if that was just really good placement.
That was absolutely a bomb, and it made very quick work of that boss.
Killed the boss before the vertical scrolling was even done. That's
yeah.
I don't know if that was the general strat, or if that was just him saying, you know what, I'm not liking the look of my bars. I'm just gonna make this mini boss a non-issue.
Back to the juke section.
He avoided. Yeah, he took some shots, but he did avoid the spiky balls. Heading into the old crab. Oh, using a bomb.
Using the bomb to stay safe,
again.
And I think that was the right call.
I agree.
Because it just completely wasted it in one shot.
Obliterated that boss.
That feels like, you know, maybe that was just a safety strat, but it sure saves some time. So.
Well, considering he has only 3 health remaining, I do not blame him for that play at all.
So let's see if Great John Picks up, pick.
Oh no!
Oh,
I
great
think
time.
he was.
What happened?
I think he was repositioning to try to kill the series of enemies that would drop him a health drop. But I think he waited too long to make the move.
He made the decision too late. Yeah.
That's a real heartbreaker. He had the right idea, but maybe hesitated just a little bit too long. So, but he's back into it. He had enough money to take on some upgrades, and see how it goes.
Okay, now this does appear to be over on Kat's side. This is not a demo. This is her. This is her playing again. Like I said, she did not forfeit. Probably just needed a couple minutes to gather herself. I do not blame her.
Oh yeah, no, she made multiple attempts at that level before game overing.
Yeah.
That's a wise strategy. Just step back for a little bit. Say, hey, let's shake it off. Get a glass of water. Maybe hit the bathroom. Walk around.
Glass of water, huh?
Glass of something, but whatever it is, maybe eat a small snack, get the blood sugar back up, but whatever it is, just say, look, I can't. Even if you feel like I just want to jump back in and get to it, just say no. Let's take a break. Take this
big
moment.
bite. Chill out, dude.
Yeah, no game calls from Malort.
But Malort is fantastic.
No game should call from Malort.
Well, there's a pretty significant Chicago contingent around these parts, and I'm not from there, but I'm glad they introduced me to the Nectar of Chicago.
The Chicago
The
handshake.
Nectar of Chicago. Is that its official nickname?
No, it's not.
It is
I think
now.
most of the nicknames are not safe for this channel.
Gotcha.
It's a pretty foul drink, in my opinion.
Alrighty, and again, just as soon as it makes itself apparent, drops a bomb on it. And good is through now. Is through that in much better shape than he was the first time around. So now as we get to this vertical scrolling part where he's got to avoid these spiky platforms, if he is able to maintain, he's going to have some pretty good strength coming out of here, and that should bode well for the rest of this level. Can he make it through relatively unscathed?
Nope, okay.
Ooh, gets a health pickup. That's huge.
That's what he was trying to position for before, so he got there this time. Also, take a moment and respect that, a lot of shmups, they've got blocks you need to avoid, but they're either like crushing blocks or they're, bioengineered life forms that are trying to absorb you. This game, it's blocks with spikes, and I respect the attention to the spikiness. Why would your bold hero be hurt by a mirror like stone wall coming at you slowly? But no, okay, so roll and test it with spikes.
Yes, Lords of Thunder here to remind you that yes, spikes do hurt. Alrighty,
He's made it back to the Vector boss.
I believe this was the boss that was responsible for Great John's first game over, so let's see if maybe he has some better insight. Oh, but taking a good amount of damage and losing a lot of weapon power in the process.
But he's always stuck in the corner. Okay, I think he's trying to decide between going full ham, boosting for damage, but
oh my god, he's down to 1 health. Oh, and there it goes.
And I think that was it. If he could have... Yeah, he is out. He's going to spend all his money. He's going to have nothing left for the final boss rush. And even worse, that final hit, if he could have survived that last one, he could have come through to do a lot of sword sword action on the boss's weak point, but this is just like that. He's he's still here. He's still in it, but his challenges are now multiplied. So. Meanwhile, Glitch Witch making some steady progress. Trucking along. Oh, okay. Great John doing some a little bit of enemy manipulation there.
Okay. Standing in, really delivering that damage. Now the boss has changed color. We know that's a good thing. That means we're done. There it is.
But okay, he's got the boss rush now, and he is not well funded. So let's see.
Wow, opts to spend just on some shields.
I mean, he did. Yeah, he tanked up, so I feel like he spent the money he had wisely. He's got a full complement of bombs. He's got good shielding. Yeah, so let's see how he does.
He's got a very good position.
Yeah, looks like he's concentrating on wise positioning here. Okay, shooting his bombs off.
Color change.
Okay, looks like he had a good cycle there. Boss did not hang around long in that form. And oh my.
What a boss.
This looks gnarly.
It's a big boy. Using the bombs
throwing
to
a
deal
bomb
damage, but
Get
also
that
to earn
damage
himself
going.
some iframes. And is that
okay.
Was that it?
Yeah.
That is it.
GG.
Wow.
Great John's done it.
That's an interesting final boss. Looks like the bombs and some savvy early tactics on the very first phase is I won't say it trivializes boss, but definitely felt like one of the bosses that went down just a little bit easier.
Yeah.
But I know
so easy.
Great John giving a sigh of relief. That's behind him now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's all take a sigh of relief.
Yeah. And now Great John will be moving on to the 10th and final game of this Turbo 10, and that is Castlevania Rondo of Blood.
I see a modern pop culture reference in Great John's names, but he is starting up a new file. Getting ready to go.
Oh, was that the name of Elon Musk's new baby? There.
Yep. Why not? Yeah.
Oh.
Was that it? Was that the secret message no one else got? That they named their child after the stage select code?
That would be incredible.
Seems pretty geeky. Okay, so we got
nice, lovely cutscene.
We got this cutscene. Richter posing for the camera.
Sweet little panel montage there. The narrowing of the eyes. Yeah, let me get a letter Z, the number 4, a Q, another Q, another Q, and the Batman symbol. Is it Alex Caros and Mr. Belvedere?
So for a change of pace, gonna fight death.
Oh,
Right off the
Webster,
bat.
sorry.
Right off the bat.
Gives him a finger wag. Not today.
No, no, no.
And he shoots the deuce. He's out. I'll deal with you later.
He comes for us all.
Very, very cinematic. This is a eminently cinematic game, both in the cutscenes, but also just in the. It's very presentation, very richly detailed.
Another game that shows off what the TG16 can do.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting because the TG16, had very. And just a note, the 16 in the TurboGrafx 16, it was not present in the Japanese marketing for the game, and it's an 8-bit CPU, but really this is a testament to how the bits and the bit wars were just sort of goofy. Didn't really matter, and it's really about the holistic capabilities of the console and how the talent of the software developers, how good were they at getting excellent games out of the hardware. And you can tell with it's just gorgeous. It plays well, has wonderful sounds.
So yeah, so a question in chat about getting Maria here in Rondo of Blood. It appears that the racers on their own have decided that that's what they are going to allow, or that's what they are going to do. So,
and who are we to say
Maria will be obtained here? It looks like.
Yeah, they're gonna start from a fresh save. Start with Richter, but yeah, but hey, we'll find out. As we've already seen, anything can change once the race is on. So.
Yeah, while Great John does have a sizable lead, I wouldn't call it a safe one because this can
That dragon is just full of fire.
difficult.
So much fire. Speaking of fire, Glitch just dispatched another boss. She's trucking along.
Oh, Great John saying in chat that they are both planning to get Maria, but also adding, "I've never done this route." Oh, the plot thickens. So, if this is something with which Kat is familiar, which I believe she is, that can give her an advantage. So, that could be just what the doctor ordered for her to potentially catch up. But she's still got to get through. She's still got to get through Lords of Thunder first. So let's not get ahead of ourselves here.
Yep, it has looked. There have been times in this race where somebody might have, and not unforgivably said, "Man, look, it looks like that player might be out of it." But it's not over till it's over.
Yes, never underestimate the capability of TurboGrafx 16 games to troll you. Great John taking a considerable amount of damage from that axe-throwing knight. Meanwhile, Kat seems to be in pretty good shape over here on her side. She's got full weapon power, a decent amount of health.
Taking down another crab boss.
Yep. She's got even more health now. So, she is looking good. She's got a good amount of money, too. And, of course, she's going to get a nice little shot in the arm when destroying the boss as well. So,
I did not notice she switched to Earth.
Yes.
Maybe that'll help her power through some of the harder enemies.
Yeah. And that honestly might just be looking at what Great John was able to do and say, hey, let me give this a shot as well.
Yeah. Water's
See if
not
I
working
can,
for me. Let's try something else.
Yeah. Getting some
Great
good old
John.
wall meat over there on Great John's side to give him some breathing room.
Belmont family
Spell
farm.
codes which he
goes
needs
on.
because he boosts right into that fish man.
It's a very awkwardly placed fishman. And we have Maria.
Who looks suspiciously like Princess Peach.
What makes you say that?
Well, now that I see the braids and the bows, maybe not so much, but long pink hair or long blonde hair, pink dress.
Sure. Suspended in midair, as Peaches want to do.
Yeah, she's floating. Now she's got her feet on the ground. They shake hands. They have struck an accord.
And we never see Richter again.
Yeah. Oh, he clearly said something you shouldn't have. You see that frown. No, he thought it was funny.
What a classic misunderstanding.
Alrighty. Back to the split screen here. Again, Cat. Looking pretty good on health and
Yeah.
power.
A lot of power
Pretty
up
good amount of cash as well.
Enough for a continue if she wants to go that route.
Continue and then some.
Yeah.
Because she's going to get even more money when killing the boss, so this could really do wonders for her long-term survivability.
Great John's just took a death to this werewolf boss.
John really struggling with this boss here. Not sure if he's just...
I'm not sure if John knows how to switch to Maria. He had mentioned he's never done the Maria route.
Okay. Interesting. Oh no.
Well, thankfully they do give you some little bit of time to recollect some power-ups, a few hearts.
That holy water that he keeps throwing seems to be doing very little damage. He's better off using his whip. We got Cat here on a boss, looking pretty good as far as her power goes. Let that up and down fire do its work and just... Oh. Oh, boss has changed color. We know that's good. Cat is taking some damage here. Oh, but she's through it. Very good. Wow, she's already got 3,000 crystals. Add 600 to that. She is going to be able to really, really stock up. Not just on continues, but just get super beefy here. There's the continue get. Wow, look at that. Bought a continue and fully stocked up, and she still has over 1,000 crystals left. So even if she does take a death or two here, she should be fine. Ah, there's the player change. Alrighty. So it is now Maria over on Great John's side.
And with the power of animals, she will take down Dracula.
And the power of doing front shoulder rolls as well.
Yes.
Throw them birds.
Birds are still jerks, but in this case, they're good jerks.
Yeah. This time they're jerks to the enemy. So really, they are still jerks. It's just all a matter of perspective.
Sure.
Ooh, but she
Axe to
takes
the face.
considerable damage there, and the Axe Knight just proves to be too much for Great John on that one. Now, what is the story with these birds? Like, it doesn't even look like she's throwing them or releasing them. They're just, like, emanating from her forehead.
That she has a nest in her hair, is my guess.
Just like in real life.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But yeah, as has been mentioned in chat, Maria is a bit of a glass cannon. She takes a lot of damage, but she deals a lot of damage. She does have that tactical role, but you know, it's all about trade-offs.
Yeah. Shoutouts to the Behemoth from Final Fantasy IV, chasing Maria down. Oh, does she have a slide move as well? I saw her kind of like scoot across the ground on her, like her stomach.
I think most prefer the tactical role, but yeah, she does have a slide. Eyeball, please.
Oh, and she gets cake instead of chicken.
Yeah, she gets birthday treats. She gets wall treats.
Oh, how
Wall
lovely.
treats.
Oh, and she has a double jump? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, there's a reason Maria has her own category. She can do a lot.
Speaking of doing things, Cat is on another boss fight here. Not a lot of power.
With the
Still
color
has a
change.
decent amount of health, though. Oh, but that is dwindling.
You got a lot of hits in as the boss was descending back into the water, though. Looks like some
Changing
free
colors,
damage.
we know that's good. Is she gonna make it? Oh!
You got that the homing shot. You gotta deal with the homing shot.
Oh, yes, she
Yes.
does. Oh, that was huge.
Took it down.
Okay.
So we're gonna see Maria make short work of this werewolf fight here. Birds for days.
Oh, Cat, in gearing up, left herself about 40 crystals short of buying another continue.
Oof. I hope that doesn't come back to haunt her.
Well, the good thing is that it's not like you lose crystals after you die.
True.
So, if she does die, I mean, now she's got over 1,500. So if she does die here, she just buys a continue. So really, the timing of that isn't too bad. It might actually be a blessing in disguise, because if she can get through here without dying,
She's got
then
the power up.
that's a whole bunch more money she has to just repower up. Yeah. Alrighty, and now Great John has made his way to stage 3 here.
It always bothered me that the hearts in Castlevania don't heal you. Like, just make that a different icon for your special sub weapon. Why hearts? It's been a problem I've had with every Castlevania game. I want hearts to heal me when I pick them up. Crystals and bloodlines. All right. Are you saying Link would? Is Link a vampire drumboardist? Any other video game protagonist? Yeah, hearts seem universal for health in my mind, and this is one of the big franchises that bucks that trend, and it always throws me off.
Alrighty, Kat is now on the section that gave both her and Great John much consternation here. These spiky sections, but I'm noticing Kat has considerably more health and power here, and thus should hopefully make very quick work of this
Yeah, Great John used the
mega
bomb.
antlion. Oh, look at that! She's got full power.
My goodness. Doing
This is
quick work.
great. Okay, now,
Careful of the spike section.
but the ascent. This is what we
Careful.
are going to be keeping a close eye on.
Be careful with this spike section.
Okay. She's at damn near full health, looking great through the spikes. No worse for the wear. Excellent, excellent. And she's got all that money. She seems to me now to be in fantastic shape.
This could be the run.
This
And just
I have a
finish it
very
out.
good feeling about this.
Finish it out.
Ooh, but she takes
Just
a
tanks
huge
that
laser to the
crystal
face,
hit. Yeah, just
right
tanks
in there.
the crystal.
Man, she's just jamming those shots right down those crystals in the middle. And here we go. She's made it to the boss. So, even if this goes poorly, I think she'll still be fine.
And with the earth armor, she
Okay.
will do a ton of damage.
Yeah. Ooh. So she did something there that we didn't really see Great John do, which is take advantage of those jumps that the enemy does to slide over onto the other side to give herself some breathing
Her
room.
health, though, her health.
But unfortunately, she gets
It
pinned
did
in the
very
corner
quickly.
there.
Yeah, she got.
She
Yeah.
has 6 continues after this. My lord.
Excellent.
I think she'll be just fine.
Playing it very safe.
Yes. Let's go.
Maria picks up the gigantic birthday cake. One of my favorites.
Oh, now this is interesting. Now the boss is all the way over on the right side of the screen for Cat, and therefore not really pinning her in the corner. This, I believe, is a pretty sound strategy here.
Yeah, she got a lot of damage in on those.
She
the
sure
pea sugar
did.
shots too.
Look at
Just from
this.
The boss being far away.
Cat took a couple hits there, but I don't really think it's that big of a deal. Look at this, all the way over on the right side of the screen.
Boss has changed
This
color.
should not be any problem for her at all.
There's probably one more.
Tries to throw out a dragon. That does no
ghosts.
good. Boss down. Excellent work.
Yeah.
Excellent work.
Tries to throw at a dragon, but it does no good.
All right. There we go. She is loaded for bear.
Meanwhile, Great John's up against the Minotaur fight. He's changed to the dragon weapon.
Oh.
The dragon helper.
The Minotaur legs dangling from the wall are just amazing.
Yeah, it's a good fight. Get out of the way.
Shoryuken. Meanwhile, Kat's only got 2 phases of this boss here to deal with, and then she will have her day with Rondo of Blood.
Doing very well health-wise.
All right,
2
I believe
bombs
this is
left.
second phase coming up here.
Final fight.
And
She is in
It's
good
a-
shape. She's got 2 bombs.
yep, it's a big boy, and bombs were part of the strategy. She's
Yeah,
not
I don't
using
see
them
why
yet,
she doesn't
but
start just handing them out.
Sure.
Okay, bombs away. There you
There
go.
you
Yep, there.
There we go. Oh no! Took it up there.
Oh no!
That's
Oh.
spiked.
What happened? Oh
Spike.
wow!
Yeah.
Spike was like
So
an
much
instant,
damage at
instant
once.
kill almost, maybe. There's a lot of damage from that spike.
But well, as she continued, she has lots of credits now. Of course, I mean, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
she had
she does.
lots of continues.
I believe she has 5 left now. I believe.
Yeah, so she's gonna get multiple attempts at this, but
Yeah. And considering she gets, I mean, a free refill of health, power, and bombs right there.
That's big.
That's as generous as the game is ever gonna be to you. So
Absolutely. But she is taking some damage here to this
It
guy.
looks like she has the timing quite right on those lava pillars.
Hmm. Okay, using a bomb here through the second phase.
back
To a big
back to
boy.
where very similar setup to her first fight, but I'm wondering this time is she more aggressive on the bombs? Is she gonna work out the movement more?
Just has to
Let's see what
dodge that
happens.
spire, really.
Oh, those spires. Okay, they just oh, no, the
Oh,
lasers
Oh,
too.
yeah, yeah.
dude, my goodness.
Wait, Great John in chat saying, I think I'm
Nope.
stuck and it's
Oh
broke.
no! Oh, Great John, you weren't supposed to be there.
How did you get out of there?
Oh no, even worse. He's done some. He's confused the game.
Oh, John.
Oh no. And there's there's discussion going on. This is you don't want to see this for sure.
Oh no, he's knocked out of bounds. Oh no.
This is very awkward.
Can he not even take damage? Oh, okay.
No, he can. Okay, will a
Nope,
death
there he
fix
is.
this?
Okay, maybe he can game over his
Okay.
way out of this.
Yeah, reset the room with a death.
Let's see.
Okay.
You'd hope. Okay, he's in a totally different room.
Okay.
Stage 4. Okay, very
Let's
awkward.
hope he gets back into fighting shape here.
This seems to be okay.
Have you tried turning it on and off again?
Okay. Cat is now going into phase 3 with much more health and all 3 bombs.
Yeah, but as we've seen before, the health just doesn't stand up for very long. So
Yeah,
But the
but I
3
would love to
bombs.
see her just launch her entire
Okay,
payload here. Just
here it
boom. There's
goes.
1.
Oh,
There's
yeah,
2.
She's lasers.
popping the bombs.
There's 3.
Is that
Just
enough?
Still good on
Hit it
health.
again.
There it is.
There it is.
Now, that is
Okay.
it.
The dodging.
You've got to just go full ham with the bombs.
Okay.
GG Glitch Witch.
Yes, well
Phew.
done. That was a lot of grit in that. Looks like she is. We're definitely loading up Rondo. Rondo does have some intro cutscene going on, but
Oh.
Nice. You can take a quick break while the Rondo cutscene is going. Collect yourself.
RGL
we got-
hype.
We got an RGL hype. Yeah.
Hype.
Oh, what she's gonna yeet.
Yeet.
To be fair, Maria definitely yeets all of these animals.
Yeah.
For sure.
Probably wants to. Probably wants
Okay.
to yeet JJ and Jeff into oblivion.
The most yeet worthy of the games.
Oh my goodness.
goodness.
Yes, that is yeet material.
Great John navigating these incredibly restrained boulders.
Although I would
Definitely
imagine Maria's
volleyball.
double jump makes this much easier to deal with.
Yeah, I do remember playing through this section with Richter, and
It's not fun.
it's not that horrible, but yeah, you need to promptly get on the boulders as soon as they fall down to be able to get enough height. So, okay, let's see. Great John. Health not looking that great, but I got to imagine weighing even heavier on his mind is making sure he doesn't get knocked out of bounds.
Yes.
Ooh,
Oh no!
and
Body.
just gets walloped by the spike.
Wow.
Meanwhile, Glitch Witch dealing with the Dikembe Mutombo from Death here.
Oh no. Not today.
And then a little
Abuse.
adios action there as well.
Oh, and just rolls for victory.
Yep. Scouring the
John,
walls
take-
for hidden goodies.
And taking a moment, appreciate the interior decorating, and proceed. Also, we can take a moment, look at Glitch Witch's screen, appreciate the callback, the Simon's Quest happening here.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Just, you know,
Also,
got to appreciate for these storied franchises when they take the moment to do the clear callback.
oh yes. Also, it appears that Maria will be using the blue turtle shell on this boss here. Ooh, who's already taking considerable damage from
Just from the
Maria's bird
birds.
friends. Ooh, but speaking of taking considerable damage, oh my goodness. They are just trading punches in the middle of the ring here, and
Yep, just
Maria
tanks
gets
it.
the better of it.
Maria just tanks down the headless horseman. Well, not really a horseman, the headless knight.
Well, John was
Yeah.
Dullahan. But yeah, those birds were doing real nice damage at that range.
Oh yeah.
So Glitchwitch entering into the dragon fight.
Oh no!
She gets
Oh.
grabbed. No, this
Yeah.
is
Very rude.
and just
Just gets
the
cornered.
mix, not enough health, and ends up in a bad spot. No real good options to dodge. Great John. Great John is taken to the waves. We're on an ocean voyage. So for those of you more familiar with this game, or at least more familiar with the arc of the game, if not the speed run, at this point, Great John has reached the merge in the routes. So there's a little bit of forking in this game, but he's gotten back to what you would consider like the main chunk of the route again. So.
Alrighty. Meanwhile, Cat has finished this dragon boss.
Great John is fighting
doing
a
battle
painting.
with a picture.
You know, great art provokes an emotional response, and in this case, it provokes a physical response.
Is rage an emotion?
That was a great underwater effect there. It shows below the waterline, outside the boat. This game is just full of real nice, thoughtful touches.
Nothing like Ninja Ryukenden, though.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, it's just not fair to compare the two. But Rondo gets by. For what it is, it gets by.
Maria takes a chain to the face there.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate death, but we get to see more of this water.
Always a plus.
And the raising and lowering of the ship on the waves. It's just real taking advantage of the capabilities that were there to just enrich the atmosphere.
Unfortunately, for all these pretty things that we're talking about, you can tell that they come at the expense of a decent amount of lag.
You will occasionally get some slowdown, but
Yeah.
that was it's always a choice as a game designer on especially on constrained systems like the consoles were. Do you further enrich the game at the cost of intermittent lag? Do you try to balance the gameplay around the lag, or do you do you pull back on your ambition in the pursuit of a consistent frame rate? And there are some beloved games that are positively beleaguered by lag, and you know what? That's okay. It's part of the retro experience.
Indeed it is. Oh, man. So, looking like she will be keeping Dragon Friend.
I'm not sure, but given that, we finally caught up with death, maybe a dragon for this aerial foe isn't such a bad idea.
Oh, goodness. Yes.
Oh, yeah, no, the dragon looks like it's packing a wallop. And it's got a good pattern of motion.
Yeah, just gotta hit death.
Nice big hitbox, moving straight. This is just up and to the side. Oh, we've got big skulls.
Most excellent.
Real. And you can see the mode 16 at work here. Scaling and rotating.
Ooh,
And that's it for death.
The dragon takes down death.
I do appreciate that in this fight, Death does come down from his flight to say, you know what? You want a piece of me? I'll fight you close quarters, but it was not a good idea versus summoned dragons. So
Meanwhile, Glitch has rescued Maria and will be making the switch shortly.
Okay, yeah, we're well underway here. And just to refresh our memory, about how many stages is Great John in past the Maria swap? Is it what, 2 or 3?
It's an excellent question.
I didn't mean to put everybody on the spot. I had to take a short break, but
he's beaten the werewolf boss and the minotaur to death. The sync with the audio and the cutscene is real.
Oh, so how are you doing? I gotta be honest though, this nothing we do here will compare to the sublime magic that was Bill Reiser of Contra 3 rising up and saying, "Hello, folks."
Oh,
any of you are here that remember that? Hey, everybody! A golden moment.
So, you've got purple hair. That's pretty cool.
Yes.
Look into my eyes, and then at this purple guy.
That's a good outfit. I want that.
Oh,
I want
robes.
that cloak.
Yeah.
I can pass on the wide collar that Dracula's wearing, but that
Yeah,
purple,
that is
cloak, hooded cloak, stylish and functional.
Glitch, which is on the werewolf now.
Yeah, oh, and she's using Hydra Storm.
Hydro Storm.
Yep.
Yeah, and she's looking. I don't want to jinx it. Don't want to jinx it. This werewolf can get out of hand real quick. Oh,
Ooh.
the jukes.
Very nice crouch there. Oh, not there though.
Oh, when he's bouncing
Oh,
around.
oh,
No, she jumped.
Body.
Oh, no.
And zig when she should have zagged.
Oh, but you just come back here.
Yeah. The setback is not considerable, which is nice.
Right, though, I mean, I got to imagine at this point, because we know that she declared before the race started, sort of like, hey, I'm gonna switch to Maria. At this point, like, this is the lame duck zone. She's still playing Richter. She preferred to switch to the Maria, but
Can't switch just yet.
right, it's like, oh man, you gotta make it through this boss before you can do the switch. So this is like that last taste of Richter. Gotta muscle through this fight.
Wow, that was a very nice bat that kind of just floated around the middle of the room and just let Maria just throw all kinds of birds at it.
Yeah, this is a richly appointed boss room. Got some nice columns, some drapery hanging from the ceiling. Oh, and that is
Medusa is a different story.
Medusa.
yeah.
Actually, that was more like a Lamia, I want to say.
Yeah, no, I think I'm with you. A little bit more on the snake, a little bit less on the snake hair.
Yeah.
But it's got everything you expect from the later, not too late Castlevanias, but from the doughy midsection of the Castlevania franchise. It's got drawn from a lot of fantasy heritage, but a lot of horror movies all mixed together. Ooh, we get to see Shaft for just a little bit before he says, you know what? How
glorious purple cloak.
Yeah, no,
Alrighty.
Shaft knows what's up.
Cat wasting no time switching to Maria, and will now use this to her advantage to sail through this level as quickly as possible.
Oh, cooler things for pasting in that link of the hey everybody.
Oh yeah.
It's worth it, folks. getting through the bat. And I see in chat there someone says, no, it is Medusa. This is a bit of a CV1 callback. You know, you get the bat boss. You get, you know, we won't split hairs on exactly what, but you know, clearly some inspiration from previous entries here going on.
And down she goes.
Yep, Shaft is gonna have to summon some better bosses. Oh, it's
the mummies.
Classic. Just one mummy. You know, don't waste all your mummies all at once. But sit them in one at a time.
With Maria route, you don't see the traditional first mummy fight on the clock tower. That's a
Oh!
That's a Richter only route, I believe.
Oh, close to get killed, but just a wayward strand of bandage.
Yeah, those bandages, they're going all over the place, and took one too many.
We are 5.5 hours in, Mickey, on the last game.
Yeah, this is... Both runners have got to be... I'm sure they feel like they're full of energy, but the exhaustion's got to be setting in.
What a last game it is.
Yeah, and this is not a game... This is a game that favors a whole lot of vigilance, a lot of deliberate movement.
Yeah. Oh, that screw attack does a good amount of damage. But bat down.
Finds a nice parfait in the base there.
Parfait is a good word.
Parfait is a good dessert.
Oh, and that
both.
That Medusa goes down rather quickly this time. Pentagram turns.
Just like that, we're back at the mummy fight.
Back at the mummy fight.
Okay, oh, it looks like he's taking a slightly different approach here. You know,
yeah.
Standing back from the bandage, gonna
take your time.
Snipe
well
away.
Done.
Ooh, and gets a parfait. I don't know if I would eat a parfait that came out of a mummy, but
yeah,
you know,
that's risky.
And of course, Frankenstein's monster.
The creature.
Grabbed.
Wow.
Right off
just
the bat.
takes immense damage from
that dragon
Dragon Friend.
Doing work.
Ooh,
Okay,
pentagram turns yet again.
Keep it going. Shaft is pulling out. Oh, it stops.
Alrighty.
Fine, I'll do it myself.
Yep.
Yeah. Comes down, flexes, brings out.
This is
the
Rondo
orbs.
of Blood, Wasteland Matt. The last game in our 10-game race.
And here you can see, you know, and got him. Got him.
Oh wow. Meanwhile,
He sinks
Cat
into the
is
ground.
making some pretty quick work of the Minotaur here. Wow, is she gonna do this without taking any damage?
That double jump helps a whole lot on that Minotaur.
That is a perfect kill.
And get ready. Get ready. Oh, no, just gets plowed through by the Dragon Punch. But she had the life to spare. Great John just rolling down this bridge, as one does.
Rolling, rolling, rolling.
Oh. Taking a lot of damage
Yeah,
on this
trying to-
ascent here, though.
Very awkwardly placed skulls stopping her on the staircase there.
Awkwardly placed skulls, a trademark of the franchise.
Ain't that the truth?
it gets harpied almost immediately. That harpy, that feather had Maria's name on it.
Such a cute game over screen too.
Yeah,
it definitely is.
Just too cute. Also, do you notice the massive array of bats scrolling just in front of the moon? Real nice detail there. Looking like these skulls do a quarter bar of damage each to Maria. Oh man, that's it's all over in a flash. Meanwhile, Glitch Witch is carefully navigating this corridor lined with spikes. Not the usual interior decoration choice, but you know, I'm not going to tell Dracula how to do his business.
Drumboard is coming in hot with some Medusa lore.
Yeah, no, good. Drumboardist bringing the knowledge to the chat. And that is not a command.
Kind of has dodged all the skulls this time.
And gets by with 3/4 health left. Okay, manages to
Get out of the.
okay.
Get out of there! Get out of there!
What is going on? No!
Get out of there!
The harpies are a menace.
My goodness!
I thought he
was at the door transition and was plucked out of it.
That was incredible. For a brief moment, I thought he had managed to thread the needle and get to the screen transition, but no, the harpies had none of it.
Plucked back.
Absolutely none of it.
The room.
Okay, well let's. Okay, go, dude.
Did it again. Get out! Get out! Deja vu all over again.
Okay, there.
Get out of there!
Oh my.
Find the wall cake. What a screen for him.
Glitch Witch taking a moment to just blow up a wall, as one does.
As one does. Gotta time out this pendulum spike.
John taking a game over. Oh, which means he has to go back through the Harpy Zone.
And those skulls. You got lucky
Just
on that
everything,
one
yeah,
that he
that-
cleared, yeah.
You know, the clock tower, it has a reputation to live up to, and it's delivering here.
Yeah. It's mandatory. Every Castlevania game has to have a clock tower.
It's mandatory.
It's mandatory.
But you know,
Are you asking about Maria specifically, Drumboardist, or this particular route Maria is going?
oh. John is getting hung up on a gear. Oh, and it's
RP again. Yeah, Maria is faster and a more powerful character.
yeah. Maria is a trade-off. Mobility, power output, all real nice. But takes just a heap and pile of damage, as clearly demonstrated in the clock tower and everywhere else, to be honest. But the real glass cannon character. Oh, great John getting stuck on those gears again. And gotta be honest here, Maria's bird does not seem like a good counter to the harpies, but he sneaks by the time. I'm starting to think that maybe you cannot do the tactical roll through the transition, and he may have just been
Stuck there.
Not letting up on the roll.
I think it's worth pointing out that Kat has just started stage 5, and I believe John is on stage 7.
Yeah, no,
So we need to keep an eye on this. That there is a a gap, and it is closing.
It is not over, and as you can see, in this, just like honestly, nearly every other game that has been played, there is no lead that is insurmountable because these games mean business.
Yep, and just like John had the advantage with Bonk's Adventure, with having experience in playing that, Kat clearly has experience with playing this game. So this is certainly going to bode well in her favor, and we'll see just how much distance she will be able to close here.
Getting to see those underwater effects again on Cat Screen.
Old Nate is smitten by this water scene.
Oh, it's good water. You got to appreciate
it. It is good water. You are 100% correct.
You know what else is good water? Malort. It's the best water.
Boy, another game over here on John's side.
This clock tower has really got his number.
Yeah, it really does, and this is just giving Kat more and more time to get caught up.
Kat's on the painting boss we saw earlier.
Taking her time with this art critique. And it's over. There's no accounting for taste, but neither of these players appreciates that particular painting. Great John sneaks out of there.
He takes a ton of damage in that room, but he gets through it quickly. I don't know if that's a good trade-off.
I honestly, my suspicion here is that he's not so much trying to take damage at all. I think he's just trying to avoid fighting them whatsoever.
Perhaps.
But as far as I can tell, like it seems like he has some movement in that he's attempting. That is less about damage boosting through the harpies, but it's more about just like quickly getting through the whole room. Which could include dodging the harpies. Just, if you get hung up on anything, you're gonna take some hits. Oh, fighting two of these beefy swordsmen at once.
Gets through it no problem though.
No.
Looking for some cake in the wall.
Oh, he does a nice little clip through there.
Just jump right through the ceiling. Can skip right over that pendulum jump. No need to get on that.
This game is Kato-chan and Ken-chan. No, this is...
Hey, please.
Yeah, this is Richter-chan and Maria-chan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I've got the theme music, the JJ and Jeff in my head.
Uh-oh.
I actually like the music from that game. It's just, I don't know, whimsical. Okay, Glitchwitch. Glitchwitch summons the wrath of the Phoenix against death.
Maria just gets, or Greyjohn just gets bodied immediately by that boss.
Yeah.
And death,
Cat
death
now
is
will be on
gone.
stage 6.
Making up ground. Coming down to the wire.
Which gets a little bit of a mandatory break. Dracula's gonna go and
Purple
have a
hair
chat.
lady. Very dramatic. I don't know. I'll much better go with the boss this time around.
Oh, it just gets
That's
walloped
such a-
by.
Such a
Oh, but
ton
that,
of
but
damage.
that-
Oh.
oh,
Did damage to it somehow.
Such a ton of damage, though.
but I will notice the
Rick.
boss, the boss's life meter shattered, but there were still bats on the screen. It's
That's dangerous.
yeah. Okay,
Clears the stage.
he's moving on.
Can put the clock tower behind him.
Final.
It's the Dracula fight.
Let's see how it goes. I'll be honest, there's the difficulty of Dracula across the Castlevania games is sort of all over the place. So let's see
Picking up
see
all
what
apart.
kind of Dracula this one has. Oh, great John. Looks like he wasn't interested in that blue shell, so he's gonna stick with the weapon he's got.
Can't quite jump over that, even with the double jump ability. Getting some good hits in.
Oh.
Jumps
First
right
phase
into
is
that.
down.
Took a lot of damage on
First
that
phase
last
down.
turbo.
Oh, it's happening.
The beast. The bird.
Oh my
The
goodness.
birds. The
By the time the
birds,
bar came up,
The birds.
it was halfway done.
He's done it.
And that is that.
That is time. So in the RaceBot
GG.
channel, Great John has finished with an official time of 5 hours, 51 minutes, and 7 seconds. So
Just
everyone,
ev-
please.
give Big John a hand for
Great
just sticking with it, finishing strong. But we still got another racer,
Yeah.
Not too
and
far.
she's like real close. Okay, she's dealing with the shafts, the parade of shaft.
Medusa. Oh, jumps right into the stone bullet. Great Toddler is very impressed. Well, congratulations, Great John and Great Jen. And let's finish it out strong, Cat.
Oh, wait for it. Wait for it. You think Dracula might step out of that fire, but he's committed to the aesthetic.
It's a good look for him, really.
It's more important to look cool, have the dramatic backlighting.
You need to know just how tough he is.
I mean, he's going to be back.
Oh,
Here comes.
that electrical shot from Frankenstein's monster was enough to finish off Maria there. So she will have to go through that whole boss rush again.
This cutscene where they run down the stairs is my favorite part of the whole game.
Yep,
Up on Great John's.
it's good. It's good. Oh, they're establishing the heck of... Oh, there they are!
Look at that dragon.
The dragon is the noble dragon.
Classic.
Not. They're running down the stairs. They're falling outside the building. Open. Okay, they all made it.
Meanwhile, Cat's doing short work of these shaft bosses. Round 2.
And then Maria walks home.
She's got to get back, or else she'll be late for school.
Yeah. Oh, oh. Oh no, Glitchwix gets the squish from the blocks, was trying to scoot underneath the blocks, but doesn't look like that works.
Hate to see it.
Yeah. And then, just not in a great position to deal with all the bandages, so...
Well, I tell you what, folks. Why don't we see, while Kat is finishing up here, and she should be done pretty soon. Let's see if we can get Great John in here for a little interview action.
That would be delightful.
That'd be amazing. I'm sure he has a story to tell. Oh, we got the wink
at the end.
Well done. Now we move on to solo mode. We get to just focus on Glitchwitch, working through Shaft, working through the rest of the game.
She doesn't have that far to go.
Oh, go in Phoenix strats. Wow, those bandages cover a whole lot of space. And also, I just noticed there, the up and then down and interlocking of them. I wonder if those bandages follow the same pattern as the Gradius 3 missile launcher boss. It's already been recorded. There are multiple non-Gradius games that use that same attack pattern. Wouldn't that be yet another subtle throwback? Looks like Great John will be joining us shortly. Until then, and Cat finishes off Frankie.
Creature with no.
Alrighty, folks, it looks like Great John is ready to join us, so I'm going to bring him on in. Great John, first place here in our very first ever Turbo 10. GG, my friend. How are you feeling after nearly 6 hours of TurboGrafx 16 goodness?
Dude, I am exhausted. I've never done anything like that where it's multiple hours. Yeah, this was intense.
You know, that was actually something that we had discussed was, and we probably remarked it about like the 4.5 hour mark, just the endurance that you have to get through this, especially in certain games that are not going well or are taking multiple attempts, things like that. So yeah, that's definitely something that we thought about. Let's start at the beginning. Alien Crush was, I mean, to be fair, you struggled with it quite a bit. When it was taking you so long to get through that, what was going through your mind then?
Oh man, I was like, oh, maybe I'll scrap this whole thing. Like, honestly, it was really frustrating because I was like, kind of set aside some time for myself, and if I wasn't going to get too far through many games, I was probably going to call it. But I'm glad I was able to make good progress past that. But yeah, pinball, like, I don't know. it's probably my bad skill at it. I was thinking I was getting bad luck.
You had a couple where you drained and game over like 4.4, 4.5, so you were definitely close on a lot of the attempts there. It was heartbreaking to see.
Totally, it was really frustrating because it was just like down to the wire there.
Yeah, and then even though you had that rough start, I think you first took the lead during what was the third game? Oh no, I'm sorry. You took the lead during JJ and Jeff.
Yeah, I think that's right.
And from there on out, I'll tell you, you and Kat between JJ and Jeff, you were synced for a good like 15-20 seconds, like almost step for step during Ninja Ryukenden. You had plenty of overlap in Valkyrie as well, but then when you really took the lead, when you really took the considerable lead was in Bonk's Adventure. Obviously, that's a game that you know extremely well. Once you finished with Bonk's Adventure, how did you feel about your prospects for the rest of the race?
Oh, I was feeling real good once I saw kind of like how far I was ahead there, and like I didn't know how familiar Kat was with the game, so it was one of those that was just like, well, I know I can get a really amazing time, and it's probably better than anybody else can get, so I still played it pretty safe because I saw that like I had a little bit of a lead there, so I was getting a lot more health and things like that. But yeah, after that, I was just like, oh man, but Lords of Thunder is such a hard game. that was my first thought.
And then Lords of Thunder happened, where one game over, and that lead gets completely flipped on its head. Now, as you might, I don't know if you saw, but Kat had her struggles with it as well. But yeah, once you got through, the lead was big enough that even Kat, who is, as we can see, she's doing pretty well here with the Maria part of Rondo of Blood. You were too far ahead to be caught, unless you made some like really like accidentally reset your console or something like that. So with this being your first experience with a multi-game race, especially one like this, how do you feel about the format? How do you feel now that it's done? What are your thoughts on that?
I think the format's great. It's just it's something that I can't dedicate this much time to it. Like I would love like something like half of this, or having more like goals as opposed to full games. This was a pretty long one, but I did a lot of practice, and it was kind of what I sunk my time into. So it was like, well, my goal is to finish, and since there were only a few of us, I was like, I don't know, maybe I can do pretty well here. But yeah, that's kind of my thought. Is just like, still felt pretty long to me, not my cup of tea necessarily. But I'm glad I finished. I feel great now.
I want to touch on some of your practicing. For Lords of Thunder, did you experiment with any other armor, or just kind of lock in with the Earth armor from the start?
I'm having a little trouble hearing you. You're just a little low. But it sounded like basically like, did I learn a lot, like how to play that one?
The question was, were you dedicated to using Earth armor for Lords of Thunder, or had you experimented with any others?
I think I tried like shortly after the blind race, because I never got to this game. Like a few others, but I basically watched the record run and was kind of learning strats from that. So Earth armor seemed like a good weapon for me. I didn't really try much else. Like some of these, at a certain time, I had only played through like once or twice and practiced what parts seemed to be hard. So so I didn't really do much experimentation. Rondo of Blood was one I played the least too, so it kind of shows. Especially this route, which I had never done.
Well, for your first time through the route, you did a commendable job.
Yeah, so basically I had learned the Maria route, and then we were talking about it like the day before. I was like, oh, you should be using Richter. And then Kat had told me, I was like, well, you could just switch partway through, and I'm glad she did, because it would have been really tough otherwise.
So I've got a question for you. Now that you've, with the race behind you and the prospect of playing them all back to back, are there any games from this list that you're interested in, picking up to do more PB attempts on, or are you more just excited to sort of get back to your old games?
Yeah, I think right now I'm taking a break. I actually signed up for a Mega Man 4 tournament, and now that's overlapping with this right now, and it's going to be like, I think my heat is on Wednesday, so I'm going to put some focus on that. And yeah, there's a couple of these games though I'm pretty interested in. Like Lords of Thunder, I did really well. If I could get a run where I didn't continue at all, I could come close to that time. Was that enemy?
I believe so.
Yeah. So I was only within a minute or so, and I had like a continue that I planned to do. And that was one of my first few times through the run. So I was like, hey, I could get close there. And Rondo of Blood, this game's just a blast. It's just, I'm terrible at it.
Yeah, definitely a different feel playing the game when you're using Maria as opposed to Richter.
Yeah, gotta learn those fighting inputs. I didn't have a lot of success with that today, but thankfully the Mummy and Frankenstein were like enough for me.
John, I'm curious about your routing and level routing in Kadash. Seems like you spent a lot of time getting halfway to level 11 at one point. How did you settle on that route?
So I think that was a little bit of advice from Toad, because I asked him a little bit about how to play, and like if I could do that skip that's in the world record, which he was like, nah, don't even try that. But yeah, no, he basically was just like, he kind of gave me the template of like, hey, you want to be about level 9 here, about level 11 there. I just started to hate that grind in the graveyard, and so I kind of give up most of the way through. So I figure, hey, eventually I'm going to get to level 11 anyway. So.
Yeah, you timed it perfectly where you killed the boss and leveled up to 11. So I thought that might have been planned.
Yeah, that was not routed that way, that's for sure.
Well, let me ask you this: of the 10 games that you played, which one is the one that you want to replay the least, and why is it JJ and Jeff?
How do you know? Wait, let me look at this list here. Yeah, that game is awful. I think I said that the first time. I was like, yeah, this garbage game, but. It kind of grew on me. I think somebody said in chat at one point, it's like, got Stockholm Syndrome about a different game. And it was just like, yeah, I'm kind of like indoctrinated. I'm pretty sure that was a PB that I just did too, because I've only finished it like once through, maybe twice through. But I've practiced a lot of those really hard jumps and things and put save states there.
Sure.
So yes, definitely not going back to that anytime soon.
Yeah.
Plus the record on speedrun.com is insanely fast. I couldn't even touch that.
Impressively optimized for, as you know, such a withering, disrespectful game. So
that's some really colorful language. I love it.
Yeah.
I've never even seen this weapon that Cat's doing right now. Although my stream might be a little behind.
Oh my goodness! So boss there, and I believe that's a game over. So she's gonna have to go all the way back to the beginning of the level. Oh, that thing! She was literally one hit away from finishing that off.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Let me flip Vonnie's question on you, John. Of the new games you played, which one was your favorite that you had to learn for the race?
I'm sorry, I'm still having a... Is that cheese?
I'm sorry. I'm not sure what's going on with my audio.
Yeah,
I'll just yell.
The new games that you did play, what is the one that was your favorite as opposed to the least favorite?
Like I said, I think I really like the style of Rondo of Blood. I just didn't get enough time to dedicate to it. I really loved Valkyrie too. Like that ended up being a pretty fun run. And that's just a cool game. Like once I finally figured out the mechanics. But yeah, it's probably going to be Rondo of Blood as far as like the one I really like. Lords of Thunder was also terrific. It's hard.
Well, in any case, good. Congratulations on the race win. Well done persevering through some rough sections and wrapping it up. And good luck on your other event that's already underway.
Yeah, and I mean, and you have a place in RGLtv history. You are the winner of the first ever Turbo 10.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, so yeah, and good luck to you on your Mega Man 4 tournament. I'll tell you what, you won. Toss out a quick plug. Where can we find your races or your heats or whatever you're doing?
I think I'm not sure if they're doing multi-streams or what they're doing, but like I'll be doing it from my channel, obviously. I don't know if I'm going to do practice on stream tonight after this this long thing. Might just do offline stuff, but yeah, it's going to be on my channel, and I think they're just probably going to do something like multi-streams.
Yeah, I think after this, you might just want to draw a bath, light some candles, put some lavender and chamomile in there, and oh, it is. Okay, cool.
Nice.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been paying too much attention to the details because I've been pretty focused on this. So.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So speed gaming, and you said when is your heat, or when are you doing that?
I think mine's on Wednesday. That's something like 9 p.m. Eastern, I want to say. I definitely need to go eat some dinner, and my wife and toddler are probably miss me a lot.
Yeah, I understand. Well, I tell you what, we'll let you go. GG once again, John, and we look forward to seeing you in future RGL events. And yeah, have a good night. You have certainly earned it.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
All righty, have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
Alrighty, so congrats once again to Great John. I tell you what, and we will go ahead and do this too. If you are not already following the Great John, link where you can do that. I believe he has earned it. Some follows and some love after that display of patience and perseverance. I don't think there's any better way to put that. Doing nearly 6 hours of what are some rather difficult games and some unforgivable ones as well. So
especially with that pinball start.
Oh yeah. Like I said, and he kind of alluded to it too. He was wondering, hey, am I going to even continue after not even completing the first game? So he could have very easily just tilted, got off course, forfeited, and this would have been a much different story. But instead, he stuck through it, and we're all glad that he did because he put on a great show, and he's been entertaining you folks for the last 6 hours, and definitely deserves a lot of respect for that. So, but we do have one racer who is close to finishing up here. Kat is fighting Purple Rogue Guy yet again. Oh, unfortunately gets dumped out right into the enemy after that Phoenix attack, and it proves to be fatal.
The shaft refight is just giving her the business.
Yeah, this is not very fair, it seems. But she has plenty of lives. She continues right here at the boss, so I feel pretty confident that she will be able to get through this pretty soon. Very smart to use that Phoenix to gain invincibility when that dragon comes down and is throwing fire all over the place, so that she just avoids all of it.
The dragon attack from the ground, it is telegraphed with some gravel getting kicked around, but there's a lot of moving parts to this fight.
Yeah, sure are.
But, fingers crossed, looking pretty good here.
She can have a perfect this time around. Why would we ever doubt her?
That was a great fight.
That was perfect.
It's all about the orb grab.
And the upside down freeze frame.
That is maximum swag there. So Dracula's 2 phases are the only thing that separate Cat from GG right now. Oh, okay. Is she... I think she was just trying to jump up to... Oh, no, I'm sorry. Oh, she was getting her hearts back.
Yeah. There's a strategic game over. Get your hearts back, get your health, everything. So, but that's all there is here. The Drac fight.
Alrighty, here we go.
Here we go. She won't have the same sub-weapon Great John used to great effect, but I don't think that's going to matter.
She seems to be handling this first phase extremely well so far. Oh, the birds destroy Dracula's fireballs. That's convenient.
Just like in real life.
Alrighty. Just one more phase to go. And there we go. That is it. Dracula defeated.
GG.
GG and GG.
Indeed to Cat, who finishes with an official RGLtv RaceBot time of 6 hours, 14 minutes, and 59 seconds. So, get your GGs out for Cat. She has certainly earned them as well. And yes. Let's see if Kat would like to share some words with us.
I'm sure she has many words for us.
I'm guessing.
Maybe not all of them shareable.
Fair enough. And yeah, it's been more than 6 hours. She might be might want to take a break. But okay, sounds like she'll be joining us shortly.
Yep.
Excellent.
And she has the ability to just barge on in herself, being staff. So no need to gate her and drag her in. She can do as she pleases. So yeah. Oh, she wants the ending to play out. Well, I tell you what, while she's doing that, I want to thank all of you here in chat for sticking around. This was quite the race, but I see a lot of people who have been with it for the long haul, really enjoy what we were doing here. And that's really cool because, like I said, I congratulated Great John on winning the first ever Turbo 10 race on RGLtv. And that is an allusion to the fact that we are intending to do more of these with different lists of TurboGrafx 16 games. So, if you enjoyed this, rest assured, we will have more content just like this for you in the future. And if it is something that you are interested in participating in or learning more about, CVG right on point with that link to the RGLtv events Discord. Go ahead and join in that. We have all of our upcoming events that are have their own individual channels, so you can get all the information you need for those. Speaking of events that we have coming up, I'm going to go ahead and drop some of these bad boys here in chat. Next Saturday, we have our Windjammers versus One Night Only tournament. The Saturday after that, I will be heavily involved with this one, the Puzzle Fighter versus One Night Only tournament. And then coming up not too shortly after that, in fact, it's 2 weeks after that one, we will have our Baseball Stars 2 versus One Night Only tournament. So... gotcha.
That's part of a greater event we call Operation Co-op games.
Yeah.
It's Glitchwitch.
It's at Glitchwitch. Hey,
How's it going?
the localist witch on Twitch. How we
So-
doing?
Well, that's the question for you. How are you doing? You just spent over 6 hours beating 10 TurboGrafx 16 games in a row. That's quite the endurance match. How are you feeling right now?
God, welcome to my Tuesdays.
Yeah. There you go. There you
Maybe
go.
not 10. I feel pretty good. I was getting really, really like not upset, but like Lords of Thunder was not nice, and I do not like Bonk's Adventure at all.
Oh,
But,
wow.
you know, you can't win them all.
You played Bonks very well, though.
Thank
Yeah.
you. I did my best. I hope.
You had a tall order going against John and Bonks, so.
Yeah, I figured that might be a little on the harder side, but you know, it happens.
Yeah. How much or how little would you like to talk about JJ and Jeff?
Please, let's talk about as much as you want. Let's go.
You took, I believe, 2 like full game overs. One of them was because I think you warped back to 6-2 and
Yep.
you didn't really know what to do there. But what was the story with the second one?
What was the story of the second one? It warped me to 3-4. Not 3-4. Yeah, 3-4, which is after the warp to 6-4. So can't do much there.
Oh, wow.
There's definitely a backwards warp in there. I'm not sure when or where it is.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, we're looking at the list of games here, and I'm just trying to get mentally, just remember what happened there. I don't know how much you were watching the stream, but there was a significant portion of Ninja Ryukenden and also some portions of Valkyrie no Densetsu where you two were virtually step for step in sync. Yeah, which
It was
was
great.
fantastic because this really made for this was not a blowout by any means. You two traded the lead on several occasions, and
Yeah.
sometimes you were literally tied up. I'll ask you some of the same questions that we asked Great John. Of the games in this list, what would you say is the one that you had the most fun running, and which one was the one you had the least fun with?
Kadash. Let's go with Kadash on most fun, far and away.
Okay.
I did put a little bit of time into Kadash. Like I've beaten Kadash before, and I'm like, you know what? Let me sit down. Let me figure out a consistent way through Kadash. And I practiced a few of the tricks here and there, but was never able to quite get that spider boost correct. I almost got it in the race. I almost got the spider boost. And I'm like, you know what? Let me only try this once, and that's fine. Least favorite was probably Bonk's Adventure, just because gosh, that video game. It feels so awkward and slow and just
And and the funny, well, I mean, obviously, well, here's the thing. Compared to Great John, who holds the world record for that speed run, certainly he pulled ahead by a great distance there, and only to cough it up in the very next game in Lords of Thunder. But for a game that you didn't, enjoy, you did really well. But man, I'm telling you, possibly the moment of this entire 6+ hours was your fight against King Drool at the end. You had us chomping on our nails.
yeah.
Oh my
Oh
goodness.
my.
We were giving you all of our energy through there and just holding our breath the entire way. That was exhilarating to watch, and we were thrilled when, with literally like 1 pixel in your final heart on your final life, you dealt the finishing blow. That was quite the PogChamp moment. So
I don't remember King Drool being so hard. Like I remember getting through him pretty easily in my past, and now this
Yeah.
time he just wrecked me in every direction.
yeah, you kept trading damage with him, and I mean, even though you had a lot of lives, we were like, we think this might catch up with you eventually. And it was just within a hair of doing so, but you made it, and that's all that matters. So yeah, that was a thrill. That was absolutely a thrill.
Gosh. Yeah, I was kind of keeping an eye on the race a little bit in the background. I know, like, I know Lords of Thunder made me lose this race, like, unquestionably.
Yeah.
Had I not game overed, I would have won this handily. But it would have been a good race, but I would have gotten there.
Well, I mean, Kat, I don't want you to look at the final result and have that be an indictment of how good or bad.
Oh no,
I mean, there was over 6 hours of streaming. There were plenty of very entertaining moments between you and Great John throughout all 10 of these games, honestly. And so, yeah, I mean, so the margin of victory does not tell the story by any stretch.
Yeah, what I really liked about this, and what I couldn't have asked for a better circumstance during today, was that it was such a close race. And I had done like almost no practice. I'm just like, okay, I wasn't gonna do the race, and then something I was gonna do today didn't happen. I'm like, you know what, I could probably do it. Let me get consistent at Kadash, and I'll just go through it, whatever. Like, I haven't played a Rondo in a bunch of time, and if you had tried to make me play Rondo Richter, I would have thrown a fit. But I found that little loophole on the speedrun page, because it is any percent, but any percent means just start from a fresh file. So I'm like, no, I'm unlocking Maria and playing as Maria.
Yeah.
So in out of all these games, I know you've run some of these games already, but you know, coming out of the Turbo 10, are there any that you're looking forward to doing some more grinding on, or are you really just looking to say, okay, I finished the race, I'm going back to the other games that I already had going?
Well, my whole mantra as a speedrunner is I don't grind. I don't grind times down. I learn runs and I call it a day. I don't see myself really pushing any of these down. Maybe Rondo a little bit on like a Maria run, because that's actually a lot of fun. Maria makes Rondo of Blood a ton of fun. But I mean, I'm feeling good. I think my Galaga time was pretty good, actually.
Yeah, Galaga, it was really interesting to see all three of you work your way through Galaga, and I think that's in my opinion, that's maybe out of all these the game that's the most, if you just watch a run of it, like somebody's PB, you don't appreciate how punishing it is for you take one hit.
Oh yes.
And now it's like, oh no, what am I doing? The game just suddenly got so much harder and I'm losing lives. But definitely praise to both you and all the runners for just like sticking with it through that. And honestly, I feel like that was a great setting of the tone for the persistence required to make it through all these games.
I mean, and to just kind of speak about, you know, the story of this whole race. I mean, the way it started out was with Oipo. Oipo came out of Alien Crush well before you or John. But then Oipo just struggled mightily with Galaga, and unfortunately, that was where they threw the towel in. But you breezed through Galaga, and you were in control up until you got JJ'd and Jeffed. So yeah, I mean, no, for the first about third of this race, it was all you until we got to game number 4. So
yeah, I know I took it.
There obviously was just you and John, and it was just a back and forth affair the entire way.
Yeah, I know I pulled ahead in Kadash at some point, and then it was like neck and neck in Kadash for a while because I take a lot of extra safety. But then John ground on the zombies before you've got the weapon that kills them in 2 hits, and I think that's where he went awry.
We asked him about that. It sounded like there was an element of he'd gotten some routing tips, and I think that was one of those places where maybe my suspicion is maybe the routing tips may have been off by 1 level, so he was trying to grind for 1 too many levels there before he got the kunai. So
and he was grinding to 11, which is like, you can beat the game at 10 as long as you've got a full health bar and an elixir, but that gets scary if you make a mistake. So 11 with an elixir is definitely the way to go on that final boss, to the ghost of Carl Sagan, if you will.
Yeah. Well, but even there, it was amazing to see you put some distance in there, but then he made it to the final castle, and we were speculating. It's like, maybe this extra level is going to make it easier for him to kill those one-eyed tree tentacle things.
Yeah.
And then suddenly we see Johnny's damage boosting through them, and it's like, oh no, how much? So just yet another little example of how just how dramatic and captivating this race was. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for playing on this game, playing in this race that you didn't even necessarily, plan to enter.
Yeah, I the only thing I would have done different is run through Lords of Thunder once yesterday or something, and I would have been fine because I damn near 1cc'd it my second attempt, minus the final area, the final boss, I should say.
Oh yeah.
Did you have a preference on the water armor going into it, or was that just a kind of spur of the moment?
Just seemed like the right call. I like the color blue.
There you go.
Then I took a break after dying and game overing, and I was ready to forfeit, and I just kind of like let myself collect myself and checked what enemy used, and it was the earth armor or whatever, fire armor, I don't remember, but like, all right, let me try that, and that thing kills things way faster.
Yeah.
Yeah, high damage.
Yeah. We could tell that you were once you switch, and we figured that maybe was just looking at what Great John had did, seeing the success that he had, and said, "Hey, if it worked for him, maybe it can work for me too." And sure enough, it did. So we figured it was just kind of that was the story there. So, but yeah, I mean, but still, again, all throughout this race, there was all kinds of interesting action going on. This was a roller coaster. I mean, and for it to be this sustained and entertaining for over 6 hours, that's saying something, because that's not easy to do, and yet you and Great John pulled it off. So big GGs to both of you. You both put on a great show, and you should be proud of what you did here today.
I'm pretty proud. I would I will say I am still ready for another one. I think as much as like I'm the TurboGrafx, like I'm the girl that knows all the TurboGrafx games. Like that's my job nowadays. Literally, it's my job.
Yeah.
It's stream TurboGrafx games, but I think I have to be permanently playing in these just because I don't know, they're just fun, and it's just kind of my brand, and nothing beats just kind of sitting around on a Saturday and playing 6 hours of TurboGrafx games in a very friendly race.
Amen, sister.
Oh gosh. Well, that was fun, and now it's done.
Yes, it is. Alrighty. Well, one more time, thank you very much for participating, for gutting it out even after Lords of Thunder was mean to you. I'm really glad you stuck around and finished, and we'll be looking forward to seeing you undoubtedly participate in our next Turbo 10.
Yep, and I'll see you there. We need to get more players in there, because you know what? This was a brutal race. Like, these games were brutal. But,
yeah.
No, join in. Go have fun. You'll figure it out.
Yeah.
JJ and Jeff would have been a wall of blind, though. Just an absolute
wall.
Absolutely.
You know that last jump where you jump on those in 6-4, where you have to kick the block, the invisible one, and then jump on it?
Yep.
That took me 2 hours to get. So, and I almost got the key skip when I got there the second time.
Yeah. So, alrighty, Cap. I tell you what, go unwind. Thanks again for everything, and I'm sure we'll be seeing you around here soon.
Yep, I'm gonna buy a glass of wine on the internet, or a whole bottle of wine.
Just one glass.
I mean, maybe I'll have a few.
Well, you've earned it.
All right, friends. You all had fun closing this out. Thank you so much for commentating, everybody. Thank you, Enemy, for restreaming and putting this together. And I'll see you all soon, I'm sure.
Alrighty.
Bye.
All right, bye-bye. Well, on that note, I think that's going to just about do it for us here. CVG or Enemy, do you have any final words? Anything you want to toss out there before we put a bow on this bad boy?
I'll just throw a thank you out to you, Vanya, for being such a great host.
Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, it was my pleasure, and very happy to be a part of anything TurboGrafx 16 related. And this was a lot of fun, and I'm already looking forward to the next one. I have no idea what any of the games are going to be, but I already know it's going to be awesome.
Me too.
Alrighty, Enemy, any last words, or should we can just wrap it up? Okay, here we go. Well, I tell you what, everybody, we've got all those events listed there. You can join our Discord if you want to get more information about what we've got going on. And we hope to see you around for these events soon, even as soon as next Saturday, where we will be doing our Windjammers versus One Night Only tournament. So hope to see you all out there. So on behalf of my co-commentators, Cheese Viking Games and Bald Nate, I am Von Yvonne. Thanks so much for sticking around, and until next time, take care, folks.